Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to another edition of the NECC Overwatch. Well, we're here. We're going to have collegiate teams playing against each
That's
other
it.
in week number 8, closing in on the playoffs. Only 2 more weeks to go. These teams got to put everything on the line to try and make it there. But tonight, both these teams looking pretty solid. So, how are you doing? What are you thinking of it?
It's good to be back. I'm here to be excited for this closing. This is going to be an interesting one because these teams know each other pretty well. They seem like they're pretty good scrim partners, but the records show that maybe these scrims have been a little one-sided based on how it is. But both these teams still vying for a good position in this division. So I expect to see still, like we're at the end. Nobody's showing any signs of slowing down. So I expect to see nothing but full steam ahead.
And of course, the teams that we're talking about today are the ESU Warriors versus Rio Grande Esports University. It is going to be a pretty fun one to look up to. And of course, ESU Warriors 6-1 currently in their group, only losing to Huntington so far. University of Rio Grande has to do a little bit more to cement themselves in a higher position. But it's interesting in this group of Navigators Yellow. There's this cutoff after like the third place team, and then it goes a little bit just closer together for those other teams.
There's a gap.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap. And of course, you can close that gap a little bit today if you're Rio Grande by just winning this game against the ESU Warriors. But, when you look at it on paper, it doesn't look very likely.
No, but at this point, any amount you can climb is still pretty good, right?
Yeah.
The closer you can get yourself in that better seating going into the playoffs, you're more happy with that than as opposed to that. Like manage your expectations is kind of where you're at because ESU, they're definitely in it. They're definitely settled. This to them is just kind of a victory lap. They're in, they're ready, they're looking ahead. But the Rio Grande still has a lot to do here. And these players still have a lot of hunting to do, as it were, because there's still a bit to gain. But speaking of these players, let's go check out these players, shall we, class?
Yeah, let's go into those rosters, starting here with the Rio Grande University. Agrigorn, Zappy 103 or 123, Divinosaurus, Ghoul, Call Me Massey, and Anonymous. Fun lineup, and we've seen them. I think a couple weeks ago we were actually on this team as well. We're having a pretty fun time at that stage. I think that didn't end up coming out on top of that one, but that's of course not a problem because they're still in the running for it, currently on 4th place in the standings. And when you look at this team, I mean, the thing that I think surprised me most is that they're just a very consistent across the roster. Like they were not really like, oh, this one player is like making all the difference, or this player is doing everything for them, or this player is really lacking. Like it was a very solid medium or solid median roster. Like it's not really an outlier.
Definitely. There's a note that we should keep an eye on a couple of players. Ghoul in particular is one we need to keep an eye out for. But I think as a whole, like you said, this team is a pretty even team, and this is a team that's going to win based on their team play. And that regard, they don't have to worry about putting resources into one particular person or trying to set up these kind of convoluted plays for someone to pop off. So they have that in their favor to be able to just say, okay, let's just work together, communicate. No one's, there's no egos here. So that's a good thing in their favor.
Yeah, you can see that as well with like a general, age or at least level in university, homogeneity. Not that much difference in between like who is in which phase of their university. But on the other side, we do of course have the ESU Warriors, and I think the really interesting thing about this team, we haven't seen them, at least I haven't seen them on stream yet, as far as I know.
No, I haven't either.
They're a little bit more top and bottom heavy in terms of where their SR distribution is at least. So there might be a little bit more focus on like particular players in terms of pop off potential or playmaking, or I wouldn't say carrying just yet. But there might be some more focus on like where their performance comes from.
Yeah, we've got DeSabito, Dekavic, Vanilla Jack, Halbert, Michael, and Paparama to round it out. A young squad here, lots of sophomores, one incoming freshman. So this is a team that's still, they're all fresh, they're all young, they're still hungry. 6-1. This is a team that you can continue to build. So you'll find a couple pieces, they'll grow into a little bit. You're going to hit a problem unless you start digging into, who's in incoming classes, because you'll have at this point, if this team never changes, you'll have 5 seniors. That's a huge team. You'll just have to do a full rebuild. So, keep an eye out for this team in the future, because once you get to that point where there has to be new talent coming in, integration of that future talent will be very important for the Warriors.
Yeah, main players to watch out for on this roster. Definitely the Sabato, looking towards them to be like a pretty good tank player. Probably going to be a bit of a matchup between Ghoul because we know they love their 4Ks on the Diva.
Yes.
But we'll see. We'll see. See what they can put up as a unit, as a squad. They're likely, like I said, going to be a little bit more setting certain players up for success rather than everyone having their own time to shine. But we can
Yeah.
always surprise them. And so far, the strategies have been working because, like I said, they've only really lost that one game. That was versus Huntington, and it was a close 3-2 as well. So not a lot of room for failure, or at least not a lot of failure that have been gotten so far.
No, and this is a team that, like you said, if they know their win conditions, if they know who they need to set up, that is a good way to play the game. Knowing your win conditions is a lot of this game of Overwatch, is knowing what do we need to do, what is the moment for success, what ultimates, what players. So knowing that you can put your resources into your main tank leads very well to these kinds of brawl comps, leads to the comps that probably they have clearly found success on. So if they continue to play their game and put their resources where they want them, the Warriors will continue to just look good and maybe even move any further up to the top if they can, to separate, create that other gap we were kind of looking for.
Yeah, that's something we always look at, especially at like relatively lower levels of play. Perfecting like a few different things or one or two things over being as flexible as possible usually nets you more success because
Yes.
perfection is hard to gain in the first place. And if you don't perfect anything, then you're going to make way too many mistakes. Everything that you want to pull off, like you're going to fail it half the time. And yeah, if you talk about a team that can actually set each other up or set a specific player up, their playbook might be smaller, but it will all be executed a lot better. And when we look at the map pool of today, there might be a few maps where that actually becomes relevant. We're going to be starting on the Paul, going to go over to Hollywood after, then the escort map will be Dorado. If we need them, if we have to go past that third map, we're going to go for Hybrid again, go to Blizzard Worlds, then to Lijiang Tower, and if we really, really want to, or if the teams really want to rather, going to go over to Gibraltar. It's going to be the map pool for the entire week for every single team that's playing, so we'll see more of that today.
I don't know about you, but I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Dorado, and I think that is going to be a very interesting map when we get to map 3. Dorado has so much high grounds that you can control. There's good options for Pharah and things like that. So really, these kind of brawl team comps that we see, especially around this level, may struggle if some team finds success in a dive. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's jump back to Nepal there. Controls always first, and this is always kind of the odd map out, right? Like this is kind of the one where either like some team tends to be very, very good, and then they either are just like a dominant force the whole way through, or they tend to just struggle.
Yeah, definitely. And after Nepal, we'll see what they bring. But we're going to start on this control indeed. ESU Warriors going to be in the red, and the University of Rio Grande going to be in the blue. Starting on Shrine. Yeah, I mean, Shrine is for me always a little bit of the outlier. I don't know how you feel about it, but yeah, it has a little bit less of a distinct feature to it. It's just kind of a map. It just exists, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of nebulous, right? Because there are lots of different things you can do here. You can bring a Pharah out. You can kind of play those outside wide angles. You can rush. You can kind of set up those Symmetra turrets and get yourself really bunkered into this kind of a dome structure. And then there's just attacking it because you can't really path main, so brawl comps kind of struggle. You're just going to get pelted if you take one of those upper paths to get through it. You kind of take a while and it's hard to get out of there. But we do see an interesting comp out of the Warriors. Winston Sigma is very interesting here. Not two tanks I would normally see putting together, but meanwhile, Rio Grande looks like they want to brawl, and I think that may lend itself to some credit here versus this very interesting Warriors comp.
Yeah, they're kind of all just meeting on the side here. We know that they're pretty friendly to each other. I don't really know what's going on here. Is there something going on here, production, that we don't know about?
No, this is going to be a tactical reset. Apparently,
For
we
both
are.
teams.
I really don't actually know what to say to this.
Look,
this was just
I appreciate I appreciate competitive integrity.
Yeah, sure.
I appreciate like fun
Yeah.
things to happen, but the problem is that whatever they're gonna do now, they're all gonna be like mistimed. They don't get like the exact same time to get out of spawn. So now we're gonna get the countdown in the chat. 10 catchphrase, 9 for honor, 8 precision German engineering, 7 for glory, and all of a sudden we're 3, 2, 1. I am just lost here. You know what? I love my Reinhardt, but I think this is a little bit much even for me. It's going to be ESU Warriors making it to the point first. This is what I was kind of alluding to. They don't get the same opportunity to get out of spawn at the same time. So ESU kind of getting the better end of this deal. You can already see it with their positioning. A little bit of the better Symmetra turrets out there. The Maywell didn't quite separate anybody. That's already Anonymous and Aragorn gone. So this fight looking to be to go to ESU without much struggle.
You know, I respect the fun that the teams are having, because that Warriors take was very unfun for the side of Rio Grande. They are well established in control, as this will start to tick up in their favor. And I wish we'd see a little bit more of that elsewhere, but we do need to see some actual answers out of the side of Rio Grande. They don't really have a lot. Ghoul does have almost all of a Diva Bomb already, so there's that in their favor, but DeSabito already has that Shatter, so that's going to be opening that up for 2 immediately.
Yeah, not even a doubt in their mind. Just Shatter, gone, a team kill, done and dusted. ESU Warriors starting off pretty well.
Yeah, I think you're pretty happy. Warriors are fine with that. You usually win after getting a win on one is pretty good. And Rio Grande is going to try to figure out what to do about this, waiting for that teleporter to come back, assumedly. And let's see where they choose to engage. They are going to look to just take mid.
Looking for Ghoul's self-destruct. We've been teased with the 4Ks. Let's see if they come out. It's already going. Doesn't really hit anybody. Well, it does, but there's an immortality field in the way. Nice shatter from Zappy, though. The follow-up B there with the wall in the way. It's hard to find it. And then there's a sound barrier from Davaka. But there will be a few more eliminations. The problem is they're not on your side, Rio Grande. You got to go back to spawn because it is ESU Warriors on the deck today.
They are looking dominant here. I mean, this is a 6-1 team, and they absolutely are showing it for a certain. Couple ultimates now. Blizzard is available, so that could be the grand win condition, as it were. So as long as they get that successful and it doesn't get eaten, which is very unlikely, I think it's possible. But yeah, that high noon coming out from Halbert could be a stopper to that.
Yeah, no implication matrix. There's a photon barrier on their side. It is Blizzard o'clock. Agragorn looking forward, and I know they can play the May. We've seen them do it before, but you got to hit those Blizzards. Another Shatter goes into the shield, only gets the Diva, really, but there is the charge. Zappy gets Vanilla Jack, and there also goes their Baptiste. The Blizzard might not even have been necessary, but they use it to clean up nonetheless, and that is finally the University of Rio Grande winning a fight after they, have been going down to 99%.
Better safe than sorry, I guess, but at the same time, now you have nothing to really defend on, and there is only that defensive wall for the Warriors, but that is plenty enough, and the Sigma is kind of the difference maker here, right? The shield that can kind of extend out is a little bit of an extra barrier. You can kind of sit back. You don't have to throw yourself into the fight. So the Warriors are looking good, and this will be that wall to engage on.
No Symmetra utility really getting a lot of value other than that photon barrier, which is always huge, but they're slow to engage, so the Shatter actually manages to get a couple. A really quick one from Zappy again to charge that up, and with the eliminations coming out of it, the immortality field not being able to save anybody, this is going to be a quick reset, at least a soft reset coming out from ESU Warriors. Gonna go straight back in. The Shatter is pretty big from DeSabato and does not get the follow-up. Not enough members with it. That's why you wait for the rest of your team to be back. The sound barrier does land. The Kafka straight away being blasted out of their extra shields because of the self-destruct. But it is still going to be a defensive hold here for the University of Rio Grande. They don't really have much to worry about just yet.
No, both of those the support ultimates are available if they need them. They're looking good to take one more down. They'll have a Blizzard if they feel like they need to, and the clock is slowly ticking up there, coming near that 3/4 point. So the Warriors need to come up with something big. They have 2 ultimates. That Flux could be big, but they just have to bait those immortality fields out first.
Double amplification matrix, both teams on even footing, but of course you have some walls to hide behind if you are the University of Rio Grande. Sound barrier to just secure that defense for a little bit more, but now they're out of support ultimates, out of support utility, and the DMEC on Ghoul is a reality. And there goes Agragorn. The Blizzard did go out though, and a lot of them getting frozen. The follow-up from Zappy is there, and they are getting a lot of damage out. This Reinhardt not going to get to the point because of a Shatter. The Fire Strike goes over them though, and there is still Michael on the point in the back, getting a lot of value on that Symmetra. this eventually get taken out by their counterparts' turrets, but it's not quite over just yet for either team, as we do get a lot of support necessary towards these tanks. D.Va out of the mech, the Reinhardt on low HP, and Agrigorn has to hold the front line on their own until Zappy charges back in. Halbert looking for this Deadeye, gets a triple kill out of that. That is it. That is going to seal this deal for the ESU Warriors, it seems, but then they come back. The remake kill from Ghoul, Divinosaurus gets a kill as well, and that is not over until the fat lady sings, is what they say. But the D.Va of Ghoul just on the point perpetually. Didn't quite get the self-destruct online, but it will still remain here, even out of mech. Zappy, meanwhile, is protecting the rest of their team. Agrigorn coming back in the May. The wall splits them up. The Sigma going down, and they can't get there.
Oh!
They do it. That is why you play the May, and Agrigorn takes it back.
What a run back from Rio Grande. Like, that was just incredible. It was, the Warriors looked very dominant there. They looked like they were just a dominant force there, and man, it truly can be anybody's game at this point. Just on that one round alone, you can't write anything off that, because that was a run back for the ages.
It was such good ult management as well, right? When you look at Rio Grande, like they were just doing a really good job of just making sure that they don't have to worry about running out of ultimates in a lot of situations, and it may be a little bit of a gratuitous ult usage on the other side. Who knows?
I mean, you're absolutely right there. They were attempting to just space those out. They spaced out both those support ultimates well, and that defensive. They used that Blizzard a little bit more defensively, but turned it into a great aggressive point. Once the sound barrier ran out, they knew, all right, we still need more. Let's put in the next thing. Great. It's a great read as a team. And the Warriors, Halbert was holding on to that high noon for the longest time, trying to see if they could get value on it. But yeah, like you said,
well, they did.
They threw kind of everything. They did. They got some incredible value on it. Don't get me wrong. But you might have wanted to try to pair that up with something to try to get a little better value. Shatter Noon might have gotten a little bit more. Not that Disabito really didn't get value, but a little bit of more teamwork as opposed to just kind of these showy, flashy individual plays, right? And that's what Rio Grande has had going from this. Team play has been immaculate to turn that back.
Going back in now here onto the Sanctum stage, looking for potentially some environmental kills, but now both teams still coming in here with a very similar roster. Symmetra is still out for Michael, not from Divinosaurus though. We're going to get the Cassidy matchup between them and Halbert. Gonna get indeed already the environmental on the Agrigorn though, and that is a little bit of a back off from ESU right there, as they do keep getting these eliminations. Counter. Rio Grande has to go to the objective, or at least wants to go there to try and cap it, but there's a Lucio in the way. Kafka trying to block that cap. It eventually will go through, but they are losing members by the bucket. Another one down. Zappy won't make it, and that's going to be eventually the wipe here coming out from the ESU Warriors. 10% on the clock, so it's at least something, but you'd rather have the ult charge.
Yeah, and the alt charge did almost get there. You have one in Anonymouse's amplification matrix, but there's two on the other side, so you didn't quite get enough. The patient play from the Warriors really is what earned them that though, because they were able to sit back, poke a little bit more with the Sigma, and then move in when they felt comfortable. But speaking of that, they are moving it quick here.
Really quickly, already a flux out. The Symmetric turret's got the Agrigorn elimination already, and the Immortality Field won't be enough to save anybody. When it's gone, that's going to be a clean team wipe. Only Call Me Massey was already down early, so they didn't quite get the gong. That's a shame, but on the other hand, it's a small time window.
Yeah, and plus side for Rio Grande, those quicker deaths mean that you get another chance to attack. You're not wasting the time. You can see the nice regroup there, making sure everybody's ready to go. It's important. That's a fundamental that a lot of teams and 90% of my ranked games don't seem to understand. So good on them. They are playing effectively as a team and communicating well for that. But they are ready to throw those aggressive ultimates for the Warriors.
A nice wall with his speed boost, making sure you're in position on the point to even get the elimination onto both Lucio and the Reiner on the other side. Very nice move from Call Me Massey, and with the amplification matrix versus the photon barrier, they look to just be sustaining on this objective and able to get it out. Very close to going down a couple of members. That sound barrier comes out very late as well to try and just sustain everybody. Doesn't feel like they needed that, but at least they'll clean up the fight very easily this way.
Yeah, I guess that's insurance, but I mean, again, we kind of credit Rio Grande for their ultimate usage, and sometimes, right? They obviously felt they needed it there to clean it up, so let's trust their call. They do have a self-destruct, and they will get a Blizzard mid-fight, so they must be feeling that they could commit that, because this flux is going to be important, and there's nothing really to... I'm sorry, the High Noon to really stop that.
Ooh, didn't stand behind the barrier just enough. Does get eliminated. A lot of damage onto the shield of Zappy, but we'll still have some left. And of course, you lose the Cassidy in the process, unfortunately. Blizzard's even ready from Agrigorn. I think they just want them to get to the objective, throw down the Blizzard, and take them all out. But for now, it's just a bit of poking and prodding. Make sure the turrets don't get to do anything. That's been nice from Gould, the turret cleanup. They do teleport behind them, but that's a perfect place for the Blizzard to do its job.
Ooh, and the bomb too.
Triple
it comes
kill.
up huge.
There is Ghoul. It's not quite the 4, but I think they will have no reaction in communication, as we have been promised. Unfortunately, we don't have player comms, but we definitely would ask them after. Did they react? Probably not.
No, sorry, I'm not impressed. That was a 3 out of 4. I am unamused, but you know, they should be amused.
It wasn't even
they are
hard.
running
They
this
had the
back.
Blizzard ready. Come on.
Yeah. But speaking of hard, there's a flux into a lot, but that hits so many of the warriors as they just fall. But there's the recovery there.
Reinhardt for Reinhardt trade is what you like to see when you are the University of Rio Grande, just waiting on the defense, 92% and counting. They do try to do a little bit more. The wall's good again, but they don't quite get follow-up from it, as it is actually their Cassidy and their Diva DMech. And the point has been acquired, or at least the point has been occupied here by ESU Warriors. Another sound barrier from Massey is very well timed, especially when that Shatter comes out straight after. But the charge gets nothing on the side of De Sabato. And another environmental here on the Baptiste on the side of ESU Warriors. It's such a good Lucio game for Call Me Massey. It is Lucio's playground. And once again, it's proving to be a round victory for the University of Rio Grande as they take Nepal.
You know, if you had told me, if I was watching this from the outside and you had told me the 6-1 team would lose control to the lower ranking team, I might have questioned that. But Rio Grande really showing that they are fighters, they are scrappy, they want to win this, and you know what? It is control, so anything's possible. But I mean, wow, what a slam that was! Wow, yeah. This is control though. This is kind of the odd one out. So maybe it's a fluke, maybe not. We'll have to see. But I mean, I'm interested in the rest of this game now. Like, this is an insane looking game, because we saw a 99 flip to 100. We saw, an early take get flipped and go to 100. These teams are both excel in very different things, and they're playing into each other very interestingly. So I'm very curious to see. You know, I would dare put a say, maybe we'll get that map 4 and 5, given how this is going.
Maybe we do. And of course, the next 3 maps we already know. We know exactly what they're going to be.
Yeah.
Going to go to Hollywood first, and then definitely to Dorado, maybe even to Blizzard World. But when you look at these 3 maps, I think there's a common theme. I think there's something that we need to address here, and it's that high ground play, not just on first, but also just in the streets phase of all those 3 maps. And I mean, if it's just a high ground week and we got 2 good Diva players, that becomes a very interesting proposition.
Yeah. Well, we haven't seen much Diva from one side, though. So there has to be, that is going to look to see who is the dominant Diva. There has to be. But, you know, when you found, because the Warriors haven't found success with the Sigma so far. So maybe you give that up and maybe you do go play the Diva. But you are correct. There's a lot of high ground that needs to be covered. And if you're not going to play Dive, if you're not going to play a Winston or a Wrecking Ball, it's going to put a lot of pressure on that Diva to shine, to control those high grounds, to make sure they police that. And at this level where we are, asking your Diva to do so many multitasks could lead to an error that could just kind of tumble the rest of the building.
Yeah, it could very well do. Of course, it also depends on how much the other side makes use of that high ground to try and get some advantage, right? Like both the defense and the attack. A lot of different opportunities there. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do with it, obviously. And as we start on Hollywood, where we already on the first point can hit some high ground defense or attack, depending on who takes it. And we've seen a lot of Symmetras. This is going to be an interesting one, because you could just straight away teleport to Juice or to the cafe and just make sure that the defense is in a little bit of trouble. Or as defense, you can set up a teleport between those two and just make sure that you always have one of those 2 high grounds to contend with.
Yeah, and as long as you are maintaining that space on the defense, you will stand a little bit more of an advantage. You know, knowing when to get out of the way, knowing when to hold a forward high ground is an important skill. And like you said, given that we've seen a lot of rush, these like kind of Symmetra hyper rushes straight into a backline could catch a double shield comp, which is pretty popular on these kinds of this like point hold. That could catch you off guard if you aren't looking for it. So, you know, I'm very curious to see what these teams think they're going to bring out, because right now the only thing we've seen that's really been different has been that Diva versus the Sigma, and the Warriors have kind of shown us we've seen some pilot supremacy for the time being. So should they keep that Sigma? Do they want to move into like a full double shield, or do they want to try to meet them at their own game? Because right now the Warriors don't look like a 6-1 team, but it's match one. So let's see what happens when we go to the Hollywood and we get the film rolling.
And I mean, these teams are familiar with each other, so maybe their tactics are going to be like a little bit different when we look at one or the other. I mean, I'm personally really been a very big fan of the May that's coming out, you know, from Agrigorn. We are going to be seeing actually a sub come in, Deadly Pants coming in for Paparama. So Paparama playing the Baptiste, the last map. Deadly Pants potentially coming in for that. We'll see some role swaps potentially. Not the case. Deadly Pants will be on support as well. The ESU Warriors going to be starting on defense here on Hollywood. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they're going to run out with.
So that support slot tells me they might be looking towards playing something, maybe like an Ana. Maybe they're bringing in like an Ana specialist here. Maybe they're bringing in a Zen. Baptiste is kind of like the dominant force here, and I say that, and they immediately are sitting on Baptiste. So a pox to what I might think, because they want to they want to continue to play this double shield, but they feel they need a different support line for it. So maybe there's something in that. I do like the Mercy for the ranged support. I think that's really good. So it gives a little bit more of a split. You can kind of just, group up into 3 and play as you need to for the Warriors. Let's hope that plan works a little bit better now that they have some different points to control. And on the Rio Grande side, they are gonna just continue. They had success. Why change it? It's gonna be some brawl. We're just gonna get in faces and swing hammers.
I love myself a damage boosted soldier on the defense of Hollywood High Ground. Damage boosted Hanzo is gonna be just as fun, honestly. But yeah, as they run out, we're not gonna see indeed that much change from the side of Rio Grande, which not a problem at all. They were doing pretty well with it. Like, they did win a map. And I think they're just going to try and push up these stairs and just do some fun Maywall plays, which has been working out well as we do see them charge through, try and put up a backboard. Backboard doesn't quite get anything. It's Halbert gets the first pick. They do trade it back straight away onto Vanilla Jack, but we are looking here whether or not they can actually maintain this, as we do see a lot of critical HP, and the rest coming out on Vanilla Jack does get pushed back straight to low ground, so at least they succeeded in taking up the high.
Yeah, that's an important high ground, because now they can just reign uncontested. And speaking of uncontested, Mouse's amplification matrix will be uncontested up there and just be able to rain down. So the Warriors are starting to turn it back, but they never mind, I say that they are bringing it home for that defense.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Rio Grande that they couldn't really capitalize on that amplification matrix. I mean, you were looking really like, oh, it's coming out, it's awesome, but then everyone was kind of fighting out of the line of sight from it, and everyone jumped down, so it's only the Baptiste that can really use it. And at that point, Another Mouse just can't do enough on their own. They're going to try again, though, and they have some ultimates coming up.
Yeah, the Warriors have a couple of those ultimates. They can probably use it here. This is a great spot. They look they know it's ready. There it is. Halbert, it's Dragons. Ooh. They know it's there. They have to back out. It's too late, though. There's one. That's the pick. That's the pick there.
Yeah, Ghoul could have maybe eaten that with the defense matrix, but wasn't quite ready for it. I think that was the right range that they had for it, but unfortunate. Call me Massey wants to speed them in. They just want to overwhelm them with some speed and power, and at least they get them off the high ground. Again, they managed to get that push, but it's Ghoul that gets DMAC'd first by the accretion there from Vanilla Jack. Nice try for the Shatter, but unfortunately he didn't have enough health, so it was just Deadly Pants to the amplification matrix, breaking you down. Vanilla Jack just cleaning up everything that was set up by the beautiful start there. A lot of damage done, not enough damage recovered from.
No, well, there is a lot of damage for the Warriors, right? There's a whole damage boost. That matrix, just the DPS output for the side of the Warriors is a little bit more than the side of Rio Grande. You're really counting on these May isolations. They have looked good, but these moments they've just not really been able to connect and isolate. So this Blizzard is going to be their key in for this fight. Oh.
Straight in, trying to do the attack visor from behind. Doesn't quite work if they're ready for it. And there's a Ghoul in your face. Ghoul to self-destruct again with the Blizzard combo. Gets one. And with that combo, they're likely just to clean this one up. It's just Deadly Pants on the Baptiste. Won't be alive for long. The Kafka will try and come back in. But it's not happening. The Kafka, unfortunately, might want that Valkyrie back. But maybe they're just swap off. Maybe they're going to go for like a different hero at all.
Yeah,
Nope, nope. They actually just,
might,
just,
no,
just
they're
give him
gonna,
the ultimate.
okay.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, I would.
Oh, that is.
I would have liked to keep that.
Yeah, you want a refund there? Yeah, you might go talk to a manager for a refund on that because there's several ultimates for the side of Rio Grande. Both of those support ultimates are going to be huge, and they are going to get a quick control of this high ground. Although it will be contested. And there's an early pick. Yeah, the Warriors suddenly looking tough. There is that isolation they're looking to get though.
Yeah, they're trying to get up there, and Sabato able to do a lot of damage with that Reinhardt. It looks like a tiny room, and no one wants to get in there against that hammer. It's going to be a quick few kills, and they're just going to respect each other's distance, respect each other's space, I guess, for a little bit.
So the problem with this high ground defense right now is just that for the side of the Warriors is that they don't really have a lot, but they will get, this freeze, yeah. They don't have the mobility that kind of goes with it, right? Like usually you want a Winston or a Diva or something that can kind of pop in, pop out, and bother the high ground, and instead they've just kind of been left up there and not really getting a ton of value for it.
Looking to get a little bit of value there right now, but Agrigorn couldn't, on their own, get anything done there, unfortunately. Albert now on the cart with that Hanzo doing a lot of damage. They're getting a lot of eliminations out of that as well. And looking forward to see the Divinosaurus get some more value. Nice Shatter comes out, but there's just no follow-up, but the rest will just straight away come out on the Sabato, the setup for the next fight.
Good strength from the Rio Grande support line to hold those. They know they'll need them later, and it could have been very easy just to commit them and thinking something's winnable, but I like the communication there. You throw in the Shatter, it's not really that valuable alone, but with the Blizzard and the Bomb, that's been their main win cons here, right? Is getting Blizzard Bombs off and trying to win off of those and those walls to buy them some space for it. But there's just so many ults on the side of the Warriors, so pick one. They have several win conditions in their bag.
Definitely do. The Sabato does get charged away, though, by Zappy. Gets the elimination there. Both Baptistes do bite the dust at the moment, as we see a nice high ground position from Divinosaurus setting themselves up for success. A lot of damaged heroes on the side of Rio Grande, and the Shatter actually contributes to that. And that is Michael following up, demeched, Lucio gone, and the Blizzard will have to be monumental to get something out of that.
It is!
And it is! It's Agrigorn getting 3 kills out of that one. Just Vanilla Jack there on the cart with that Michael on the Soldier, but they do actually get a lot of value as the Baptiste comes back in, and it's Michael popping back off, saying you can have a big May play, but the Soldier play is bigger because I've got a support left.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Just like that Ragdoll, very unfortunate, but it did pull the majority of those ultimates out of the Warriors, so if they're tracking well, they only know there's a flux incoming. And again, whether it just be intentional, whether it be committed and regained, Rio Grande does have both support ultimates. They stand to win in a longer fight or in a more aggressive fight if they commit them aggressively. So let's see what they want to do as they try to retake this high ground.
Yeah, they're all going to go up there. They have the sound barrier ready. They got so many ultimates ready. They're just going to be able to single out Vanilla Jack. That's a flux that will never be not be regained anytime soon.
Ooh,
and with a
important.
nice little bit of damage mitigation, you're going to be able to walk over this bridge. The amplification matrix is out, but there is a boop or something that throws Zappy back up to the hollow ground with the cart, as everyone on the side of ESU Warriors is in that little rook. Oh, you tried to throw the bomb, but it just got stuck on the cart. Unfortunately, Ghoul, that was not the 4K we were looking for, but Michael behind them again with Attack Visor. We've seen this journey before, and this time the journey is leading them all around the saloon to try and find somebody right into a Reinhardt charge as Ghoul takes out 2 other players. Just a few left. They should be able to get this card in, but the cleanup still has to happen. It's not over until it's over, and this time it will be over pretty quickly. That's not going to be
now it's
long.
over here. Yeah. Yeah, no, now it's over. The last of these will come in, and oh no, the Baptiste trying to get out will get punished for that. But they bought themselves a little bit more time, and again, patient play out of Rio Grande. They're holding, they're waiting for these moments, they're communicating well. But I
think Halbert got forward spawn. I don't know. They didn't. Actually,
no, I don't think so.
No, they did. They did.
They did.
And that's the headshot from Agrigorn and finished that one off. On fire player as a May. You'll have to see it. Cold as ice with the abilities, but on fire in terms of level of gameplay at the moment. And Agrigorn close to another Blizzard, which have been very successful so far.
Yeah. And that's a player advantage that they need to push here. And there's an isolation again. We'll get hit by the rock. And that's just unfortunate because I was looking in their favor.
Reinhardt. That's not what you want to see from your May. But every now and then you make those mistakes. You can't blame them for it. It's a nice Shatter actually going all the way over to the side there. Freeze onto the Soldier. There, get out. And now you're ready to throw that Blizzard in. The res will come out on Michael. So we'll get another shot at this as we look for Agrigorn to throw out the Blizzard. There it finally is. Kafka will be taken out. The Sabato will try and counter that back, but the Blizzard is too powerful as we're looking for the Amplification Matrix to potentially get something done. It's Ghoul in spawn with the self-destruct. 19 seconds on the clock, but it looks like this cart will make it to the end zone. Just a little bit more stall from a Reaper from Halbert, but I don't think anyone else can make it out of spawn. That's going to be the completion. Maybe in overtime, because they are stalling for a little bit more. With a couple seconds on the clock, they do make it. 4.1.
Yeah.
Barely matters in the grand scheme of things, of course, because you need to finish with over a minute to actually have some influence. But 4.1 might make the difference if they go to extra overtime.
I mean, it is better than where they were even 2-3 minutes back. You know, they almost didn't take the capture point segment. So I think you have to be happy with that if you're Rio Grande. Everything came to your fruitions. Your ultimates that you're spacing out look great. You're getting value from everything. And your team play is what's winning you those games there. So now you just need to continue to keep that going. Keep isolating, keep making distractions, and then capitalizing on them. Force those errors. And now you just got to do the defense, you know? It can't be that hard, right? You got it to the end, so the hardest part is done, because at least you know you're going to a round 2. So just now figure out what you want to do. You're probably going to run this brawl again, because that's what I need to stop talking, man. They pulled out immediately to double shield.
Just wait until they select them. They're going to spawn. They're the defense. You only have to wait for a couple seconds, so you know.
They're out. They're out. It's double shield. Yeah.
You're setting yourself up to be debated. That's just what's going on here. Let's
look. Look, this is all fresh and new. They hadn't shown any of this, so like, I guess I played myself. It's that meme. I've played myself. Double shield in the front with the Pharah Mercy. I like it. I don't think, well, Warriors, because they are playing, these two teams have played each other a bunch. They are pretty good friends. They may know this is coming. They may see this coming, but I don't know, because suddenly the Warriors are bringing out double off tank with a Pharah Mercy of their own. So okay, I'm interested to see where this goes.
Who placed the better Pharah Mercy? Who placed the better Pharah Mercy counter? Well, so far it's been a big rocket in the face of Michael as they try and fight this back, but they just had to hide for a little bit. Nice defensive Pharah. Always has a little bit of that advantage on the defense, because you can just spam their corners before they walk around them. Trying to get this Sigma, but puts himself in a little bit of trouble into the small room. Can they get out? They do get out, but they don't take another mouse with them. That's your Mercy gone. They're going to be in trouble if you are that Pharah. 2 down. The Vinosaurus will also fall, and that is a really quick turnaround as Agrigord is on the sliver of HP trying to defend this objective.
Oof. No, I'm not sure about Deadly Pants' Baptiste here. On paper, it makes sense, but everybody's kind of everywhere. This is a comp that's moving. Are you really going to get value out of like you get a pairing, but are you really going to get value out of this amplification matrix? But they are. The second I'm questioning this, but it's working for them. So they are looking good here. And speaking of that, that's going to be a visor for Halbert coming down the line if they need to use it. But never mind, Michael's got it.
There's an attempt to come back in here. Agrigord actually finding 2 already. The Duke eventually get traded, but this point has not been captured just yet, as there is a Sigma in the way. Ghoul almost getting to that Gravitic Flux. Not quite, though. As when Zappy falls, that will just be a point completion. University of Rio Grande, that was, a little bit of an attempt of it holds, but they need to do a little bit more.
Maybe they just weren't expecting this. This feels like something you've just been playing Brawl the whole time. Maybe you didn't see it coming, but this aggression they sure saw coming for the side of the Warriors, because the cart will keep moving, and the 3 ultimates, 3 available of the 4 for Rio Grande suddenly aren't looking too useful, as everybody's just falling.
And it'll be a very, very quick turnaround here. University of Rio Grande looking to go a little bit more aggressive on their defense, but this high ground's been taken over by the ESU Warriors. They keep also pushing the card. Halbert not at all annoyed being on that card alone. They got attack visor. They can do whatever they want with that. But Divinosaurus might look for an angle on that as well. Both Pharahs got to be very careful, as we do see a self-destruct on the Pharah and the Ana and the Mercy come out from the Sabato. And on the other side, the Tech Fires are getting a bunch as well. And these teams losing members left, right, and center. But it's Michael still online on this Pharah. That's the one aerial attack that's still there. And when you only have a soldier to worry about, it's not that big of a problem, especially if the Sabato just takes them out. This card's going to keep on rolling for a little bit, but they have to be careful for their respawns to come back in.
Yeah, it was good discipline to keep the cart rolling the whole way through on that fight. And Halbert, thankfully was able to hold on to that visor, so that'll be good with Aragorn in the skies as they're looking for it. You can see them trying to find it, but that'll be a great counter to look while they're looking for that barrage.
Halbert with that Tech Visor is totally ready. Wasn't ready for the barrage from Agrigorn as they were reloading, but it's not a problem when you still have the Sabato in the way. Looking for it. Yep, that's a better barrage coming on the other side.
Ooh.
Both supports down. Kind of worried that they were just standing there together. Unfortunately, the Sabato having to find their mech back. But when you get this push card, where you've got that numbers advantage, A, you can keep them in this choke point coming out of spawn. You're in a great spot to take point B.
You are, and you can see it. They are trying to find their way out, but all the doors are blocked right now. So keep an eye out for that attack visor and amp matrix combo to come out and try to clean this up here, because there's only Zappy's bongo to keep bringing anything home, and it's already too late. It doesn't matter. They are going to commit it though and try to get something going.
Double kill from Agrigorn, almost gets something going, but unfortunately they couldn't get on the cart in time. The tanks are just getting blistered every single time they try and contest here, and that is Rio Grande having to defend C for 4 minutes. It's a long time. This is the point where you eventually hold, and the fires will get a lot less value, but still, a lot of time.
Yeah, but the changes have come over. Rio Grande realizing that they are just not finding success, and I like it. Throw everything out, reset. This is the last point to hold, and there's a little under 4 minutes. That's so much time you have to buy off, but Michael will unfortunately die to the ether and will come back. So, there's still 4 ultimates for the Warriors. They're looking dominant here, and they may just be able to bring this around for another take, and hopefully their first W to bring it back.
Yeah, it could be a 1-1 after this map, but we're not there just yet. Divinosaurus on the Cassidy now, and we got Evergorn back on the May. I like seeing them on these heroes. They've been able to do a lot of work with them. It's all up to the ESU Warriors how they want to deal with this. Do they want to swap as well, or do they want to use the ultimates first?
I think you have to get the value of the ultimates. You already have them. To just throw them away isn't worth it. But especially when you have all 6, you can just throw everything and just something will connect.
At least win a fight, yeah.
Oh yeah, at least win the fight on them and then make your swaps, because that will be everything in the kitchen sink coming out. But
it's everything.
And the
kitchen sink it works. Is also very deadly, and they don't even use everything. I mean, the Sabato uses self-destruct, so they'll still have the amplification matrix to stop people from coming out of spawn. They're ready for it. The stalls are gonna try and come in here really quickly. There's already a Sigma in your spawn. Cassidy is gone. No one can touch. This is gonna be 1 meter, 2 meters, and 3.5 minutes on the clock.
It's as simple as that, ladies, gents, and everybody here. Just get all 6 of the ultimates, press Q at the same time, win games. I mean, it's as simple as that. But there is still a chance for a draw, for something to come back here. There's a minute on one side and 3:30. So if you're the Warriors with this attack, you probably run that back on yours, and on the defense, you probably keep this. You probably match the Reinhardt, right? Because you're just too open with that Sigma Diva. Reinhardt just kind of has free reign on you to swing in and get their ability to get in. So probably match the Reinhardt. You, again, like we said, you were probably using all those ultimates just to win, and it worked out in your favor. But yeah, they are going to match it, and Halbert actually going to go over to the Reaper here. I like this. They might be expecting something a little bit more of this ground game that they're going to try to run into. I like that extra ground power to kind of balance out the air force that is the Pharmacy for the Warriors. But meanwhile, Rio Grande, it worked for them for a while. They got through the end of it. I don't see why not, but they need to tighten up these May walls. They need to tighten up these isolations a little bit. That's where they found the success. So if they can figure out how to isolate some of these targets a little bit more effectively, come a little bit faster and a little bit more explodey in these brawls, that's where they'll come out on top here.
It's definitely one of the harder maps to make May work on. I think that's going to be their struggle throughout this series in general. Not the greatest map pool for the May, but Agrigorn has so far been able to make it work decently. Especially the blizzards have just been good. So if you'd be able to put a lot of damage and get those quickly, maybe you can get something going, and then just go full aggro through security into the point, but they already lose 2. That's no Reinhardt. That's no Cassidy. That's no May. That's no Lucio. And yeah, you get that one on. But who really cares about that one at that stage? That's a wipe.
Yeah. And there's a res. It's fine. I mean, one more push live. No real ultimate. It was so quick, there's no ultimates for them. That's kind of the other part, right? There's you have to move quick, but you also have to isolate quick, and you have to find your target quick. And they try to just go in guns and hammers blazing, and it didn't really pay off for them. So now they're fighting even further uphill.
They're really counting on getting a little bit more from that first fight, but now there's already a couple down. There's Anonymous on the ground and out of life points. Zappy 1, 2, 3 also pretty low, and they don't really have a lot of healing to kill that back up, especially when Kalmi Massey goes down. 3 on the ground, 3 out of life. That's Agrigorn following up, and with that time ticking down, no one can make it. That's going to be the hold here for ESU Warriors, setting themselves up for a map win.
They are looking good to clear this out. 3 minutes and 30 seconds and 6 players. The only thing really standing between them and success. But yeah, they read that well. They played that well. They saw the only real counter to was the Cassidy and played into that very well. So the Warriors showing why they are near the top of the teams. Looking good. I think they're going to run that back. They can play the time here if they need to, right? So this is a time where if they want to run this Sigma Diva, play a little bit slower, just build ultimates and do that. They have the kind of luxury to do so, and that may be an option. But they've looked good with this pharmacy, so they may just also kind of run the same thing back, keep that Reaper, and just try and do that. No, they are going to go. They're going to give the speed boost for the Symmetra as opposed to the Lucio. And, you know, I think there is something that could be had of this. This hyper brawl worked for them. And, you know, they catch them off guard. If they can catch Rio Grande off guard, it's worked in the past. Might as well work again.
Yeah, best thing that Rio Grande's got going for them is that the Mei on defense is a lot better here. There's like only really 2 entrances that they can take. Problem is, as soon as that Symmetra comes out, that kind of goes out of the window because they can just teleport past the wall if it goes up in time. So we'll see what comes out of it in that situation.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that the Symmetra can beam down your wall and get value off of it. You know, there's something to be had for just accidentally charging that beam up even more and putting more damage. A little bit of a monkey's paw situation in this Mei.
Mei, great hero on the control maps, but on Hollywood struggles a little bit so far as Rio Grande is starting their defense, but the teleport come out. They don't have to worry about the wall. They can all go through their own juice. The wall has been nullified, and they take their position on their high ground. Immortality Field already used by Anonymous. Ghoul out of mech, and this is starting to go down south really quickly as Hollywood looks to be the one party where Rio Grande is not going to be able to celebrate.
Yep. Blink and you miss it because the wind's there. That's the advantage of the Symmetra, right? Is being able to just blink past, catch your opponent off guard. You thought you had a good wall, but it unfortunately wasn't good enough. You have to make those communications and call out where that's going to quicker. It's also why you kind of split team a little bit, right? It's why you put someone in that back area, not so you can necessarily just play safe, but so you can kind of have that back information. So you can see, oh, they're coming here. I need help. Let me get out of here. The rest of the team can peel for that, or just so you have even a place to play through. The Mei finding great success initially, not so much here for Rio Grande, tying it up 1-1, and it's still anybody's game. I mean, all it takes is one good map like that control map for Rio Grande to bring it home. But if they continue to run this Mei, especially going to Dorado, where it's going to be really tough to try to continue to get these kinds of isolation plays, they might struggle, and we may see, 3-4 maps, 3, 4, and 5 here.
Yeah, 4 and 5. I mean, definitely map 4, of course, because it's a 1-1 now. But yeah, ESU coming back with a vengeance on that one, and I think a big deal about it as well is you gotta have as much information as possible. And I don't think anyone was really scouting what was coming out of spawn on the other side, because if you see that Symmetra coming, you can either like back up a little bit or play differently or play even very aggro. You just go past the choke to try and get them. But because no one was really ready for it, teleporter came out. It did land, slight mistiming on the wall potentially, and that was kind of it. That being said, though, it's a 1-1 scoreline. We're going to see at least 2 more maps, so high ground is going to still be a thing. We'll see who deals better with that after the break. Welcome back, everybody. Rio Grande versus the ESU Warriors. It's a 1-1 clash, and the friendly teams who started off really funny on DePaul, but now they're definitely in the deep of it. They're in the thick of it, and going next to the map of Dorado. Gonna see who comes out with the lead in this series.
Yeah, fun time's over. We had some fun, but we were throwing some punches. And now that we're in Dorado, which we definitely haven't seen either of these teams on, it'll be very interesting to see what happens here because we've seen Rio Grande primarily stay to this brawl, this comfort zone, this pick. It has shown some success for them, but these high grounds are so necessary to control. So you either have to really get creative with your Symmetra plays, and you have to be running that Symmetra, or you're going to have to find another way to adapt because the Warriors have shown they can adapt. They've shown some different things, some flexibility out of it, and they've found more success with that flexibility. So as we move to Dorado and these high grounds become more important and the team play becomes more important, let's see who comes out on top And well, who ends up sitting on cart and waiting?
Yeah, waiting for the game to change. Well, the ESU Warriors, they're changing the game a lot. They're swapping around, and University of Rio Grande are the ones that got to adapt maybe a little bit more, or make what they're running work a little bit better. It's either of those two usually is what you're running with. As we're gonna look at this, Rio Grande actually coming out with something completely different.
Okay.
And that's what you love to see. We've seen the pharmacy before, but Zappy and Ghoul on their Wrecking Ball Diva and a high ground dive defense is something I love to see on Dorado.
That is approximately what I would have liked to have seen here, and it is shown that is very good in past. And we haven't seen Zappy on this Wrecking Ball, so I'm very curious to see what their prowess looks like. Is this a is this a pick that they feel comfortable with? Is this something that they're pulling out because they know it is something they should be playing? But meanwhile, the Warriors, they're gonna play this. I think they're expecting to see Brawl, so they're gonna try to meet them in the streets and maybe be pleasantly surprised here.
Going around the side, this is going to be one of those teleport plays that we know them for. Michael, DH Kafka, and DeSabato, they're looking for the telly, and I think they're going all the way around. They're doing it. They are not even close to anybody. But the problem is, the rest of your teams is going to get taken out by Rio Grande because they see a 6v3, and they're taking it.
Oh, yeah, they caught that right out when that call came in. They knew they had won. Oof.
Have to be a little bit careful about that. So, it's a cool play. But maybe do it with your entire team and not just with 3 of them. That might be the lesson there.
Yeah. Got to make sure your team gets through. You also got to know where your enemies are before you make those kinds of plays.
Maybe. A little bit. Ghoul, meanwhile, take a little bit of damage. But, they can fly to another high ground. Reinhardt can't do that. He doesn't have a jump. And Michael's not really there right now to help with the teleporter. Does eventually put it up on the closer high ground, on the big rep building. And there will be some damage from Agrigorn. Missing their Mercy, though, so they're going to be in trouble as Divinosaurus and Call Me Massey were under too much pressure, and they get taken out. Is a cart making some progress here, as Zappy can only stall for so long.
The difficulty of this this kind of poke comp with Rio Grande is that it does require a lot of teamwork and good communication. While their communication has been good, it's been communication in a different format. It's been Brawl. So this probably could have used a little bit of more of a warm-up for great success, but Aragorn is in the back with Anonymous, so they have a little bit of these pokey flank angles. Let's see if they can make them work.
Yeah, Zappy is around as well, so they're definitely in this position where they are surrounding the enemy, and that is what the Pocump loves to do, shoot from different sides, get the Mercy out of the way. That is one, and the Symmetra under pressure as well. Anonymous has to be a bit careful, but all they did is take out the turrets, and they are able to hold just before this checkpoint gets there, so that means they are in a good position. They do lose a few members, though, and Anonymous is looking for potentially a res. Doesn't mean get it out here, I think, but Agrigorn goes down in the meantime. Call Me Massey looking to get their team back up, especially Massey in a very, very particular spot here, trying to heal back up Zappy. But eventually looks like they're going to be able to hold here because they've got too many people around, and our respawns are just a little bit better.
Just a little bit. The ultimates were a little bit better too, and that DMAC not looking too much better. But they burned some time off the clock, a little under 2 minutes. You're pretty happy with that, I think, if you're Rio Grande, and you're playing this comp well. Just as I said, you need to make sure your communication's good, you're clear, you're explaining what you need to do. They did it just that, so they'll get a little bit more, but that's not as great at all.
It's not that great at all. Michael switching over to the Cassidy, immediately getting some value on that Tracer. Already was on it for a little bit, got a lot of ult charge up, but now they will actually have it. They don't quite lose a lot of mouse. That's a good thing, but they do get that first kill there onto Halbert. DH Kafka could potentially res that up if they're ready for it, and they are. While Agrigorn does go down. Call Me Massey ready with the Ana to try and get the elimination, but it doesn't actually come through. And meanwhile, they keep losing more and more members as the Shatter comes through. Both supports out, and that is going to be probably the point capped here, unless Zappy can do a hero play. Doesn't look to be the case.
Nope. A good effort was made a couple minutes back onto the clock, but now here's the important middle street section. So they have to try to quickly take this high ground here if they want to try to get some value, because they have no real way to contest this. They gave up the Diva too, so you're expecting, I guess the soldier there, but that will be just a little friendly banter, I guess, back and forth. But the pin comes through. They know the Reinhardt's in a bad position. So
yeah, this Sabato not getting out of that one. It's definitely not happening. They're gonna set up back on the high ground though. They gotta find a position to attack. Zappy is looking for. They're close to that minefield as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be big to put this on a quiet stop.
Ooh. See that, over 10% ult charge just straight away from that pile driver. You charge him so quickly as Agrigorn does find Michael. Does get res back up, so there is still the threat of the hit scan next to Halbert, and that will be an easy tech visor. Double elimination. Self-destruct gets one, and so does the pulse bomb. So they are trading back and forth. Both Mercy's out of it too, and if you're missing Vanilla Jack, there's not a lot of tank left, so Halbert gonna do a lot to carry this back on their back as the minefield blocks that cart. And while the respawns are closer, they probably also will need them for a little bit before they can start pushing again.
Yeah, they've moved back to this double off tank kind of a thing, which works a little better now that there's not a Reinhardt. But still, that's your contest to this high ground at this point is Disbato. That's the only way you're really going to get to this high ground at this point, and they are throwing everything at this. Oh my goodness.
Ooh, the High Noon doesn't quite get the kill on the Pharah that you were looking for. Nice mobility from Agrigorn as they do take out Vanilla Jack. Will get res back up. They're not able to stop these reses from DH Kafka every single time. They just land as the Sabato is looking to get some more ult charge, get some more eliminations, and both the off tanks will be ready for the next fight with those blue check marks.
The plus side is that it did burn a lot of time, and you gain some more check marks yourself there. So the Warriors have 3 going in, both those tank ultimates. Probably not then really you can set up. You can set up kind of a flux bomb maybe if you can make it work. But it's a big ask just because there's still a lot. So the Diva's going to have to keep their eyes open for Aragorn in the skies.
1 minute 15 on the clock, and they start with the kill on Anonymous really quickly. That self-destruct is going to come out as well. Very far in the back, but does get a double. Both the Ana and the Wrecking Ball out of it. And with 1 minute on the clock, they're just looking to walk straight over to that objective. Agrigorn had the barrage ready, but there just was no support to get it going. And Deadly Pants with the Nano doesn't need to use it. Plenty of check marks left, and ESU Warrior is going to put another check mark in their book as they get objective B.
They're going to look for that nano visor this next fight. That's going to be probably the setup here. Is they're going to try to chase down the remainder of these ones, and that'll be the remainder of these late spawns coming through and buying even more time.
Time, space, ult charge, everything is being gained right now from the ESU Warriors. Nice minefield on the cart will stop them from pushing it for a little bit, but Zappy, you're on too low HP, and you're just going to feed a lot of ult charge back over. That's another Deadeye.
These extended fights just are punishing Rio Grande even more. And again, there's never a stop and a reset. We saw this a couple times in the control point, but they haven't really done it since then. They need to just kind of take those moments and get themselves together.
Oh, he's looking for the barrage. Agrigorn's ready. It's gonna come out soon, but they need to find the opening, and they just can't keep getting barraged by every ultimate in the book. Mercy almost dying to that as well, but it's enough to just get Agrigorn and Ghoul, both DPS ults out. They're gonna try and go for a rest. Maybe will Anonymous with the Valkyrie usually can get it, and Agrigorn does get rest. Barrage needs to come out now. This is the time. No Graphitic Flux, no Matrix. It's all time for it. Agrigorn finally pulls it out, gets a double on both the hit scan. Those are at least out of it, but immediately the rest from DH Kafka again onto the soldier. They just cannot stop this Mercy as Vanilla Jack keeps going forward, has the Graphitic Flux ready. There's the self-destruct, doesn't get anything, but Sabato might go for a remake kill. They're going to go and sneak into spawn. We're going to see them around the flank while everyone else tries to get out of spawn on the side of the University of Rio Grande. But we'll get another mouse. Mercy eliminated, and that is Ghoul out of mech as well as this cart just keeps on rolling. They keep having the pressure. The respawns aren't successful. As I say that, of course, they do get the elimination on the Diva, but that's not going to be enough as it's just Ghoul on the cart trying to stall. This gets taken out of mech, out of life. The Venusaurus tries to trade it back, but there's just not enough, and the res keeps falling. Agrigorn is on the Mei, usually is good for a stall here, but it's just that, just a stall. No DPS value at all, and this cart finally can just start rolling towards this final checkpoint. It's just 1 or 2 members every single time as Halbert now goes on the flank with attack visor. Gonna be pressing Q any second now, and Zappy somehow pushing back the opposition. It's not over just yet as Halbert tries to attack visor from the high ground. Immediately gets Ghoul in their face, but Ghoul taken out of mech. As they try and find every single little bit they do, the soft reset seems to have worked one after another. They fall on the defense, and Rio Grande, a valiant effort as they do. They get it to overtime, but that's about as well as they're gonna do. Blizzard doesn't make a difference. That's finally the round complete, but that was a struggle in the end there.
That was fought for tooth and nail, and the overtime was well deserved from that. But that whole third point, right, was just one extended fight. The fighting never really stopped. Someone would get a pick, there would be an engage, counter picks would come in, a disengage to a re-engage. The fighting never really stopped in this third point, and it eventually just kind of came to that soft reset you noted, right? Just to be able to come in as a 3 or a 4 group and to be able to pressure a little bit differently, just made the difference of it all. And now Rio Grande has to come back and just do the same thing back. They need to continue to keep this pressure up. They look good on this poke comp. It's a little bit slower moving, but if they can continue to force those errors and surround and isolate like that, they should be in a good position considering the ESU Warriors. This comp that has apparently this was a comp designed to stop Rio Grande. Sorry. My American's showing, so forgive me. But yeah, they're looking really good. And now they're bringing out the double hit scan versus this Pharah. They're finding these answers, they're adapting, and that's what makes the Warriors this kind of a top tier team, right? They're finding these answers, they're making these changes that look weird to stare at, but make sense when you see it in execution. This double off tank has been very good for protection and stopping this Pharah in the sky, and that's been a key point for their success.
Kind of feels like the rest of Rio Grande should maybe find some value while their Pharah is being dealt with, but it's not happening at the moment. Agragorn already taking a bunch of damage. Not surprising at all, but they do find DH Kafka. That's already one of the damage boost options gone, but Agragorn falls to the ground as well. They might get the res off. They got some space to work with. And eventually they might push through, but it's so much effort. There's so much struggle as the concussion blast doesn't quite get anything, and there goes both the Mercy and the Pharah, and once again their wings have been clipped as Michael and Halbert are unstoppable on this high ground.
They just need to be contested. They aren't.
Yeah, but I mean, who's gonna do it? Agragorn
yeah,
apparently.
Who's around to do it? Yeah. Who's not contesting the Pharah?
So it's Zappy, Ghoul, Agragorn, and Anonymous. They all have to like go together. Then maybe an anti-nade needs to hit as well, and then they could potentially overpower this. But they just don't seem to be able to get that coordinated dive going.
No, the communication's just falling a little bit short, and that's one of the difficulties of this comp, right? It needs so much communication, and that communication will cost you your diva here.
Now, all they have to do is react on the defense, and react is what they exactly will do. 3 points they got on the board, and after 2 minutes, with 2 minutes 40 left, there's no progress from Rio Grande really being made. Cart is rolling forward, but we're looking at, like, you know, realistically, are they making progress? And the answer is kind of no, as they just keep having members fall. Not even half an ultimate on the side of Agragorn. Like, that just shows how little they got done.
They are really isolating this Pharah and preventing it from happening, and they're also continuing to push into these. They're just continuing to keep these fights rolling for some reason. Like, you just kind of need to stop, take a breath, get a full reset, and come back. And this is it. This is the moment. This is the full reset. DH Kafka just going to try to get some pot shots in there and just try and get some information for their team. But yeah, they needed this full reset. So now they have a chance. Work the communication. You have attack visor. You'll have a nano for it. Get some value out of that. Push them off the high ground. And that's your success.
Yeah, call me Massey trying to hide here. The tech visor does come out. We'll stop the high noon from coming through. And oh, the nano just in time, saving Halbert. Deadly pants, making sure that the pants of Halbert are as deadly as they can be with that. Sliver of HP turns it around, and that is another defense. It was looking so good for Rio Grande there.
It was, but they didn't commit their own nano, and had they been able to do so, that might have been a different story. But the picks continue to fall for the Warriors.
That Warriors not stopping anytime soon, and it feels like that's something you say about an attacking team, but this time it's the defense. And at minute 14, they have a bunch of ultimates, but Agragorn has had enough. They go over to the Echo. They want to be able to do a little bit different of the mobility. The hitbox is a bit smaller. The mobility is a little bit different, and the burst they can get out of that focus beam is just insane. Sabato have to be a little careful, and they mine up this hallway. Not the best spread of the mines, but at least they're there to stop everyone from going through. And this cart is trying to be rolled through this choke. It's not happening though, as he get that triple kill from this Sabato. It is over, done and dusted for that fight. And with 40 seconds, it almost already is looking over for this map. It's going to be a monumental effort for Rio Grande to come back here.
And they're going to give up that poke comp, go to the brawl, and yeah, that might have been a switch you should have made forever ago, though, because you weren't really even getting, you weren't getting value out of it, right? Like, your Pharah was getting pressured out. The team was clearly kind of all over the place, but not in the good way they should be. So you got to figure out, try something new and take it back. Well, 15 seconds on the clock, it may be too late. You have 2 ultimates, but make them count.
Looking here to potentially get some value out of those. The High Noon behind gets blocked by everything and the Immortality Field. But if you already lose both your DPS, what are you really going to have left to work with, Rio Grande? The answer is not much. You do get a couple eliminations here and there, but it's just way too much value coming out of Deadly Pants on that Ana. The sub came in after map 1, and it's been nothing but success ever since as the ESU Warriors go up 2-1 in the series.
They are looking a dominant force, exactly like a 6-1 team that's leading the pack I would have expected. And it's been great adaptations the whole way through, right? All these different moments, realizing where they need to put the pressure, keeping this Pharah, this Air Force out of the sky. And man, these bombs have just been incredible, all matched from both sides. But yeah, the Rio Grande just looked kind of scattered the whole way through. A team in a poke comp shouldn't be getting caught out to 3 and 4 person diva bombs, right? Like they should be spread out. They should be able to avoid this. It's a very mobile comp. So to see 3 people fall to a diva bomb tells me that the communication was a little bit off and that maybe wasn't their strongest comp. So, all right, you got one more chance, run it back. You're going to Blizzard World. There's a little bit less high ground you need to control, so maybe you can play this rush comp and try to keep it going. And you have to make it work because this is your last chance for Rio Grande.
One more chance, one more map, and otherwise Rio Grande will just, lose another series. It's not like they haven't lost a series before. It's not like they're in huge trouble if they lose this one. But if you come onto a 4-4, and it can potentially be a 4-5 or a 5-4, you're just in the middle of the pack, right? Going into playoffs, you'll be in an okay state, but the higher seeding, the better your placement's going to be in terms of the bracket, everything. You're going to feel more confident about yourself. But, I always say you lose the more from your losses, so at least I'll get more opportunity to learn, I guess.
Yeah, this is some great footage to run back and look at, right? Because this is a good lesson in how to tell when you're being counterpicked, right? These double off tanks have been very effective at keeping this Pharah in check. They even brought out double hit scan. They made it very clear this is a no-fly zone. So you need to look at that and say, okay, they are pressuring us very hard here. Let's run it back and change that. They clearly have no shield in the way. We can run a Reinhardt through this. Let's bring back that Mei. We were like, let's ice a little more. Sigma's slow. Sigma can't get out of the way. So if you just need to bring it back to your basics when you realize that one option isn't working, and Rio Grande has the chance to do that. This is their last chance to do it. But meanwhile, for the Warriors, great adaptations, great play. The teamwork and communication is there. They are looking like a dominant team. And I think even down the line in the playoffs, you are feeling comfortable that if you see them again in later, because this is a top tier to a mid, maybe lower tier, you might see them again on an early pick. So you're fine with this. This is a good comfort to know that you can beat this team pretty handedly and you can play against them.
Yeah, it's looking like a team that you can contend with if you have a good day. Or Rio Grande doesn't look to be having that good of a day outside of that control map. If they can get back to the playstyle, if they can get back to that matchup, maybe there is something to be done. But currently, it is just looking like a party for the side of ESU Warriors. Blizzard World, yeah, it's the map that we're going to next, and it might very well be the last in this series. It is definitely looking like that based on the pace we're currently going at. That being said, I'm always up for some surprises. I'm always up for some shenanigans. Maybe get some Bastion out there for a change, like do something fun. And if you're going to do it, this would be the map to do it on.
I mean, look, we saw how much fun these players all wanted to have in round 1 in Oasis. We saw the silliness. Like, there's clearly no hard feelings. So I think if you're going to make a Hail Mary play, bring out a Bastion, bring out something ridiculous, this is the time. This is the place. Like, you might as well do it because you got it. You're going to go home otherwise. And maybe if it's not even a Bastion, maybe you bring out like a Sombra, something that can actually get some value in the back line. Both of these teams have very good communication. There is something to be had for that kind of a pick and setting up those kinds of errors. If you don't want to play that dirty in some people's minds, you can always look to, we haven't seen Junkrat. Junkrat's usually very strong at this level too. There's plenty of shields. There's plenty of pick value to be had in Junkrat. So, let's pull out, dig deep, pull out what you got and make it work, because this is the last chance for Rio Grande to keep themselves alive in this series.
Yeah, I always say the only way to beat silliness is with more silliness, but the problem is that they're not fighting against silliness right now. They're just, they're fighting against the team that's working together well. So Rio Grande might just be able to pull up silliness themselves and then still lose. That being said, the only way we can really conclude the series is by actually going into the game, figuring out what these teams are up to. So in the meantime, we're in week 8 right now of these collegiate standings. We've seen a lot going back and forth between these teams. In Navigators Yellow, there's still a lot of room to go up and down. Might see Huntington just get away with the win in the end, but playoffs are coming, so only way to find out is to actually get past week 9. But it's been a ride for all these teams, and I think that consistency and just like having an on and off week, like things change a lot between these teams.
Oh, absolutely. Week to week, you could see an entirely different team. Both these teams notably lost to Huntington, so both of them would love to see them again and actually get their revenge. But yeah, this is a week to week thing. It's very possible that all it takes is a different map pool, all it takes is a different sub, and suddenly you've got an entire different game on your hands. And we're not going to talk about the hog there because I refuse to. But the Warriors are running it back to what looks comfortable for them. They feel comfortable in this brawl. And I don't disagree to their strategy. I think they've had some success with this brawl. I think they looked better, quite honestly, with those kinds of like pharmacy comps. But they had success here, so they feel confident in it. Let's see what they do. And I guess they're committed at this point because we're at 10 seconds, and the hog on defense
You gotta talk about
good.
it. You said I'm not going to, but you gotta talk about it, man.
I have to now. Yeah, now we're committed to it, so now I have to. We're just trying to self-sustain here, right? Like this is a aggressive front line. It's a lot of damage. You can't just walk into a hog necessarily. You can't just walk into the Sigma. So this is a high damage front line. They're putting the value there, and I think that it could work if they find themselves supporting the tank line correctly. Oh, that's a huge nade.
Yeah, you want to support it correctly, but the anti-nade is big from Deadly Pans. They have been all day. Do actually swap sides in case you were confused. It is indeed Rio Grande that is attacking at the moment. The ESU Warriors on the defense. That being said, DH Kafka, I mean, looking for a helpful hand towards Michael and Halbert, while Deadly Pans just throws the anti-nades left, right, and center. They've been so good. I mean, we saw it last map where they've just
been
set
beautiful.
Up. Yeah, it's been amazing.
Yeah.
Looking for Ghoul to eat some of them though. That's like Ghoul's job, right? Like just wait for the anti-nade and eat it.
Yeah. You quite literally have, well, you have multiple jobs, but this is the most important one right now.
Charge coming in, already gets Halbert out of the way. There is a rest potentially, but if they also take out Vanilla Jack, you got to make a choice here. Choice won't be for anyone just yet as they try to run away from it, but is actually Rio Grande taking a huge attack here. Yet a barrage comes out, and it does get 2, but it's still only a Farah and a Hog trying to defend this. Mercy was there for a little bit, but she got taken out, and now it is all up to the Roadhog of the Sabato. They don't touch in time. The boops are good from Ghoul. That's cleanup right there. Rio Grande takes point A.
Yeah, the Reinhardt is pretty good at being uncontested when there's nothing, no other hammer swinging in front of him. You can kind of get away with that, but you got to figure out what's going to work here. So with this Roadhog, you have a whole hog, you have some utility for it, but can you get the value out of it with this Nano is going to be my question.
You probably can. Well, especially if you take out the Mei with a hook. That's a hard one to do as well with $250 HP and the Ice Block in the way. But Anonymous falls afterwards to the whole hog. The Sabato opening up that fight beautifully as they are still backing up a little bit just because of the pressure that the Reinhardt gives from Zappy. Tries to hook through the barrier. That doesn't work. It didn't break in time. And that is Ghoul setting themselves up potentially for a huge self-destruct if they don't get demeched, which they do. Trying the hook on it as well, but right now they got the payload stalled at this exact junction. A little bit of back and forth trading, but at this stage they're not really fighting, they're just poking.
Yeah, it's two big just wall poke comps, so but that's a Nano. Oof, that's a big lot of ultimates coming out.
Huge self-destruct attempt, but won't really get much more than that. Agragorn, nice Blizzard once again gets the value out of the Mei as the defense is trying to sustain a little bit. Get back to a quick regroup. Their spawns are really close after all. We're looking for Michael with another barrage. They want to get Ghoul out of mech so they can use that ultimate, but for now they'll settle for taking out the Lucio. They're looking for it. There's the Q straight on to the Reinhardt. We'll get the kill on the Zappy and wants a little bit more when the Diva wasn't in the way, and that is just the cleanup from the TAC Visor. It's good for for a little bit more, but sometimes you just take enough just having the cleanup going for the soldier.
Yeah. It's enough to buy the space and put their foot down, so you're fine with that. Yeah, the pressure from this front line onto the Reinhardt is a lot. They're pressuring Rio Grande's Reinhardt really down, and they can't get the Reinhardt into range effective enough to really take anybody out. And even if you do run at somebody, you don't really want to run at the Hog. You can't really run at the Sigma now that there's a Hog kind of bodyguarding that. So now your rush targets are a little more difficult to figure out. So with the Warriors pulling out some different looks here, trying to make it work, but now they're pulling some sneaky looks too.
Yeah, they're doing some shenanigans, doing this a little bit of that, and I do feel like they're also just enjoying themselves. Like the Hog might not be the most meta thing they pull out here as a team.
No.
And Michael already feeling the bullets from Divinosaurus' Cassidy over there. Barrier for the aggressive move here, going really aggro, and the high noon amplification matrix follow as well. 3 ultimates used, only 1 on the board, but Zappy can't use it when they're dead. The Sabato tries to hook on the Mei, doesn't quite get it, and gets frozen to pieces. So we are looking for a potential recontest here from the defense. Their spawns are really close, and Divinosaurus is looking for that Farah, but Farah unable to be found, and instead gets taken out by the Helix rockets, not the Farah rockets, the Raptor rockets, I think that's what they're called. As we see the defense actually making a move coming back in, and they do manage to get it. Zappy with the Shatter, though, tries to get a little bit of a trade, but it turns out that when you don't have a team with you, the follow-up just isn't quite there. And with 1 minute 35 on the clock, University of Rio Grande still hasn't capped point B.
Yeah, they can't break through. There's just so much sustain between all the various burst heals of Ana, the Hog, which has just been unkillable, and it's been tough to try to figure out and wear down these targets. They really need to try to rush someone in this back line. If you can try to get to the Ana is your best shot, but it's really hard to get through this just big chonky front line that is Sigma Hog. Like, there's just so much damage in your face, and this long rotate's going to be important here.
Ooh, very nice charger on the Vanilla Jack, but they lose the Baptiste on the other side. The trades are going back and forth, but who is going to win out on this one? It does look to potentially be the defense, but Rio Grande is still pushing through. They got the Cassidy and the Reinhardt on the point, but they don't look at their backs, and the Farah of Michael and then the hook of the Sabato just able to do enough damage to sustain that. Another half of what they had left is gone from the time bank, and now it's 40 seconds. It stands between them and a hold on point B of Blizzard World.
We've seen this hold stop a lot here, just for sure. And the Warriors are doing a good job at just maintaining and forcing these errors out of Rio Grande. They are forcing a lot of misplays and just kind of forcing these isolations. Great rotation, though. Yeah, they're trying again this underpass, and it's working in their favor, but we'll see if they can make some value on it.
Oh, the wall from Agrogorn really giving them a lot of space. They already take out Halbert and DH Kafka. As a result, there is a self-destruct from Ghoul as well. Doesn't really get anything, but at least zones a little bit. With all these defensive heroes falling, you gotta think that they'll be able to do it now, but it's still Michael in the air. It's still the Sabato on the point. It's just the Farah left, but you can do so much with the barrage. Doesn't quite get anything, though, because there is a flashbang and a Cassidy gun in the way. The 6-shooter trying to clean up this point together. Just the Mercy and the Soldier, and that is going to be it, as they do eventually push it through. Nice attempt with the Flux, but they couldn't quite S9 this one.
Nope, the swaps will come through to try to make some changes to this, but yeah, they've got it. They made it in literally the 12th hour, so the cart will move, but the flexibility of the Warriors has been interesting. They're trying to make these different plays work, and they will go back to this Hog. This is something you keep an eye on here, because it's just been this Cassidy who is now suddenly keeping Michael in check. That's been the only real problem to them.
The Divinosaurus with the high noon through the amplification matrix once again. Doesn't really get anything from that, but at least it's zoned, so they get a lot of space. As Zappy does get taken out by Halbert. Nice, some icicles there from Agrogorn close to the Blizzard as well. Knows there's no kinetic grasp in the way now, so could potentially look for a Blizzard pretty soon if they can make a push for this. And the cart's still rolling. Now they go. Blizzard is out, trying to go for the freeze on one of the tanks. Will only get one, but the Mercy's frozen as well. The boop off the map onto the Roadhog, and the tack visor of Halbert just trying to find as much as they do on the other side, if not more. Defense once again holding. Vanilla Jack does get charged, but has enough health left. 15 HP, will get healed back up, and that is going to be another hold from the defense. Rio Grande, only 10 seconds to go, and Zappy won't even be there for the beginning of this next one as the Hail Mary stalls come in. It's only the Mei that really makes it. 3 seconds. Can anyone else touch? Lucio and Zarya trying to come back in, but that is about it.
It was a great attempt, but you can tell that they were panicking on the side of Rio Grande. They were trying to figure out what to do because their comp in theory looks solid. In like paper, looks good, you isolate, you do that well, but all those things that looked great on paper suddenly weren't coming together. There were no Mei isolations. Everybody was kind of just getting, isolated, counter-isolated by this hog, by all these parts. Suddenly there was pressure on those Reinhardt to really try to make some space, but wasn't really able to. The shield was broke before there was really anything found out. So great call from the Warriors to, again, take this point. They found a focal point and just force their way through it. In this case, it was Zappy on the Reinhardt. They kind of had a suspicion they were just going to try to run this brawl, and they just forced their way through it by saying, you want to have a rectangle, that's fine, but your rectangle's in shambles, so what are you going to do now when we can just quite run on you? And they're finding success with it, and we're just going to see the same chapter open back up again, except it's going to be the Warriors on the attack this time. And again, they just need to... Like, the Warriors are looking good. They just need to keep this pressure up, pressure it down, wear down these holes, and then get a pick. And then their comp will succeed, create this chaos and thrive in it. Meanwhile, Rio Grande need to find a way to isolate and get some value on this. Because right now they're not getting the value from this Mei. They're not isolating. They're not getting anything there. And even worse, they're giving up space while they're trying to do this. They're trying to, they're trying to make these aggressive plays, but not really getting anywhere. They're using the Mei wall just to get in. And instead, you need to be using those to isolate as opposed to just get yourself into the fight.
Rio Grande on their defense, they have a lot to hold, and the first hook from the Sabato already good. Don't quite get the elimination. Lucio, not the most ideal target to hook in that situation, but it puts on the pressure. It makes them use utility. With the immortality field gone, they have a lot more security to try and finish off their elimination soon, as Michael on the Pharah is once again a menace in the sky. Rocket left, rocket right, almost the first elimination, and again, it's just a lot of pressure, but they do get deadly pants.
They do. That's an opener. That buys you some time. You can get your team healed up. The advantage you have is as long as you stay together in this brawl comp, you're in a good spot. But that res will come in and bring it right back. Here we go again.
Here we go again, another repeat, 3 minutes on the clock. Already the first minute burned down. It kind of shows how methodical and slow they do the attack here as the barrage does come in. It gets 1, it gets 2. It doesn't quite get 3, but they also don't lose their life for it, which is very unique for a barrage. Just follow up with another one. 4th one coming in potentially on the Mei. Not quite just yet, but that Diva is very low, and I don't think Ghoul's going to have that mech for a long time. They have to self-destruct, though. Could be huge, but they don't choose to use it just yet.
No, they're going to save it for later, and... yeah, the point will fall, but that's the Warriors' strength right here, is that they're able to surround, kind of similar to these poke comps. This is just their variant on it. They're able to surround, they're able to pressure, they're able to create and force errors that Rio Grande has this brawl comp. If you just don't have the space and control, you're just going to get picked just like that.
Yeah, there was no space there, no control there. Instead, there was just a hook to the face of Divinosaurus. And, just gonna get the Mei as well. Why not? The Sabato, just a monster. And I mean, to be fair, right? Like, yeah, it's not the most meta pick, but if you keep getting these ultimates,
you're getting value.
If you get these hooks, you're getting so much value that you're just taking them all out on your own. It's a one-man apocalypse. It's a voice line, but it's actually true now.
It is, and you're buying so much space that the card is still moving. Your teammates haven't had to use any of those ultimates. You're too good.
Got the Lucio as well. Michael just following up, and this card's just rolling. And there's still members, one by one, getting picked off on the other side. Immortality Field is out again. Michael doesn't quite get out. Didn't have the help from DH Kafka there, but the res is there. Doesn't quite get off, though. Nice counter there from Banana Mouse and Ghoul. That means they're going to have to try again in a little bit. The Blizzard is ready from Agrigorn, but they don't quite need it just yet in this fight, as the Sabato is... continuing their rampage, at least against the Venusaurus, but they do have to slow down a little bit, as they don't have quite the team to push in this payload.
Yeah, again, there's a point where you just kind of got to say, all right, if that fight's done, let's reset, let's do this. But Michael wants more. It's not done, though. This hasn't been done all game.
He's constantly poke and prod and try and find these eliminations. And with the Roadhog and the Pharah, there's so many opportunities to just get a random pick off. Both teams with a ton of ultimates ready, though. Amplification Matrix from Banana Mouse already used to zone a little bit. Not really any eliminations coming out of that one. But with the Barrage ready for Michael, they're going to look for it. They're going to start trying to find that angle.
Oh, the high Flux Noon does not find anything, though. That's unfortunate.
It's going to be Michael just looking for this May elimination. Agrogor not going to get out of this one alive. Still has the Blizzard. Hasn't been using that for about 2 minutes. Kind of want to see if that comes out eventually, but Agrogor just doesn't have any targets to go on. They're all so far away, and whenever anything happens, it's just a hog that heals themselves up, walks away, and then you have to try and go again. 130 on the meters on the board before they get there. This self-destruct from Ghoul has to be huge if they want to hold this for a little bit longer. It does get to Sabato, and Halbert does also fall, but they only trade back Ghoul for the other side. No remech for you, and the DH Kafka could potentially go for a res if they find it.
There has to be, but at some point you have to acknowledge what's going on here. You're being countered across the board, so you have to acknowledge, is this worth it to keep this rush comp going? And they feel it is.
They definitely do. That Blizzard's still there as a last resort on that cart. Even though there's a lot of damage coming out from Michael and Halbert and DeSabato, they're not able to push it in. They're not able to control this objective effectively until they get all these eliminations. And these eliminations are coming in slower and slower every fight. As I say that, of course, there's a barrage. It does get a double. Mortality Field is gone. So is the Baptiste. And with all these ultimates coming out from the attacking team and all the utility expended, eventually the eliminations go too far their way. And with 1 minute 30 on the clock, they are going to cap this second objective and move into C to close out the map potentially, and also the series.
I mean, this budget kind of value poke comp here, I'm going to call it a budget because we're used to seeing ball, not necessarily hog, but you know, it's doing work. It's creating chaos and it's getting success, and Michael is flourishing in this. They are looking good, and yeah, 3 minutes. They spend a lot of their ultimates. It's just Halbert's visor to keep this going, and Aragorn has to come up, find something, a target for this Blizzard, because you have to find somebody. Who do you even throw this at?
You can't really throw it at anybody that's already dead, and with everyone died kind of before Vanilla Jack even got close to the enemy team, unfortunately. It's just Halbert, Michael, and DH Kafka. Show as the Sabato is just the supporting cast on the side. Almost get a remake kill there, does Ghoul on the Halbert, but Halbert was ready for it. And with all these members falling, the card getting closer and closer, it's all up to the University of Rio Grande to try and counter this. Agragorn still ready with the Blizzard, but they just don't want to throw it in. It just doesn't seem to happen. I think this might finally be the moment, but nope, there's a retreat here. The ESU Warriors didn't have to worry about it just yet as the barrage comes out in the back. Does finally get countered by Ghoul. Ghoul was ready for it as Vanilla Jack does get the counter. The Blizzard finally drops, and there is a lot of eliminations coming from the other side. Zappy was ready, so was the rest of the squad, and it's going to be a retreat here, and another attempt has to come out from the ESU Warriors.
Finally, they'll give us a moment of respite, as it were, because man, these fights just go on. No one wants to back down, and it is scrappy, but the scrappiness is paying off for the Warriors because they're getting more angles, they're getting more confusion, and they're just winning in the confusion.
You can be as confused as you want, but you got to be very decisive if you want to stop attack fires. That's exactly what Zappy's able to do with that charge. No counters on the other side, so just the one elimination on the Halbert as Michael gets pressured away by Ghoul. Another High Noon just gets blocked by a Sigma Shield. Vanilla Jack is always ready for these. Nice timing on it too. Whole Hawk gets stopped by a flashbang, and at this point it's just the Venusaurus getting a lot of value. It's a nice flux, but the barrier is better, and Vanilla Jack cannot just do that in a vanilla fashion. They need that ultimate to get some more value, as there is so much more value at the moment coming out of Rio Grande. They finish off another fight. 40 seconds on the clock.
It looks like Rio Grande has kind of got themselves together and kind of are getting their communication lines open, because now they're isolating targets, they're making callouts, and they're responding to them, and that's what's their key to success here. If they can play this team deathball comp just well enough and just keep these conversations open, keep track of everybody, they win.
There are hero swaps though. To Sabato over on the Reinhardt. Reaper coming out from Michael. Looks like they want to take it seriously. They want to just finish this one off with a new comp of heroes. DH Kafka and Michael in the backline being a very big distraction, but Halbert just getting frozen and taken out by the Reinhardt. Zappy is in the way with another shatter, and that is going to be another fight win. It looks like for Rio Grande. It's not over just yet, though. There are some kills coming out. So elimination's happening. The Blizzard is good, but Vanilla Jack is looking to be a little bit better at the moment. The Res back onto the Sigma, and Halbert is back as well. They are getting a lot of value. Vanilla Jack with the Flux might actually open this one up again. Yes, they are not with a full team on the cart, and it is overtime. This could very well still be a victory for Rio Grande, but the ultimates are running low for both teams. There's a couple of them coming online on either side. It's all about how they execute and who gets the respawns in a better position faster as this cart gets closer and closer to this end ball. They can barely touch. Immortality Field helps out with that, but they're all very close. This is a close bunch brawl. What a huge sound barrier. The res does come through, but there's a death loss, and Michael gets two. And even though the High Noon finds that Reaper, it just doesn't seem to be enough. The monkey of the Sabato is just smacking everybody away, and that is ESU Warriors that with the skin of their teeth managed to pull off a last-minute comp swap and just run it down mid.
Not even just a last-minute comp swap, a last-minute resurrected ultimate really tied that together, because the Reaper died there with that Blossom, and if there was no res available, if they had spent it earlier, it could have just been tragic. That would have been game, because he came back, immediately hit a 2K Blossom to help take out some of the bigger targets, and that just pushed all the way through the end. Wow, Scrappy doesn't really begin to describe the entirety of that map we just witnessed, but it does describe the winners of this series, which is the Warriors.
ESU Warriors going up 7-1 in their record, and we get a 4-4 here for Rio Grande. Rio Grande, I mean, they're a really, really solid team. You know, you see it. They have some good moments. It just, they lack a little bit of the flexibility here and there, and going into the playoffs soon, that might be their downfall in the end. Currently, of course, middle of the pack in that division, the Navigators yellow. And, I mean, it does seem like they're very solid there. You know, they're the top of the middle, and that's where they currently stand. That's what their performance is indicating. And the ESU Warriors just a bit too strong today. That being said, it's the end of this series, but not the end of the night. It was only the first one. We got a couple more coming at you, and the first one we'll get after this, the one we get after the break, will be, out of my head, CMU Eagles and the Colorado Mesa going up against each other. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we'll have those two teams facing off in Challenger Cyan. And we are back for the second match of the night, going over from the Navigators, where we were earlier, all the way over to the Challengers. It is going to be a matchup off the bottom of the group of this division, particularly because both these teams really need the win to secure themselves a playoff spot in a couple of weeks. But Sov, what we got going on here?
We got Central Methodist University taking on Colorado Mesa. Like you said, both of them kind of lower. CMU at 2-4 and Colorado Mesa over at 1-4. Both of these teams looking for a win to keep themselves viable in for the playoffs. And both of these teams really, really looking to come up big. We haven't seen each other. They haven't seen each other before yet. So this will be an interesting match. Both these teams got something to play for. And let's, speaking of something to play for, let's see who is playing for what in here.
Yeah, going off with the rosters here. The lineups of both teams looking very solid. Esports CMU coming out here with Luna Sky, Cute Papaya twice, Funkster 047, and Ouch. Very mixed lineup in terms of, where they're at in their education. Going to be seeing a lot coming out from this from these two teams from this team, hopefully. And like we said, a lot to play for, a lot to go. So they're got to bring their A game if they want to make it to playoffs. Not that many more games to go.
Nah, every win counts. But meanwhile, over on the other side for Colorado Mesa, we've got Sir Lolly, Badger, Headhunter, Beagle, Absent, and Rune. Young squad, a couple juniors just to round it out. But again, similar, kind of a little bit all over the place in their education and what they're studying. So, they've had a rough season, probably still getting some ground. Notably, we've got like an incredibly fresh player on one of their side, not here today, but so there's some new talent for both these teams. So both these teams need to kind of come up big to keep themselves alive for playoffs.
And of course, we've already had the map pool established for the week, but let's go over it once again, starting on Nepal. Then we're going to go over to Hollywood. Our escort map is going to be Dorado, and if we need them, we still have Blizzard World, Lijiang Tower, and even Gibraltar in the pocket. First of 3 map wins, and in the NECC Week 8, these are the maps they could potentially go to. So, starting on Control here, we went through this map before, of course. We've seen it plenty. The game's been out for 6 years, so we know exactly what can go on. But teams have been surprising us lately.
Yeah, I mean, if you were here even, an hour or two ago with us, you would have been very surprised at the beginning of our last Nepal match. But I got to imagine we're not changing too much. It's probably going to be that classic style brawl that we love. Sim, it's kind of one of the main places you do play Sim. So as we go into game, I would expect to see that. I would love to be proved wrong because these are the kind of maps where anything is viable, right? And as we've seen, teams that are sometimes good in Control don't necessarily find their stride elsewhere. So once we get into Control, we'll have to take it as the smaller picture of the big montage.
I definitely do, and what I've mostly been enjoying a lot of these Control maps is that so many more teams have opted to go with Symmetras.
Yes.
In general, it's something we've seen in NECC come out a lot, just with these collegiate teams, that they're able to play around these Symmetras. And it shows really that the hero has a lot of untapped potential, especially at these non-professional levels of play. Going over here to Sanctum, though, this could be an interesting Symmetra map, but we usually look more towards these CC heroes, whether it's the Lucio, the Roadhog, even something like a Pharah that can just boop someone off the edge. It can be pretty big.
It can be huge. Oh, did we? It looks. Oh no, the April Fools are upon us, everybody. We've got some googly eyes in, so do not adjust your sets, do not adjust your overwatches. We are fine, but everything will be slightly more comical for the rest of this match, I suppose. So hang with us. But meanwhile, we are seeing those brawl comps. Not a Symmetra in sight though, but there is another S player. There's a Sombra out there, and yeah, again, very key. Very big for communication for the side of Colorado Mesa, and if they can make that work, a little atypical in this brawl comp, but if they can make it work and find the value, I support it.
And Eagles coming out aggressively, but Colorado Mesa makes it a little bit earlier already. The Immortality Field out, and Badger going ridiculously low, but so is Sky, and Sky is the first one to actually go down. Sir Lolly on the side with that Sombra able to deal out the final blow there, and can actually go in a pretty decent flank here. We'll already take down Badger on the other side too, so no Reinhardt's left. And when you then lose the Mentality Field to some other utility,
Ooh.
you're going to be worse for the wear. Losing Headhunter, though, that is a big one. A lot of less healing going out, and you really have to take possession of that point quickly. But that's a huge boop coming out there from Beagle.
No.
Gets the Reaper off the map. Will it be enough, though?
Two.
Well, it definitely might be. If you get another one on Ouch, that's definitely a fall where you're going to say Ouch from. But with only 11%, that point is going to flip back. No more stall. As the percentage is going to now take up for the CMU Eagles.
Will not get out there, though. Sir Lolly will unfortunately see themselves back to spawn the hard way. And the good news for them is that they do have this EMP almost online a little bit more, and they'll have it out. But the team's pressing early. They want to go.
Want to go hard indeed. Amplification Matrix is out, and they want to pressure them back into this room where they can just do a lot of damage to them. The Shatter is out, though. Gets the Reinhardt. Actually gets the Baptiste. The Reinhardt will fall just right after. And the EMP to try and counter something, but no, it was just a single hack. I was going to say, Sir Lowly, that was not the moment to EMP, and luckily they agreed with me.
No, they are saving it for the next time, and there it is. They're going to pass that information about setup along, and they have to be aware because that sound barrier is almost there. So if they play this right, they can maybe beat it out from Funkster, and that will crack it open for them. There it is.
To look for is that Lucio. They got the 6-man hack. It's huge. The self-destruct doesn't get anybody because the angle is not quite right, but they get plenty of other follow-up. Even use their own sound barrier just to make sure they sustain through this and get a quick team wipe. That is 5. Only Ouch left, and that is 6. Team kill, point captured, and 60% on the board for the CMU Eagles. It flips over.
Maybe a little bit of an overcommittal. You may not have needed the sound barrier, but I guess that's just your insurance policy. So now they're going to run it back, do the same thing. But there are ultimates on the other side for the Eagles. 4 of them, in fact, both DPS. So all it takes is a big blossom when someone's not paying attention to open this up.
Nice attempt on the self-destruct. Doesn't quite get anything from it as they already get the 2 first kills. There's a Death Blossom from Q Papaya just to make us secure that fight. That was a very quick explosive one. They do just flip it right back, and the CMU Eagles seem to be in prime position to take this round away.
Especially with both of those support ultimates, they didn't need either of them. So again, like Colorado Mesa, you might have wanted a refund for that sound barrier, but there's no refunds for that.
The Lolly does take down Ouch, but that's the only thing they get is it's just a clean team wipe once again coming out here from the CMU Eagles. And when you look at this, you even get the late death there on Absent. They'll might actually be absent from the beginning of that next fight. So the name very apt in this situation. 89% and counting. They will be able to touch with Sir Lolly, but, you know, they will kind of want to charge that EMP up really quickly as a Sombra. And when you have to translocate out, the touch will not be in time to get the overtime running. High Noon is out from Rune, but won't be able to get anyone with it. And they just don't touch the point. Unfortunate from them, but yeah, CMU Eagles just playing that very aggressively and very convincingly.
Very good, very good team play from them. They, against a Sombra where you kind of have to be aware and keep your eyes peeled for everything, they handled that very well for what they did. They also had a lot of damage, so that helps too. But they are, you know, the slight advantage here at 2 and 4, and they're going to make those changes, looking at some other things. You know, maybe the Hanzo still not a... Oh, there's the Symmetra over on the side of Colorado Mesa. That's where I expected to see because, as you know, it's important to get there first. A lot of the teams that get there first tend to have the greater success. So CMU Eagles looking for more of this traditional kind of a brawl comp. Meanwhile, Colorado Mesa, they're just going to run the new kid, the new brawl, as it were, with the Symmetra.
They are the new hero on the block. It's been gaining popularity, and Sir Lolly is bringing that popularity straight into focus as they throw out turrets and a teleporter on the objective. Let's see how quick they charge the photon barrier as they just, at least for now, take a little bit of a backseat. 15% only, but it ticks up quickly if you start hitting those right clicks as the freeze comes out as well from them. Mei, Q Papaya in the way, but not enough because the Mei doesn't always get the value as Ouch does get Sir Lolly, but it does look like right now is going to be a retreat coming out from the Eagles.
Yeah, there's a lot of beams and a lot of extra damage. And speaking of a lot of extra damage, that's a huge Shatter bringing home the extra damage for the cleanup and securing the point for Colorado Mesa. Again, like fine, you probably didn't need it, but it does end these team fights, right? We've had a big problem with putting exclamation points at the end of team fights to reset, and that is a good way to do that for Badger.
Dotted line is where they signed to get this team fight over on time. Sorry, I'm just a poet and I didn't even know it. There we go. Colorado Mesa trying to go for the defense here. Nice amplification matrix started out, but they just trade that right back and forth. Going for an even very explosive fight here, these teams are. But Beagle has a sound barrier, which Funkster is not even close to, and the Cute Papaya somehow falling off the map. Not sure what happened there. As we do see Beagle just speed their team forward. A little bit of health to keep it back up, but that is just going to be cleanup if they do it correctly. Push him back into spawn if you can. Ouch is taking that one to the face, but that's a huge shatter. They might actually turn it around. You thought you were cleaning that one up? Well, definitely not. If Sky has anything to say about it, unfortunately, Sky will also lose their life. It's just Badger that can walk back to the team, and it's all in the advantage of the team missing control, which is currently still Colorado Mesa, as they do almost have a photon barrier ready as well. The sound barrier comes out to just make sure that they can sustain a little bit longer, and even though there's a blizzard, you only really get the Diva for it. It was so good, but the immortality field and all the health just blocked everything for you. Badger does get frozen up, but meanwhile it's Reaper versus Reaper in the back then. Ouch is not even caring about Rune there. Rune very happy to just take that win, take that dub against their counterpart. Tries to teleport out, will be able to do so, and there's still control of the point for Colorado Mesa. Nothing they seem to be able to do gets an actual response here. The sound barrier might be the last drop in the bucket that they need, but when it's gone, this is Death Blossom getting quite some value. It doesn't get anybody. The freeze comes through, but there's a shatter from Sky. There's a turret kill on Cute Papaya, but it does look that finally, with 99% of the board, this point will flip back and Colorado Mesa can rest comfortably, knowing they have about 4 fights to get this back.
But we've seen this before. We saw this in the first match. We saw it go from 99 to 100 on the other side, so I don't write this off. Cute Papaya does have most of a blizzard there, so that's probably going to be what they build to as they try to defend this. And Colorado Mesa does have a couple of things, so they can maybe take this back in the long game with that self-destruct. They'll have to see what happens with these support ultimates.
Double support already, as well as the self-destruct and the shatter. Shatter doesn't get much, but there's at least a self-destruct to follow it up straight away. Doesn't get much either, but the sound barrier gives them sustain to just push back in aggressively. Double amplification matrix, once again, they keep answering one for one. The Diva's trying to square up on the side to get a blizzard out, freezes 2. That will be 2 eliminations. They do get the kill on the Sky, so if they get a good value going, they might be continuing, but the self-destruct gets both supports, and that will be all she wrote for this one. 45% and counting, as they get closer and closer to that 90% mark.
Twice comes up twice there with that destruct, and you know, you probably could have saved it. You probably might have wanted it. You're coming in. You have the only ultimate on board, and ouch. So that's going to be a big ouchie coming down the line for the Eagles in their favor. But they are at 60%. So if they can win this fight, even if it goes a little bit longer, they can push this out to one more. That wall doesn't quite catch anything, though, and they'll push forward.
They're going aggressively with the Death Blossom. Already get the Lucio. There goes Badger with 72%. They gotta lose this one quick and reset. Otherwise, they might not even have time to go back. That's exactly what they'll do. Is a quick conclusion to a fight there. That's what you like to see right now if you're Mesa.
Yeah, and Mesa does have the only ult on board now that they've drawn out that Reaper ultimate. It's a defensive, so that's something in their favor. But if they can play that aggression, they will. But they will be met.
Oh, the wall is out and actually blocks a little bit. It's going to be already the Baptiste gone amplification matrix advantage. There is the photon barrier. It will actually help out a little bit, but so far all the kills are going into the favor of the Eagles, and the Eagles are taking flight right now on this map of Nepal. They're going to take the first one. Second round is basically in the pocket, just the Baptiste trying to come in, but that's a snipe out of the air. And Eagles take a 1-0 lead in this series.
You thought the Eagles were going to be down for there? No, they were not ready to call it quits, and they brought it back from the ground, so good on them. Badger, yeah, these shatters have been impressive. These shatters have found value, and I think there is something to be said for that on both sides. Like, great for these shatters to find the value and to find the play. These pins are looking good. The other side is there's got to be some sort of, you got to be aware of this, right? Like, you got to be able to counter pin to play into that. You can't really get that. You can kind of see it flash quickly. 8 Earth Shatter kills. That's so many. That tells me you're not blocking. That tells me that you're catching so many people in these, and that something needs to happen, even if it's just to prevent. You need to save your immortality fields. You need to actually just keep your shield up and play and track your ultimates a little better. But you can't let those get that much value, because that will help dictate what goes on. And you can just win fights with a single shatter if you catch 3, 4, 5 people. And that's kind of the story of Nepal here. I
will say, though, I do think Badger has landed about as many Earth Shatters. It just like on 1 or 2 kills less, maybe. Like, it was both sides being very aggressive, and a lot of the potentially has to do with those Baptistes. And Vacation Matrix is the constant trying attempt to break each other's shields. So I think the Reinhardts are doing all they can. It's just hard to really distinguish if you don't know the stats exactly from either side, which is obviously our problem, right? Like we can't see both sides.
Yeah, we can. Look,
that being
said, we're both main tank players. We know what that struggle is of having your shield broken.
That being said, you know, we had the first map, which is Control. We keep coming back to it. It's super chaotic. It's basically a death match. So we're going to see what's going to happen on these other maps. Starting here on Hollywood, we're going to see how these teams set up, whether they go for different picks. We've already seen that the May is not exactly the best situational pick here. Symmetra might still work, but it's all really up to what they have either practiced or what they think the other team's going to run. And we're definitely going to be seeing a few swap ups. I doubt they'll go with the exact same stuff.
No, now we're looking to comfort picks because now we're looking at longer games with a lot more strategy involved, as opposed to just running at each other and just hold this point in particular. So now we're looking at what do we really want to do, because we've seen some choices. We've seen some Hanzos considered. We've seen some different from different ranges, and now would be the time to bring those in, especially that you have these important high grounds. We've seen Pharahs already tonight. Hanzos would be a great addition. You know, even a Genji, just to give yourself those wall climbs and get yourself into positions. Anything is kind of possible, and if you're going to bring them out, you know, bring them out if they're comfortable. But I think both these teams looked pretty comfortable on these brawl comps, so I have a feeling that it won't be the end of these kinds of brawl comps, but I would love to be proven differently.
Yeah, and honestly, when you have this much high ground to play with, right? Like, yeah, I get that you might still want to play brawl, and it can still work, especially with the elevator changes. But you do, once you get off, getting back on, if you just have to mobility cooldown to use there, you can have more angles, you have more mobility, there's more flexibility. So both DPS as well as tanks and supports can go for a little bit of a different one. Now, looking at this defense, gonna have the CMU Eagle starting on that one. They don't really want to go for the mobility just yet, at least not as much. And that's understandable, right? Like, you want to be as flexible as possible, and it feels like this composition that they're running right now has a fairly flexible point to it. The main thing I would be worried about, though, aerial attacks, because they don't really have a lot of range.
No, it's also worth noting that, interestingly, they're opting for the Reinhardt. Usually you kind of run this Reaper Sombra with a Winston, just because it gives you that more ability. It gives you the ability to kind of collapse on things a little faster. But it can work here, and Colorado Mesa is just opting to play an entirely different game, and I like that. Suddenly they're going to come up against this brawl comp that isn't really going to be able to respond in well when you just take high ground just like that in a simple jump.
They do have the D.Va to be a little bit annoying, also towards like things like an Echo and like a Pharah. But for now, it is just going to be an answer with a lot of damage. That's kind of what it's coming down to. Papaya is looking for something, but has to translocate out. No really heals or health packs anywhere near them. So 67 HP is where they're going to stick. You do see Papaya finally getting the hack off onto Badger. Badger having to wait a little bit before they go back in, but they can definitely do it. Papaya actually getting taken out. No resurrection on the defense. This Badger just jumps on in. Nice anti-nade to get on the Reinhardt immortality field gone, and that is Sky done and dusted and over with. As they just dismantle this comp from every single angle they can find. Point A, not looking to be long for this world.
Well, but that's the thing. Who are you running on with this Reinhardt? Like, that comp, the comp that they're showing for the Eagles needs a target to kind of fall onto, especially with a Reinhardt, or to run at. And there was nobody you could really pin down. Everybody was so mobile. So, yeah, the changes come in. We're looking to kind of play a more... we're playing the more dive now. Now we're playing the Tracer. Now we're bringing that in. And now we know we're valuing the high ground here. And you can see it. They're battling. The card isn't even really moved. And they already want to take this high ground. They already are vying for control.
Both teams really want it, but it's only one that can get it. And it's not looking to be Colorado Mesa just yet. Self-destruct already ready for twice. They did a ton of damage. Not going to get anything with that, as the Ungo wasn't quite through the archway. But they're trading back and forth, and Colorado Mesa, just after a swift retreat, just rubber bands back, and they do get that fight win, it looks like.
They also have just the advantage of they have old charges up a little bit better, which they didn't use any, but now they have this primal available, so they'll have it. Cute Papaya will have this EMP, then that's going to be their big trying to stop point, but they have to figure out who they're going to try and drop this onto, so they may play for the counter dive here and just try to wait till everybody comes down.
I was really hoping they were going to go for the EMP bomb, but I guess they weren't going to do it. Q Papaya will look for an angle, but Twice is already out of mech. There's so much more range potential from that Echo, from that Soldier, and they're just getting the value out of it right now, and their ultimates are even ready. Like you said, haven't had to use any, and they just keep putting pressure on. This cart is free to roll.
It is just never stopped, and the director is continuing to just yell from the inside, but the chases are happening. It's just so quick. It's so effective.
There's the EMP finally. Is there going to be the follow-up? Well, Rune is definitely feeling that one. Wasn't even a Nano Winston, but they're changing back. Sir Lolly with a double kill, as well as Absent. Sky does get a double on the other hand, and they do trade it back and forth, and right now the aggression is definitely coming out from the Eagles. They're not the ones that are not stopping. Oh, do get the chase from the Winston. Badger doesn't want to let this go yet. It's the double Winston as well. Double Primal even. Sir Lolly and Badger, the Winston monkey slapping duo. That's what you love to see. Badger does get antied, has to get out there. So does Sir Lolly. It is Sky with the superior Primal. 1 versus 2 is not enough to take that monkey out. Ouch. Also getting another pulse bomb onto Rune, and this looks to be a frivolous effort that they tried to get going, but it's going to be a retreat and a reset for Mesa.
It was a lot invested on both sides. Twice still investing even more. That was probably unnecessary, but fine cleanup. I guess you're okay with that.
That was not
like
it.
You did, that was, yeah, you need that. That was your only ult, and you committed it to clean up. That's, oh boy, you will have Funkster's Valkyrie, but that's not going to get too much. You're opting over also to throw in, like, you're opting to match now. Great, but you only have one defense. That's going to be a nano already. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, Q Papaya switched over to the Echo as well, so we're going to see the aerial battle actually take place, but Sir Lolly now goes back over to the Reaper, so they're constantly making these swaps still on a couple of these rolls. Ouch, already out of the fight. Badger gets traded back. Both teams do have a Mercy, and Badger does get res back up, so there's the number advantage here for Mesa. Mesa going on this high ground push, trying to get Twice away from this, out of this mech, but it's just the Winston Diva combo on this high ground that's very strong to hold. They do get a couple of these trades. Once again, it's just a very scrappy situation that happens all over the place. Congrats to our observers for being able to follow all of it. I gotta say that much. Sky now, getting constantly back up with these primals. It's just an amazing Winston play at the moment, and this main tank battle is fascinating to follow, but the support is there for Sky and not so much for Badger as they try to finally get this Winston out, but you gotta go after the supports, otherwise they just res the DPS back up and you're still in no man's land. This is another retreat, another one fight for Eagles, and they gotta find a solution to this problem.
That was so many errors and things that just should not have been allowed. You know, do you throw yourself at the res to stop it? Do you really let that go? You know, it's a tough call to make in the moment, but what isn't a tough call is that you've got a minute and a half left, so you have to come back and find where you have to make the good plays. You have to make smart plays and make good decisions here, and that is going to open up with the Valkyrie.
Valkyrie to start it off with. I mean, it's a lot of health and damage boost out. The pulse bomb also misses, so that's a good start. The Q Papaya with the Reaper duplicate tries to find a target, but who are you going to run at? They'll just fly away from you. Eventually does get the Blossom online. Will you be able to get it off? Yes, you will. That is 3 gone. That is 4 gone, and everything just gets exploded at the tiny little corner. Your dive, you want to split off, but they're just going to corral you in this tiny little space and, well, be done with you.
Yeah, and the Eagles still have both of their tank ultimates in this. They built it up. They've been rotating very, very effectively here, so they will have this for the last push. And Sky's gotten so much value on those primals. It's getting ready to be a moment, another King Kong up in here, because they're just going to be fighting on these buildings.
High ground has been in control the entire time from the CMU Eagles, and Mesa, they're getting up there, but then again, they're so corralled that it's just a lot of cleave damage from Sky with another primal. Headhunter already out of it. The res can't come in because they don't have a Mercy anymore, and that is just a soldier stuck in a corner with an angry monkey. Will eventually get taken out as well, while Cute Papaya and Twice just clean up the rest of the squad. 10 seconds. Respawns can barely come in. That's going to be stagger on the Absent too. Yeah, you can try with the self-destruct. No one will die to that. Actually, Q Papaya was sleeping, snoozing on the job, and it will just be a Baby Diva trying to get back in her mech and failing to do so. Overtime ticks down, and that is the first round completed of Hollywood in favor of the Eagles, because that is not a far bar to reach.
No, that is an obtainable feat to be done here. So, you know, it's going to be a tough defense, especially given that from the side of the Eagles, those changes came in. They were smart changes. They played their game, and they just made it look effectively. Q Papaya what looked like an awkward kind of a semblance of a combination of comps came together to be something very good. And the Eagles put their communication to good work there. And, it's hard because you have to have that good communication to make Sombra work, and they're showing it there. But meanwhile, Colorado Mesa, you could tell they kind of got lost to the chaos. There were ultimates that died, that needed to be there. They ended that fight with 3 in hand. So even if they were able to use them, they never really got the chance to. And, you kind of got to make those decisions and commit those things a little bit sooner, but we're not seeing that fresh, clean, end of fight restart from the side of Colorado Mesa this time. They're going to opt into a very anti-dive comp in this Torbjorn and the Cassidy, and I think that's a great call. Backline, a little bit more power, a little more fragile, but as long as you can save the dive, and you should be able to, Colorado Mesa stands a chance to kind of halt these dives very quickly. I like that adaptation. Let's see if it pays off here, because it has to. Otherwise, they're gonna go down 2-0.
It really is looking like a tough one to climb here for Colorado Mesa. But on their defense, like you said, it's an interesting setup that they've got. A lot of ability to deal with Cute Papaya, especially, and Sir Lolly will be able to do a lot of damage towards Ouch with that turret. It's in a bit of an awkward spot, but Headhunter and Absent immediately fall. That was so explosive, they couldn't even do anything to stop it. No immortality field in the way, and with a 2-man lead, you're going to figure that they're going to wait for cooldowns, jump in, and just take everybody away from that objective. You got to see the Torb go up to the high ground, but I don't think Sir Lolly will be able to do much against this. Torb, too slow of a hero to get much going, and that is such a devastating attack here coming out from Mesa. From Eagles. Eagles just looking unstoppable.
I mean, there is nothing more enjoyable to me as a Winston player than watching this camera and knowing that everybody followed the Winston's dive, and everybody collapsed onto the target and focused that target. That is beautifully executed from this dive of the Eagles. They are rewarded with a quick point, and several ultimates almost are ready to go. And I mean, Colorado Mesa, they're bringing in the rest of they're bringing in some anti-dive changes. They're going to bring in the Reinhardt for Badger. But is it too little too late? Because now they have to maintain this high ground, and it's a big ask.
5 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. It's a lot of time to hold, but I've seen it before. I've done it in a comp game not too long ago, so it's possible, but it's a tough ask. If we see this attack looking to go the high ground, they might just push the card until they have to go, but that's a Nano Winston going in on the high ground. Doesn't even get pushed off. It's Ouch with the kill on the Sir Lolly. This explosive dive is just too much. Immortality field gone, and so are most of the lives of all of this defense. Colorado Mesa, they're trying to get away from things. It's a very mobile Baptiste, but eventually you're going to get caught out. This cart keeps on rolling. There are a couple of kills that come back, though. Cute Papaya and Funkster taken out of the sky, and his high ground control is there, but Luna and crew are just able to keep on holding, keep on going forward, and with that pulse bomb onto the Sigma and the kill on the Badger, there's nothing much more they can do. The golden box of victory gets closer and closer as Mesa just gets dismantled right here. This is looking like a 2-0. This is looking like Hollywood is done and dusted, and there is the confirmation.
Cut and send it to print, because the CMU Eagles are taking home Hollywood, just as you said, and they did it with ultimates to spare. They just were able to take control and play the game at their pace. They looked so good. And Sky on this Winston, which one is it? What moment?
It's
which one is it?
Because there's one where they're all in the corner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the
they're
bomb.
Gonna go in
yeah,
here.
it's the MP. Yep. Oh, this was great. Great
the
teamwork.
double melee kill with the jump back after. It was such a good combo. I mean, yeah, you get credit for a lot of your team, but Sky just didn't die.
Kills.
It's impossible.
Just the great team support because those dive comps are difficult to run at their peak. To be able to make those calls, keep your Winston up, and be able to get everybody in and get picks, that's difficult. It's not an easy thing to do. It's why a lot of these lower ranks tend not to do it. It's why we go to Brawl. It's why we see Baptiste. But the Eagles are showing it very effectively, and they've shown they can play it. So we've seen some very good comps out of them, and they continue just to roll on 2-0, and one more to bring it home.
Yeah, and one more to bring it home will effectively come in as well just after this short break that we're going to take. Just going to be a couple of minutes, and we're back. We're going to go straight over to Dorado to potentially see the conclusion of the series already. See you guys in a couple minutes. It's 1-1. Oh, no, wait. It's 2-0. It's
2-0.
CMU Eagles leading 2-0 versus Colorado Mesa. And, I mean, a 2-0 is not necessarily the weird part, right? Like, it could be close
No.
sometimes, but it's not really been that close between these teams, and that is strange, because we were talking about this, I don't know, if you look on paper, a little bit odd.
Yeah. I mean, the 1-1, I think where you pulled that in is from both of these teams almost being 1-1 in a lot of ways. There's a 2, I think it's a 2 and a 5, or a 2 and a 4, and a 1 and a 4. So both of these teams near the bottom, unfortunately, but both of these teams have suffered losses against the same teams. They've won versus the same one team. We're still waiting on a couple other matches to shake out, but on paper, these guys are really similar, and we're seeing, they're proving they are different in this case. But as we go to Dorado, we'll have to see what they bring that is different here, because this is a big high ground map, and we've seen these dive comps be effectively run on both sides, but with more dominance given to the Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles are just, they kind of feel like unstoppable at this stage.
Yeah.
And that's so strange, right? Because then what it sometimes feels like, oh, these teams should be really close on paper, or sometimes, they actually are really close. And then one of the teams just rolls over the other one. But then we look at the rest of the standings in this group, and that kind of shows like how much of a difference there can be within these 10 or 11 teams that are in this same division. It is such a huge difference. And we still get the April Fool's fun in this chat. If everyone's like, why are they all typing in caps Reinhardt voice lines? It is quite literally
it's
our April Fool's joke. Yeah, it's how it goes. It's a funny one, don't get me wrong, but it does confuse people at first. That being said, we're going over to Dorado here, Sove, and look at this defense. They're gonna do great.
I mean, it wasn't broke. Why are you going to fix it? The only thing you're going to change is Ouch over to the Pharah and Cute Papaya over onto the Tracer, Cute Papaya has flexed quite a bit here and has looked good on all of those heroes. So I don't expect anything crazy here, but they want to defend these high grounds, and they are important. Meanwhile, Colorado Mesa, they're, I don't expect this is going to last. We've got some different pieces in different places, but we've got the googly eyes on the cart, and that's all we need before this opens. So let's see what they come out with. We do see this come out with. Sir Lolly has picked up the support line here. Interesting. Was playing DPS, so some role changes coming in. A rune coming out in the Widow. I like this to try to get some value on these picks.
Beagle already taken out Ouch. It's a good start for Mesa here. Mesa has a lot more to do if they want to hold this, if they want to push this all the way to the end. Cart's at least rolling, so that's a good start for them, but Twice has been a menace on high grounds all day. Goes straight in. Sky already takes out the Widowmaker. That's rune gone, and his attack is taking more and more damage as time goes on. They got to find some targets, and they do find Luna in the end, but Sky still bowling around.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the thoughts were here, because Beagle, who has looked good on that main support role, is now picking up the Soldier. There must have been some sort of a comfort there, because it's paying off for them. I mean, Beagle is getting absolutely some value on this Soldier, and it kind of fits with this Rein Zarya comp well enough that they can play back, play safe, and I mean, they're just getting the cart for free.
This Twice Diva finally touching the cart, trying to stop anything, but meanwhile it's Ouch in the sky. Distraction's been made, and that is a lot of eliminations coming out of one little Pharah. Threat in the sky, eye in the sky, and it means your enemies will die. We do see a little bit of a roll swap, by the way, coming out on the attack. Not really, we talked about. Beagle and Sir Lolly have swapped around, so Beagle's now DPS, Sir Lolly on the support. But so far, it hasn't really gotten that much value just yet, but that's also because Ouch has just been getting 4K.
A big ouch. Yeah, several big ouches, as it were, but several big ouches for the Eagles. The rest of the team has those ultimates too, and they're going to commit all of them to start.
Nice pulse bomb to start it off from Cute Papaya, and once again they just kind of roll over them, and the dive is alive once again. 1 kill, 2 kill, and Sky is going to even take on a Reaper. Reaper counters Winston? I don't think so.
Not in this case. There's not much of an answer for Ouch in the Skies. Is kind of a lot of it, right? Like, there's no Diva. Absence trying to build up this Graviton Surge with minimal success. You kind of just are dependent on Beagle and Headhunter, but both of them have their own problems. Headhunter's trying to keep the team up from this front line, and Beagle just has been getting focused out by Ouch. So with that counter gone, it's good.
Yeah, I mean, you think it's good, but it even gets better. There's attack visor out, but you know what?
Jeez.
You need to be on the
Off the
surface
map.
to actually get it. Does get a double kill, like the pharmacy does get taken
Yeah.
out, but there's just no one else to actually push the cart and get that fight win because Sky is unstoppable on this Winston.
The care that Sky has been getting on this Winston to be making these dives, coming alive, and then having the follow-up there, it really speaks to the team play of the Eagles. They look good here. You know, we'll have to keep an eye on them as they push towards playoffs, because I would love to see how this team does against similar opponents, you know?
Looking like Sky with the Nano is just going to stand his grounds. No need to have a Reinhardt if you just have a Nano Monkey in the way. They do get one elimination, but then there's, again, another barrage from Ouch and another kill straight after. There's just no stopping this Pharah. You thought Sky was a problem. Well, then finally, if you deal with Sky, there's just the Pharah in the way. Sky even getting res, the Reaper in the face, but Rune just has to Wraith form out and get back to safety as Ouch and Cute Papaya just follow up on this monkey distraction. It's every single time you think you got an angle, then they just find another one to get you from.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. Someone's got to make it there, and there's 2 ultimates for Colorado Mesa, so if they can get value, you know, it's got to be now. This has to be the moment. But they also need to think about what they're doing, because they're just making these pushes, and they're not really getting value. Like, no swaps have come in. There's nothing really to contest a lot of this.
Contest is at least going for now. They are on the cart. They need to find a way to get through this archway without getting stabbed in the back by some rockets. Rune tries to go for the Death Blossom, does eventually find their DMAC on twice, but loses their life in the process. There is a resurrection potentially available, and with this shatter, they might actually be able to push on through this. They do actually find everything, but they have to throw the kitchen sink and then the entire bathroom at it. That is not really what you want to see, but at least they might be able to actually get that first checkpoint here. Ouch, behind them, actually taking a mega health back, and they won't be able to make it back in time. 2:28 on the clock to get through point B.
It was risky, but it got there, and Colorado Mesa lives for now. They found Ouch, and they'll push him out back to spawn eventually. And now this is the hard part, because they don't have a way to contest this high ground effectively other than the Reaper.
Cute Papaya with the pulse bomb straight away onto the Zarya, and they're gonna just go back in, dive aggressively. Yeah, the res comes out, but that means you expended some utility, and now there's a Nano Monkey in your face. Not gonna be able to res anything that he gets, and Ouch just follows up on the softening targets that Rune presents. Ouch goes further back in, across the archway, but straight into the Sky. That's on the barrage, straight onto the hit scan, straight onto the Baptiste. 2 kills once again, and just a follow-up with the bomb. 140 on the clock, and you're just back in spawn where you were, Mesa.
There's got to be something here, because now we're looking at the spawn hold too. Badger needs to just play the aggressive. Like, Winston has no answer to you. You can sit, like, if you sit there and hold your shield up as a Reinhardt, you're just gonna get burnt through, so you gotta just swing. If you know the Winston's dove you, swing on him. Like, that's your only answer at that point. And aside from all 4 of these ults for Colorado Mesa, they have to find an answer to it.
Gonna be twice out of mech, out of life, but Ouch still on the high ground, just protecting this with their lives so the tanks can continue to keep returning to it. Badger is trying to swing at a Tracer, but you know how it goes. Never chase a Tracer. She'll just walk away from you. Cute Papaya is gearing up for another pulse bomb. Who is he going to go after this time?
There it is. It's
Looks
stuck.
to be another stick, and that's a double kill on the Rune and Headhunter. Cute Papaya doesn't want to stop. Might even get the Soldier. No, will eventually get traded back, and the rest comes out on Rune. But in the meantime, their front line is just doing everything they want and more. Twice even gets Nano. Don't think that was necessary, but at this stage, even with so many ultimates on the side of Mesa, when did he even get to use them?
Yeah, they've just been holding them. They've never really been able to do it, and it's taken Absent a while to build these Graviton Surges. There's nothing really to pair it in with, too. The Blossom is like what you want to do with it, but they've been so out of sync this whole game. There's never been a moment where you put them together, and meanwhile, Sky is just going to bat around targets for Ouch in the Sky is on this jump.
Another jump down from Sky straight into the enemy team. That Mercy is in trouble, and so is Beagle. Ouch finds a new angle to barrage them from and ruin their lives even more. Absent on the Zarya. It was a beautiful graph, but there is just no follow-up every single time. The res and Cute Papaya just more than evens up the score. And with overtime ticking down, this looks to be CMU Eagles getting geared up for a victory round on their attack.
It happened in Hollywood. They stopped him midway to B, and here we are again. And the Eagles, with this dive comp, have looked so just effective. They've looked in control. Colorado Mesa has just been very stubborn in their comps, and they feel they can win with this Ryan Zarya, but they're just constantly getting punished. There's no answer, and Beagle over on that soldier just kind of has been unfortunately catching the front end of all the rockets most of the time, and that just leaves Ouch free to fly in and get the value. So there's got to be some sort of a give here. You got to put a little more pressure on the skies because you're just getting found out. Ouch has been taking angles all day in this map to pressure you out, get value on these ultimates, and continue to live through virages, which is almost criminal in its own right.
It really is. CMU Eagles. Kupapaya now going over to the Widowmaker. My memory serves me correctly. That was actually a pretty fun pick from them that we saw last time. Problem is, you know, it's gonna be a fun one.
That's a lot of shield.
It just might not last that long. Like that's the problem, right? It's because they're either gonna switch off or they're gonna get a very quick attack and then you won't see that much from it. But I'd love to see some headshots. I'm always in for it. Ouch currently set on the Junkrat. They might switch off of that, but on the other side we will see Rune on the Cassidy. Slowly on that Mercy, and Beagle coming out on the Pharah. I mean, is the Pharmacy going to be able to dodge the Widow?
I feel like if you had this Pharmacy the whole time and it wasn't a Hail Mary, you might have wanted to bring this out way sooner. Honestly, like I feel like that is something you probably should have brought it forever ago, and this double shield is good. You're shutting down the Widow, but at the same time, it's also going to get burned right through from Ouch. And never mind, you're getting your wish. Nope, Cupify is just going to clean it up.
Headhunter gets their head hunted, and then Beagle just, well, they are small dogs, and I guess we know why now. Rune all going straight over to the castle. He didn't actually get anything done, and that is just another aggressive dive play coming out from Eagles.
Yes, noted composition Junkrat dive, as we all know, but the Torbjorn there bringing it in just to try to put some more pressure. It's stopped. I mean, they're not pushing all the way, but that's probably because they're too busy.
They don't have to.
Playing up.
Yeah.
They don't have to. They're playing up.
Exactly. No one can even touch anymore. 1 meter to go, and that's already point B taken. Infrasights are ready. Yeah, there's a shield in your way, but it's not blocking correctly, and there's a couple of heads straight into their visor. Kupapaya, though, not really getting shots just yet, and the Sigma shield does get relocated to properly block that archway. Twice now, ready from the high ground. She's looking. She's cooking. She doesn't have the bomb ready just yet, but definitely looking for something, for an angle to do a lot of damage and get that charged up as Headhunter once again loses their life to a Widowmaker. Funkster, Sir Lolly can potentially heal that back up or res that back up, but it's not that close. Not that easy, and the tire from Ouch might just put an end to everything, especially without an immortality field. They know Headhunter isn't back yet. There we go.
Send it. Ooh, it missed. Oh,
it doesn't have to miss. That's Badger out, and they just keep losing members. This cart's almost there. 2 meters to go, and that's all she wrote. Colorado Mesa, just not a challenge for the Eagles today. They take flight. They are potentially, with this, able to secure their spot in the playoffs. 1 or 2 more matches to go. And a googly eye play of the game Pharah from Ouch. I wonder which one this is. I think it's, oh yeah, this is the quad. This is the quad kill, right?
The quad.
1,
yes, the quad.
2. And then we get 3 and 4 on the Reinhardt.
Yep,
easy clap from Ouch. And they get clapped on when they're Colorado Mesa. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite get it going. Couldn't quite find the solution against this aggression and dive coming out from the Eagles. But, you know, it's never really over until it's over. They aren't really looking great in the standings, so they might not go to playoffs. But they have a lot of time to practice for the next season if they do wish to do so.
And this is a great team to look at that footage for the future. This is a good thing. You're going to come up against this, especially on maps like Dorado. Those things where you're going to see Widowmakers. You're going to have to play against that. You might as well take the off season, put some time in, put your heads to the grindstone and learn on it. And you know what? Write this off. It's still, you know, there's always next year. And meanwhile, for the side of the Eagles, you got to keep grinding harder than ever because you want to stay in, you want to go to playoffs, you got to keep winning. And we were kind of talking about this. There's some tough matches ahead for them. We think they can make it, but we got to see, and you got to see for that too.
Yeah, exactly. As playoffs are coming up in a couple of weeks. First, we got one more play week to go. Some matches got to be made up, so we don't quite know exactly which teams are going to be making it. But you can tune in for it everywhere on the NECC. It's going to be it for me and Soph tonight, but not for the broadcast, not for the streams. There's a stream A and there's the stream over here. Going to be 2 more matches coming at you. So after we go off for a little bit, we're going to have plenty of time to get that match ready. Don't go anywhere, or at least if you're going to go anywhere, just make sure you keep an eye on the timer. Know when you got to be back, or switch over to the other stream to enjoy some more Overwatch NECC action. I've been a class. And next to me, of course, we had Soph Danham. On the production behind us, we have Caroline and Tofu, making our lives a lot easier. And we'll make sure that they are ready for the next games as well. See you guys. Have a great night. And welcome back after the break, hopefully.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome to more NECC Overwatch action. We've got just 2 weeks left in the series, so things are really heating up. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and tonight joined once again by LaFon. How are you doing tonight?
Doing pretty well. Excited to get underway. As always, the end of the regular season, right? It starts to creep up on you a little bit as time flies, but that means these matches do have a little bit of stakes behind them overall. They do earlier in the season as well, of course, but now the deadline is fast approaching, and so the stakes suddenly appear a lot larger. Of course, we all know what that's like. I'm sure it being collegiate, you've had some of those experiences yourself out there. But no, we have to get into the action right away. Jungle God, as always, it's good to be here. But excited to see a Purdue Sigma versus Purdue White. So,
yeah.
Same school here.
This is going to be very interesting, a little bit of an in-house game. I imagine these two teams probably no stranger to each other. I wouldn't be surprised if they are regular scrim partners as well. So, going to be very interesting to see how they face up against each other. I imagine it's going to be interesting because they're likely going to know each other's tricks, right? There's not going to be anything, no big surprises, I don't think, for either of the teams here. So, really looking forward to seeing, how much they're going to read each other as opponents tonight.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting. Of course, we got to talk about the the record here. Purdue White
Yes.
Far ahead away in terms of performance. They get that 5-0 score line, of course, as they continue their hunt towards the undefeated season. We'll see how well they can do it. It starts here, and I have to say, on top of that, not only are they 5-0, they're 3-0 all the way through. So they do have 2 matches rescheduled. They're going to get to those. If they can continue the streak tonight, though, their map differential is looking really, really strong. Of course, on the other side of it, Purdue Sigma. 2-5, so they're a little bit, a little awkward, more of a placement there, but hoping for perhaps a playoff berth if they can win out and get some things to go their way. We got to talk, of course, about how they're going to play the game, though, and where that it's going to be, as our map pool is set for the week, and we'll get into that here. Yep, sorry, as always on control. Nepal is our first map this week.
Yeah, Nepal, that's going to provide, some interesting looks, some interesting peeks at what these two teams are likely going to be moving forward with as we head on to Hollywood, Dorado, and the rest. We could be going to Sanctum. We could see Roadhog. I think that's one of the rare places that you continue to see him pop up in a lot of these compositions. We head up heading to Village, likely going to be Brawl. And if we go to Sanctuary, it could be anything, really. That one's really up for grabs in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams, you said that, or rather you mentioned earlier that these two teams likely know each other's playstyle. So if we're going to get the mirror, that'd be very interesting. Or we're going to get, sort of more up-tempo, stylistic things. I honestly, if there's one thing I'm expecting from Purdue White is to kind of progress the gameplay quicker and quicker. They are coming into this in an advantage. Make no mistake about it, right? They're 5-0. They're 3-0 in those games. It's kind of hard to put any other expectation but that on them. So coming into this, Purdue White really should be playing a more aggressive, fast-paced style to see if they can put their schoolmates, if you will, on the back foot. And as we get through the remainder of the maps, we'll touch on those as they come through. First to 3, of course, in this series. So the two teams we have under our belt here, as you said, Purdue Sigma, Purdue White.
And you mentioned this a little bit earlier, and I'd like to go back to it for just a moment, if you don't mind. And that's the records of each of these teams, and how likely are we to see perhaps Purdue Sigma make a playoff berth? Right now, they're not mathematically eliminated. We did a little looking earlier on, and in particular, their fate is not entirely in their hands. They can certainly make a playoff berth, but they're going to have to come away with a 4-5 record over these next 2 weeks. Take a look at the first running order here. We've got
this is Purdue Sigma
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Sigma. Yeah, this is Sigma exactly. Tiny Dino, a fantastic player. Really enjoyed watching some of her gameplay during this season. So excited to see some continuing highlights coming out from her.
Yeah, look, exactly. So, and I mean, standout performances are kind of what you're looking for at the end of the season here, getting a chance that, you've had all the regular season to kind of warm up to this point. You should be putting forward your best gameplay at this point. And so, yeah, coming out, looking for those standout performances for Purdue Sigma as we move over to Purdue White in a moment. Getting a quick look at what they have to offer in terms of their roster. Eyes really on, I think, the tank line here for for Purdue White. As we said, they're 5-0, so they're mathematically locked in at this point. I don't think it's possible, and by don't, I know it's not possible for them to fall out of the playoff running.
Right.
In this regard, but yeah, keep an eye out. I think on OG rather. Pardon me. As we kind of continue forward, see if they can put that pace up as we highlighted on that tank roll.
Yeah, I'll be certainly having my eyes on them. I'm also going to be keeping an eye on Banana Man and Ozuki, as they've been, I think two of the stronger players on this team, right? Two of the higher SR players. So likely going to, be looking to them for some standout plays as we move forward. So definitely gonna have my eye on all three of those players, I think. Not to say that, we're going to ignore the rest of the squad. Far from it. Just those in particular, we're expecting to see a little bit more out of tonight.
Yeah, it's again a lot of the times when we talk about highlight players, we're not denigrating the rest of the squad. It's more that this is the heartbeat of the team, if you will. As they perform, the team performs around them, with the rest being supporting cast. But that, of course, only if we can have oftentimes players step up in a big way that we don't highlight, and so that's just as exciting as anything else. As we are going to load into the map in just a moment, make no fear. And as I say it, predictive, is it true? We load into Nepal for our first map. We are starting off here on Shrine for our first map.
I said Sanctuary earlier, and I knew that wasn't right. Thank you.
Don't worry. I was kind of stumbling over my own head. It's like, Sanctum? No, that's not right. Sanctuary? That's not even the right map.
Exactly.
Shrine, we got there. We got there in the end. But
we did. I'm gonna be curious to see what both these teams run out on here, because this is really like we mentioned earlier, you can run a lot of different things here, right? You can run a dive composition, you can run a brawl composition. Double shield, maybe not so much, but you can certainly see a lot of other things. And already we're seeing a little bit of a difference in the lineups here. A similar front line, similar back line, but a little bit of a difference coming towards the middle.
The two, the Reinhardt lines coming out there in chat. As the
love to see it.
Getting into it.
We're gonna have both teams now approaching point. That's gonna be Maywall put up by Park. Gonna section off a couple of the members of Purdue Sigma. They're gonna go down fairly low, but still remain in the fight. Can't say that though for Tricky at the moment. Without those big heals, it's gonna be a tough ask for Purdue Sigma to stay alive here. Alohomora falls shortly after that, and Purdue White takes this first fight.
It is an advantage to have the Mei in this head-to-head, right? You can obviously section off the front line, and exactly what Purdue White does, and brawl the way through. I have to say, Banana Man already off to a roaring start. The April Fool's voice line seemingly giving the Reinhardt a power-up, as they do have Shatter, and I eyes on really to see if this can be blocked by the double shield that Purdue Sigma has at their wherewithal.
Yeah, you're right. They're going to have a couple of shots to maybe mitigate its effectiveness here. Amplification Matrix used early on. Banana Man throws a Fire Strike through. Not going to find any kills. Immortality Field used on both sides. Shatter does land from Banana Man. That's going to be a quick cleanup, but it's going to be a 3v2 on point. There's still an opportunity for Sigma to come back. But with Shirty Shark with just a sliver of health, it's not going to be the case.
Yeah, good recovery there from Purdue White, as they kind of trade a bunch of players back and forth, but ultimately it is the a long-standing Shatter that allows the cleanup. You can't react to the Symmetra in time. The damage throughput comes in. So halfway through the point are Purdue White, and now Sigma trying to reapproach. Alohomora almost having the Shatter of their own here.
That they are. It's going to be the Amplification Matrix that strikes first. Alohomora able to proc that Shatter now. Likely going to see it coming in soon, but they get frozen in the middle of it. It still goes off, but they don't find any value. Bonsai is out of the fight for Purdue Sigma. Purdue White firmly in control at this point, although OG briefly out of mech. They are back in it right now. Tiny Dino, she is backing up with the rest of her crew, giving a little bit of space. This is last side territory, though, LaFon.
There's an Amp Matrix as well to continue to put pressure a little bit on, and self-destruct over the flank as well. Purdue White just putting a lot of pressure. That's a big Shatter yet again.
That it is. That's going to start the beginning of the end here for Purdue Sigma. It's just Sigma left, trying their hardest to stay alive. They've got the Gravitic Flux, but they're not going to be able to do anything with it. Purdue White will come away with the first map victory.
Last. last moments of the sound barrier as well. Celebration. The thing I have in question is obviously we had the April Fool's lines in chat. Are the googly eyes back?
They are! They threw me off. I was casting for a different organization earlier, and all of a sudden, one of the cameras was on a car in the middle of First Point of Hollywood, which will be going next. And I was like, wait, have the googly eyes always been there? And they were like, no, it's April 1st tomorrow. I had completely forgotten. But they are back.
I mean, in fairness, here on the East Coast of North America, it's not quite April 1st yet.
Yeah.
So I'm allowed to be a little surprised. Of course, it is April 1st elsewhere in the world, but we are now headed to the second stage of Nepal here. No real changes actually from either squad. Park going to go over, aside from the DPS here for Purdue White, who'll go to the Hanzo and the Cassidy as well. A little bit more range damage as they're mirrored out by Sigma on those two DPS roles.
It's going to be a double shield versus a single shield, really, with OG on that Diva this time around. Immortality Field has to be committed early on by Purdue Sigma. Aloha Mora goes down very, very low. They're going to be healed up to about half health now. Mini Martin see if there's an opportunity to start to push in with Purdue White to take a little bit more of an advantage here, but both teams really just exchanging blows relatively harmlessly at the moment. Although now Purdue Sigma taking a lot more damage. Shatter from Banana Man lands. Both main tanks out of the fight. It's a free-for-all shooting gallery now for these DPS. And that's exactly what we're seeing happening. Purdue Sigma coming away with several kills. Point does go in Purdue White's favor, but this is certainly not over yet, LaFon.
No, it really isn't. And we can see the fight's actually continuing with the elimination from Mini Martian. They're going to be able to continue contesting. And actually, Purdue White might just have the advantage in this fight.
Yeah, they, well, with the main tank going down, it's not looking like that anymore. They do come away with a first point capture, but off the back of that sound barrier and a couple of more kills, Purdue Sigma will come away with a 5 win, but Purdue White did a great job getting a lot of point progress. They lost the fight.
Yeah,
but
they did.
On the scoreboard, it looks like they won one.
Yeah, they lost the fight, and they lost the second fight too, yet still have the lead in the scoreline. So now, I mean, Aloha Mara trying to get this Shatter online, or rather, trying to land the one that is on line here, and I expect Shirty Sharks also uses the Dragon Strike. There it is. Buying a little bit of space here for Purdue Sigma to walk in.
We're going to see the Gravitic Flux used on the back of that, but they're going to be stunned. Out of a no value going to be found there this time around. Self-destruct will land. Shatter still online for Banana Man. Doesn't look like they're going to need it to win this fight, so they're going to be happy to have that going into the next one.
Yeah, the callback also got the elimination on to the Immortality Field at the end there. So that self-destruct doing a ton of work. Gets a kill and destroys the Immortality Field. Things we love to see from the off-tank. Purdue White now. I mean, it's a duel of the Reinhardt. Specifically, Shatter's in tow, and the one that's going to land it first is likely going to win the fight.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to be the case, I think. It's going to be interesting to see which shield takes the most damage, which lines up the most. Shatter going to land from Banana Man. That's going to be the one that hits. And with that, Purdue White takes care of the rest of Sigma.
That's just a good, clean fight there from Purdue White, and not really surprised. Keeping an eye out now on this next one. It's going to be a similar tools of engagement from both teams. One team, both having the Ant Matrix online, of course, and that means that the damage throughput, we've seen a lot of mirrored Ant Matrix, and to be honest, in this round, Purdue Sigma has gotten the advantage in it more times than not. So we'll see if White can respond this time around.
Shirty Shark looking to find an opportunity for this Dragon Strike. It's going to be the Ant Matrix from Azuki that strikes first, though, but the strike back from Purdue Sigma looks to be a little stronger at the moment. Dragon Strike thrown in now from Park to try and delay Sigma's push to point. They're able to do that for just a moment or two, but the picks are still coming in favor of Sigma. They will take this point and stave off defeat for a moment.
I mean, so far in fights where Purdue Sigma and Purdue White have both used the Amplification Matrix, it's been Purdue Sigma who's gotten the victory both times. So just an interesting little stat line there for you. Now, I mean, Purdue Sigma have the advantage position. I would like to see them pressure this fight. Good aggression here on to Banana Man. And I really like this Gravitic Flux as well.
Yeah, this could yield a lot of great results, especially combined with the Dragon Strike. Comes online in the nick of time. 2 kills, and that will be the fight win for Sigma.
Yeah, just a really good combo there from Purdue Sigma. Cycling their ultimates really well. Something I really liked actually was the Grivic Flux early. The Immortality Field was brought out a little too early as well, often actually to keep the tank alive. And they comboed it with a Dragon Strike while Alohomora made sure to destroy the Immortality Field. So good combo from Sigma. And now they have the Amp Matrix again. They have the Shatter again. And Purdue White running out of time here on round number 2.
Yeah, they certainly are. Things were looking really good for them early on, but they have had a few missteps here, and Purdue Sigma has had some standout plays. Going to see a rotation around to the far side of point now from Purdue White. They're going to start to capture percentage here. Amp Matrix out now from Tricky Zerg. Can they find value with it once again? Banana Man is out of the fight. Overtime has been triggered. It's looking like it's going to come away. Purdue Sigma this time around, taking out their big brothers or sisters in this conference, at least on this sub-map. Excellent play coming out from them.
Yeah, there it is. The Earthshatter to make sure to take down their opposition. And Purdue Sigma now equalize the series, or equalize the map 1-1, technically the series as well, as we get into round number 3. Still, remarkable stuff. Actually, that's really, really impressive. Ult combos from Purdue Sigma. You know, I really liked their attention to detail. In that, to that point I was making about that earlier fight where they used the Gravitic Flux, where Sigma uses the Gravitic Flux, is the fact that the Gravitic Flux was used. The Dragon Strike actually waits until the Immortality Field is destroyed, even as they're in the air. So good heads-up play, good awareness by Purdue Sigma that allows them to be, to take the advantage and lead in that round. And off the back of that, the Amp Matrix from Tricky Zerg have just been phenomenal all the way through.
Yeah, they really have. The timing has been incredible on them. The placement has been incredible. They've really gotten exactly what they needed to out of them, and it's led to success on that last submap. As we move on to Village, it's going to be Brawl, the name of the game. CK Rookie gonna opt for the Symmetra, and that's going to allow White to get to point first. Purdue Sigma now in the unenviable position of having to push in on them, and it's not going to start out well. Shirty Shark is removed in short order. Now Purdue White gonna start to push back hard against Purdue Sigma. They're finding the kills that they need, and with that, they'll take the first capture here on Village.
I mean, compositionally right now, Purdue White just has the better look in terms of Village specifically. But on top of that, they're better at the Brawl comp, right? The composition that Sigma is running here is more of a poke-based one. You're not really taking a head-to-head fight, whereas Purdue White very much wants to get up in your face and brawl. And so far, the fights, you're just playing into Purdue White's favorable position by trying to take a fight on the objective. Sigma still a disadvantage by playing in a close quarters engagement here in the top half of the map.
Yeah, I would maybe want to see them take a rotation through main, potentially, but they're going to push it through on the high ground here. Alohomora falls. Most of the members of Purdue Sigma go down very low. It's all the Tricky Zerg and Warp can do to try and keep them alive, but Purdue White will come away with the fight win regardless.
I really like the discipline there from Banana Man not to commit the Earth Shatter as everyone's kind of held in the hallway because they know they have the cleanup. And they're going to just walk back. To start, you get a pick off out of spawn with that Fire Strike, but I mean, you're still working quite hard to get there, and obviously Purdue White should be able to recover fairly swiftly.
They should. CK Rookie has already respawned, and while they may not be here for the beginning of the fight, they're not going to miss a whole lot of it, to be perfectly honest. Dragon Strike thrown in now to the high ground. That's going to cause a lot of people to disperse, and OG to disperse all the way back to spawn, as a matter of fact. Purdue Sigma coming away with several picks here. The Blizzard from Park to try and turn things the other way, and it has begun to do just that. Warp tries to get another pick to see if they can hold on to the advantage that Sigma had started to build. But with the respawns coming back in favor of Purdue White, it's going to be pretty tough. They do have a little bit of an advantage here. Zuki comes back in, though, and finds Warp. And with that, Shirty Shark has to turn tail and run.
That was a fight in contrast there. Purdue Sigma actually started that off really well. By getting to the high ground, they get the Dragon Strike, they get the elimination, the full kill onto OG. They're going to go right back into it. That fight did not take time to start, and they're just going to re-engage right away.
They have to. 1% left to go. They get a touch at the last second. Literally, it's going to be Alohomora looking for an opportunity for this Earth Shatter. And it's going to be Mini Martin going out of the way just at the last moment. Picks on either side, though. Banana Man is down for Purdue White. That is absolutely an opportunity for Sigma to start to do some work here. Many of the members of Sigma still very high health right now. We're going to see CK Rookie try to get something going, but it's not going to be in the cards this time around. That rocket hammer from Aloha Mora has other things to say. But Purdue Sigma needs to get the picks quicker than this. They're letting Purdue White stagger at the point too long, and they're getting reinforcements, and now Park has the Blizzard.
And with that Blizzard, actually, that is going to be the map as well. Purdue White just able to stabilize and come in with the cleanup. So that fight for Purdue Sigma, the last two fights actually on this map were just favoring the fact that the survivability of Purdue White was so excellent. And they continue. No, you can't do that to me. Not that highlight intro. Oh, man.
Oh, that was fantastic. I love this in chat too. We're going to give you a little insight into, what's happening about behind the scenes. One of our producers said, wait, which Purdue just won? That would be Purdue White taking the win right there. And yeah, I love seeing the googly eyes come back out, LaFon. I am not a very serious man. I love it when things get silly. So I'm really happy that we are back in this time of year.
Fair. That's the last time it's going to get to me, so I will be straight. I will not be laughing at it any further from here on out. Mark my words. Jokes aside, though, the survivability for Purdue White was impressive, and a reason why in back-to-back fights they were able to close out the round. The other thing too is obviously the focus fire for Purdue Sigma just not quite as efficient in those last two engagements. I think. Specifically, highlighting the fact that the supports for Purdue White were able to stay alive for so long is just something that's going to need to be resolved in the future maps, because you should not be, your Lucio should not be the one, contesting the point in the middle of a cleave composition and on Village, right? Sanctum, okay, sure, there's a lot of high ground you can kind of work with, but with Village specifically, that's just fancy footwork from the Lucio player and a little bit of a missed mark from the opposition. So a little bit of column A, column B gives you the victory for Purdue White, and they take the lead in the series and continue their path to having an undefeated season here in this division.
Yeah, I'm sure Purdue Sigma would love to add that little blemish to their compatriots record, but they're not going to get it on Nepal. They're going to have to look to the star-studded streets of Hollywood next to see if maybe they can find a little more success there.
Well, we'll have to find out for sure. I mean, something that we're going to get a look at, of course, is the compositional setup. We highlighted that there was a lot of Reinhardt on Nepal, and definitely surprising is not the word. I think the fact that we saw the same tank line or similar tank lines but different DPS core was interesting, because obviously there was a poke composition from Sigma, whereas White played the Brawl in which favored them quite heavily, I have to say. In the poke composition, the mirror poke, Sigma held their own. In fact, that was the round they won. So if Purdue White can stay away from that, maybe they'll have a little bit of, they'll have a little bit. They'll continue their success. Sigma obviously trying to want to force that mirror comp in my mind.
Yeah, I think you're right. And, one of the things I want to harken back into that you said a little bit earlier was the focus fire, right, from Sigma. I think it wasn't there. I think there was maybe a little bit of panic. That's what it looked like to me, in one of those last fights, just everybody, a situation probably where everybody's calling different targets. Nobody can decide who's most important to hit. So hopefully they can get some of that cleaned up, as we move into Hollywood. Sides are going to swap. We are going to have Purdue White now on the left side of your screen. That means we will get to see them on defense first as well.
Not a surprise. Oftentimes, if you get the choice to choose side, although Sigma lost the last map, so they would have picked attack here, which is definitely interesting. Definitely interesting.
Thank you for taking me back to the car with googly eyes. That is exactly the one that I noticed it on during my last cast. So yeah, love to see it. Purdue White going to be starting out with a double shield composition on defense, and I really like this look here. I think it's got a lot of promise, got a lot of potential. Mini Martin on the Brigitte. I wonder if White is anticipating Sigma coming out with a dive here, LaFon.
Defensively, this composition is really stable. Actually, something that's caught in my mind that I have to get out there. The payload has googly eyes. The other cars don't. The characters, the heroes have googly eyes as well. This implies that the car is sentient.
Have we discovered the next new hero for Overwatch 2? Is that the leak that we're getting here from the devs? Are we gonna see a transformer come into play here? We'll have to wait a few weeks to find out. We're gonna see Purdue Sigma coming out with once again Tiny Dino on the Sigma, and you know, they've done great with that before. Like you said, it was that situation where they had the win on Nepal, so curious to see if they're going to be able to do that here as well. Purdue Sigma looking to take this high ground out of White's hands right now. Purdue White going to be backing off to point and to the cafe above point as well. Now we've got both these sides just heaving damage into each other and their shields.
Yeah, I mean, OG is going to take the lead in the Sigma battle, though, just by virtue of the fact that they can spam into a corner and hit everyone. Walking through, Tricky Zerg just trying to keep everyone alive.
They're doing an excellent job of that. That's going to be one tick on the board now for Purdue Sigma. Purdue White trying to get in as much chip damage as they can before they're forced to try and stall out point. It's going to be Purdue White coming away with the kills they need. They are rewarded for their patience with a fight win, but now Sigma has a much easier job in front of them for this next fight.
That's a very surprising fight from Purdue White, I must say. Yes, they won it, but they gave up 2/3 of the objective to do so, with the compositions designed to keep space away from their opponent. They fall back to Cafe, sure, but I don't know why they retreat off the high ground when they can just spam a little bit more. Their opponent doesn't have a teleport that they can really abuse, so gonna be a little bit of an interesting rotation here. They're gonna give up high ground again, I'm guessing, as the rotation to Cafe comes through from Sigma. A very clean rotation, I might add, as they get through into what is essentially second point.
Yeah, I like this rotation coming out from Purdue Sigma a lot. They're playing it patiently, too. They're waiting for their cooldowns to come back, but that has given Purdue White plenty of time to get themselves set up on the high ground now opposite of point. We're going to see another counter rotation coming in from Purdue Sigma. They're starting to put pressure on port. Beautiful halt into a Dragon Strike. Lots of damage goes into Sigma. Forced to use a lot of resources to try and stay up. They're going to get the Shatter online, though. That's going to be Purdue Sigma with a big fight win there, and we will get to see the Streets phase, and not too much time been burnt off the clock yet, LaFon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of people are going to look at the dance that Purdue Sigma kind of had there around the map and say, oh, they're wasting their time. But honestly, White gave them the opportunity to take the advantageous fights there. And credit to Purdue Sigma for recognizing the fact that they could just get into the objective and stand there. And Shark is going to continue where they left off. A great pickoff from range. And Purdue White on the dive composition are now going to be forced to give up a lot of this second phase.
Yeah, they really are. This high ground positioning that Purdue Sigma is gaining off the back of just that one pick is going to pay them back in spades. Park now trying to see if they can get up there with that Doomfist to try and mitigate some of the effectiveness of this high ground, but Banana Man's already out of the fight. Without that big initiator for Purdue White, things are going to go from bad to worse here, I think, in very short order, especially with OGD next.
Yeah, one of the teams is playing as a cohesive unit. The other is sort of trickling in one by one, and I'll give you one guess as to which team is finding success. Now, I mean, trying to sit in the set up a trap was Purdue White, but they just don't have the resources to really do this.
No, they don't at the moment. They're trying to push through here. They are rewarded with a pick onto Shirty Shark, though. A nice off-angle Deadeye will find that. Gravitic Flux now going to be committed by Sigma to see if they can turn things around here again, but Purdue White seems to have found their footing, and they will successfully defend right on the brink of third.
CK Rookie is the reason they were able to get there, though, right? Just to flank Deadeye and then obviously get into the high ground. Uncontested. Oh, hello.
I love it. I've seen several like friendly back and forth teabags today, and in my previous stream, Reinhardt teabagged their teammate after they got caught in a junk trap that was very obviously planted. So it's been a nice day for that, I think, overall. Just everybody having fun.
Double projectile as well for Purdue White now as they make a shift over. So looking for, Banana Man with the Primal Rage likely extend, but Purdue Sigma, I think they can take this fight and really find success because look at all the tools they have to work with as they try and rotate through the low ground here.
Yeah, they've got plenty to work off of here. They've got the card making a lot of progress here. Dive comes in now from Banana Man. A lot of Tesla damage getting poured into the side of Purdue Sigma. They're not going to be too long for this world, especially after Park uses that Meteor Strike to help clean up what's left of Purdue Sigma.
And that is going to be it. Oh, they're staggering the Sigma. Oh, that's Punch Kid, and the Doomfist in hand. So I suppose that works.
What was that? Punch Kid? Did you say Punch Kid?
The joke is that the kid's name, the one is called Punch Kid, but
Oh, okay, gotcha.
the spray because of the.
Oh, right. I got you.
Anyway, Purdue Sigma now trying to just get. I would like to see this high ground here from them as they go through it. Yeah, that's good. Because they'll be able to walk up with this Earth Shatter as long as Park does not get in. Oh no, the boot.
What a great play coming out there from OG. I loved that mech sent out. But with them out of mech, it's free reign for Bonsai to get a 2K Deadeye in favor of Purdue Sigma. Now, Purdue White starting to push back, though. They've got several kills in their favor. Nobody going to be left. 42 seconds left on the clock now, Lafon, for Purdue Sigma to try and push this cart through second.
That was actually a really good start for Purdue Sigma. They recognized that the self-destruct gets blocked by the Sigma shield, and then Tiny Dino hits the accretion onto the remeching Diva, so the Deadeye gets value. Really good stuff from Purdue Sigma. Unfortunately, Purdue White just has a much more explosive composition that they're able to take advantage of, and obviously Banana Man on the Primal Rage gets a nice juggle to eliminate another player. I mean, yeah, running out of time now, 10 seconds. I'd like to see Alohomara hit this, hit the Shatter. It's gonna be big. It needs to be big. Speaking of, that anti-nade is absolutely massive.
Yeah, that was tremendous, and we see a dive right on the back of that. Gonna be a Dragon Blade coming in from CK Rookie. They find 2 kills. That's gonna be half of the support line and DPS line gone, half of Purdue Sigma gone, but they've been able to get a couple of picks in the meantime. Huge Dragon Strike coming in from Shirty Shark. Is it going to be enough? Can they come away with it? It's not going to be this time. That is as far as Purdue Sigma will get.
That is, I mean, a CK Rookie with no fear in their heart, as they down to 22 HP, still swinging the Dragon Blade away. And Purdue Sigma now, you know, they get some progress actually after a very remarkable first point attack. Can't quite convert that time bank into a second point capture, but nonetheless have gotten the payload nearly to that final checkpoint, and so have some tools to work with at the very least as Purdue White tries to get to the offense here.
Yeah, they certainly do. They, you know, I think they have to be feeling, you know, of course, a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to full cap this or get through second point, but that's not a bad push at all by any stretch of the imagination. I've seen several successful defenses be, you know, mounted and successful with that kind of progress made.
And we'll see. I mean, the one thing is Purdue White, with the fact that they were able to showcase
this banter going back and forth in chat is great, Lafon.
There is a lot of banter going back and forth there. No, but with the fact they were able to play this dive composition with great effect last round, I'd like to see Purdue Sigma able to recognize the pressure points that they're kind of faltering at and bolster them. Because they weren't too far off in a couple of those fights. It really is a case of just shutting down one player and then just continuing to get your advantage and rotate them through. But, I mean, Purdue White still living up to the fact that they are undefeated so far in this division and trying to continue.
That they are. We're going to see a dive, soft dive likely coming in from Banana Man here just to get a little bit of charge, get a little bit of space. For Purdue White, they're going to go back in for another engagement, see if they can build up a little bit more charge. 70% of the way to a Primal Rage. They're going to get it on their third dive. That is insane value coming out from Banana Man. They're going to be able to get the jump pack kill onto the Lucio as well. Bonsai now trying to do as much as they can to keep things at bay, but Banana Man is just ripping this team apart right now on Winston. Incredible play coming out from that main tank.
Yeah, that's really good, and actually that outpaces Azuki's nano boost by 35%, I think, something like that. Which means that Banana Man does not really. Now you have a lot to work with here with this nano boost. You can use it on the Dragon Blade for a little bit of extra punching power. You can also use it again on the Winston to regenerate that Primal Rage that you just used. So overall, I mean, Purdue White they have all the tools they need here. As they try and capture the second point. Purdue Sigma, I mean, they really need to get a stun here onto this Winston, and good going so far.
Yeah, they were able to get the stun, but he's able to bounce out at the last moment. It's not going to be the same story, though, for Park. They're going to have to park their butt right back in spawn. CK Rookie looking for an opportunity here to see if maybe they can turn things around, give Purdue White a little bit of an advantage. Tricky Zerg pops the amplification matrix, and we've seen how much damage that can do before. Purdue Sigma going to eat most of them. The business end of an anti-nade from Azuki. That's going to be the go button for the rest of Purdue White. After the dive in from Banana Man, Park gets several kills with the Nano Blade, and that will be a fight win for Purdue White.
Yeah, I mean, decent stuff there. They use the Nano, the Rally, and the Blade. That's a fight you should be winning. And Purdue Sigma, I mean, now they don't have to really worry about those. The question is now, how do you deny this Graviton Surge? Because that's going to be the real, I mean, they're the real threat to close out this map, and they really have to identify that this is the win condition. They're not even going to get out of the spawn doors to get it.
No, they're not. We're going to see a tremendous amount of damage coming in now from Banana Man off the back of that phenomenal Gravitic Flux. Banana Man has the Primal Rage again. Card still hasn't stopped moving. Purdue Sigma can't even get close to it. We're going to see the Gravitic Flux used by Tiny Dino to try and stop some of this progress. But look at that 2K coming in from Widow. That's going to be the map.
And Purdue White will get 2-0 here, as they are now one map away from completing the 3-0. I wonder if this is going to be Park with the Dragon Blade on the second phase, or yeah, it is. Okay, so this is going to be the Nano onto the Winston for the engage, and then the cleanup goes in on the Genji. So still good, a very well-coordinated play here. Expensive though it was, those are the fights that you need to win, and Purdue White do so quite easily to give themselves that second map, and now continue onwards to try and finish off the series.
And they look like they're headed there in a pretty quick fashion. Purdue Sigma really going to have to dig deep, I think, and come up with something in their bag of tricks. But, you know, like we remarked about earlier, probably not too many secrets between these two teams. So hopefully they can find some success, though, moving forward. Would love to see this go a little bit longer and maybe put a little bit of a blemish on Purdue White's record. But before that happens, we are going to take a short break. We will be right back with more from this Purdue game. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you are just joining us, it's Purdue v. Purdue, Sigma versus White. And right now, Purdue White on top 2-0, continuing their perfect record, Lafana, in terms of even map differential.
They are. I mean, currently sitting, as you said, 5-0, 3-0 in 3-0 sweeps all the way through. So far, the scorelines in this series have also been identical: 2-1 and Nepal, 2-1 on Hollywood in the final scoreline. So, definitely holding up to sort of the prediction we kind of set forward, of course, coming into this. Purdue Sigma, I should say, is making a team swap as Otaku Ora is going to come in place of Bonsai on the hit scan role. So the GPS players taking a little bit of a sub position there. I mean, not that it, coming into this third map and what could potentially be the final one, as it is now match point for Purdue White. Definitely going to be an interesting sequence of events for sure.
It certainly will be. And if my memory serves me correctly, I believe we are headed to Dorado next. Yes, that is where we are, in fact, going. So this is going to look a little different, I think, than what we've seen so far. Although Purdue White did use the dive composition to great effect on Hollywood. We haven't really seen too much of that come out from Purdue Sigma yet, but I imagine that won't be for very long.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado has a weird sort of setup nowadays where there is a core difference in looks from attack and defense. In the last little bit, in the last couple of weeks, months, so to speak, defense is often set up with an Orisa, and the offense has kind of played a wrecking ball style. We're not going to get that here, as Purdue White has instead elected to go for the dive composition of their own. And I mean, so far it's been their best composition. So perhaps not a surprise. If anything, this double shield has looked awful from them. So I'm okay. I'm okay with this adaptation here.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Dive, I my favorite composition to watch. So I'm very excited. Anytime we get to head to a place like Dorado. Gonna be very similar looking compositions from both squads. A little bit of a difference there in the support and DPS role, but not too terribly much. It's gonna be Purdue Sigma coming out the gates very strong, very aggressively pushing on this Purdue White squad, but Purdue White gonna be able to hold the high ground for now. Shirty Shark trying to see if they can make that not the case, but with Warp out of the fight already. Shirty Shark is minus a pocket. That's gonna make the going very tough for them, and in fact impossible, as CK Rookie takes them out of the fight.
That's, I mean, a lot on that. It's been mostly Purdue White here in this first engagement. Obviously, they nearly take down Warp Dark Matter, surviving just for a moment, but the cleanup comes through. All the focus has really been on the isolated members, and that is a massive dynamite.
Yeah, that was huge. Several members having to scatter to the winds just a little bit to try and regain some of their health, wait out that damage. Gonna be picks on either side, but they are going to favor Purdue White. Rez going to come in. No, it's not. CK Rookie there with the shots, able to stop that in its track, and with that, Purdue White stops what could have been a little bit of progress by Sigma.
CK Rookie on this high ground has been completely uncontested and has been a menace. If there's, I don't really think there's any other word to put there. The hit scan has just been not really contested at all here. And Ash is so good at this position, right? Has the dynamite to sort of collect, just put chip damage on everybody, and then obviously the long range hit scan has been dominant here for CK Rookie.
Yeah, it certainly has. Dominant and uncontested, you know, exactly what you said. We're going to see the Nano Boost committed onto Banana Man. They have that Primal Rage ready to go. We've seen what it can do in the past. Do they even need it? They are going to pop it here at the last minute. Going to pick up one kill as Shirty Shark tucks tail and runs back to spawn.
And, I mean, this is just going to be a bit of a cycle fight, by which I mean this, just, you know, dump ultimates and force Purdue Sigma to reset. Only, I mean, still a minute 50 left, so it's not awful here, and we're starting to see Purdue Sigma, you know, rotate to those resources. Duplicate, obviously, the Tactical Visor and Primal Rage, but they need to find a lot of value from it, and they need to dodge the self-destruct.
That they do not do, LaFon. That is going to be both supports out of the fight, and everybody from Purdue Sigma running back to spawn.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that's going to have to be the full reset. It's rare that you get one ultimate to just end a fight like that, and the big problem with a fight win like that is it means that Purdue Sigma wastes time where they don't have any chance to even use their resources, which means they're going to be collecting all of these in one fight. And now there's a bigger opportunity for them to waste resources in a fight that they honestly may not need to.
We're going to see if they do that. As a matter of fact, it's going to be a quick pick onto Park via Shorty Shark. They duplicate the Winston as well. They're going to get the Primal Rage off the bat. Things are looking pretty decent for Purdue Sigma right now. Otoko Core making their presence known with that sub coming in. They find two with the Tac Visor. And now Purdue White very much on the back foot. They're still trying to contest things. And in fact, Banana Man able to get a kill.
Yeah, still, I mean, with that may not be enough, though, as they are going to...
Yeah.
Primal Rage from Alofamara doing a ton of work just in terms of both damage and survivability from Purdue Sigma. There is going to be one last recontest, I think, from Purdue White. They have the duplicate, they've got the Nano, and they've got the Primal.
The Bob is going to be the first on 2 point. So far, that 7th man doing a lot of work already. Warp Dark Matter gone out of the fight. Tricky Zerg finds their trip back to spawn, and with less than 10 seconds to go, Purdue White may have found the hold that they needed right here on the precipice of 2nd point, the streets of Dorado.
Yeah, that is going to be the hold, and that's, I mean, the unfortunate thing about being in that disadvantaged position is that you feel the kind of pressure to use those resources to win a fight. Purdue Sigma use everything. And that means that Purdue White, they lost the fight, but were able to reset and come back in with everything and more. So, hey, Purdue White now, they have to capture first point. That's really all that stands between them and this series.
That it is. They are looking to extend that perfect record. This is just one half of one map left to go, and they will do just that, LaFon. How is Purdue Sigma going to opt to defend this? That's the big question I want to know the answer to right now. Let's take a peek. They are going to opt for, if Shirty Shark goes Sombra, this could be 6-man dive.
They're going to be Echo, but still...
Similar enough.
Yeah. It's not bad. The man, it's still such a margin for error is so small with this composition, though. You really don't have a lot of room to make mistakes. It can work. The big problem, though, is that you don't have... This is an all-in composition that Purdue Sigma is doing. Unlike Purdue White's defense, where they had the Ash, which allowed them to have very little risk when dealing damage, Purdue Sigma has none of the same. They're going to play very, very close here. They're going to try and surprise Purdue White, and we'll see how well this ambush works for them.
Yeah, we will. I wonder if Purdue White has seen these shenanigans from Sigma before. They take a peek to the left and immediately find them. Both bubbles going to be committed right now by the Winstons. Otaku Core looking a little low right now. They're going to have to back off from that fight, try and get a little bit of healing. They're going to check their flank, prevent the Genji from finding any value right there. Mini Martian pocketing that Genji, keeping them alive, but only for so long. They're out of the fight. One pick for each side. Banana Man once again already has the Primal Rage and the Blade for CK Rookie as well. That was a tremendously fast ultimate generation for both of those players.
Yeah,
and
that was
Mini Martian. Look at that. Them too.
That was faster than the Coalescence from Tricky Zerg, which just goes to show how quick that was. And now, I mean, I suppose the one problem is that there's going to be Coalescence to open up. Purdue Sigma going to have to make it count.
There they are. They're trying as hard as they can. Tricky Zerg seeing how much they can do for Purdue Sigma. Park has popped the Tac Visor now. They're not going to be able to find any kills with it. Otaku Core strikes first. Mini Martian out of the fight as well. And Purdue Sigma has successfully started to defend here on Dorado.
Yeah, that's a really good initiation there. It turns out the ultimates find value on on Purdue Sigma's side. 1 is greater than 0. So it's I jest, but the economy of that is really good for them because they're going to have the sound barrier for sustain. They're going to have the Death Blossom, and again, there's no, aside from the Shield Bash, there's no real defensive utility against it, and obviously survivability of the Primal Rage as well.
Primal Rage going to be committed momentarily. We've got a Death Blossom online already. Finds 1 victim. That's going to be 2 down in favor of Purdue Sigma. But now they don't have any support line left. It's going to be Warp Dark Matter trying to get back as quickly as they can. But Banana Man has already made short work of Shirty Shark. Tiny Dino out of mech, out of options. Aloha Mora pops the Primal Rage. They get one on a Mini Martian. But the sound barrier is there for Warp Dark Matter. They just have to focus down this Furious George in the back line. They've popped out of their Primal Rage. Now they find another pick on the park, but that might have been long enough for Sigma to find the support they need. Graviton Surge now committed by OG. There's the Dragon Blade as well from CK Rookie, but Shirty Shark is there with Attack Visor. That's putting a lot of pressure onto Purdue White. And now they just have a minute and a half left to try and push this in, because it looks at the moment as if Purdue Sigma is holding. The rally's popped, the coalescence is popped. LaFon, this fight is still going on.
Yes, it is. And I mean, the rally here is going to be on the tail end of it, but it has not really been applied to anybody. And Purdue Sigma are going to punish the aggression from Purdue White. Purdue White thought they could claw that one back, and were incorrect. A couple of ultimates whiff on White's side. And now Sigma have forced a last fight situation where the teams are about even in terms of resources.
Yeah, and now we're going to see a couple of swaps come in compositionally from Purdue White as well. OG going over to the Diva. Park is on the Hanzo. We've got the Shimada brothers in tow now for Purdue White. Primal Rage and Nano Boost, the only things that they really have to work with here. They're going to have to take this fight slow to try and build those up. Banana Man has the Primal Rage now. They're going to hit the go button on it, but Mini Martian looking very, very rough right now. Just a sliver of health. Can they stay alive? Aloha Mora pops their Primal Rage as well. Theirs has expired. So has Banana Man's. We're going to see a push back coming in from Purdue Sigma. Once again, 17 seconds left to go. Purdue Sigma coming away with the lion's shares of the kills. They may be able to hold here. They may put that blemish, that 1 mark, to start things off here on Purdue White's record. The spotless record is going to be no more. I don't think anyone from Purdue White can even touch. There is the last moment contest, but the Death Blossom is there. That's going to take out 1. Another falls to Aloha Mora. Purdue Sigma is getting the kills they need. They've got the coalescence on board now. They just have to hold on. They just have to play this smart. This is theirs to lose, and they are not going to do that, LaFon. Overtime taking over. That's going to be it. And Purdue Sigma takes the map off of Purdue White.
That is a fantastic effort from Purdue Sigma at the very end, all the way through this map. Just spectacular defense from Sigma in this one. And that is going to be a map record crushed here for Purdue White. This started off so well for them too. This felt like it was over at the very beginning when the Dragon Blade and the Primal Rage were brought so early. But no, it was Purdue Sigma just, digging deep. And hey, give credit to Purdue Sigma for recognizing that Purdue White overcommitted to a couple of fights that they thought that Purdue White thought they could bring back, and were wrong. They were incorrect about that. And Sigma have now made this a very interesting series for sure.
That they have. They, I think that Purdue White got a little overconfident there. When you get overconfident, that's when you make mistakes, and that's when you find yourself in an unenviable position. Purdue Sigma took complete advantage, I think, of some of those missteps. Like you said, taking some of these fights, extending them a little too long, right? That really, I think they shot themselves in the foot, and we're going on to map 4 now, LaFon.
We are, and I was just looking at the records here at some of the teams that Sigma has played, and that White have both played, and these are teams that Purdue Sigma lost. There's teams that Purdue Sigma lost 0-3 to that Purdue White 3-0'd. So there's some interesting crossover there, and the fact that Purdue Sigma is able to come back and take a map here on Dorado, and I think more critically, it's not just that they took the map; it's how they took it. Their defense was stellar. I really think that their focus fire was what cost them a couple of fights on Nepal at the start of the series. That was not the case here on Dorado, where they were able to finalize those eliminations that gave them the victory here. So certainly Purdue Sigma turning up in a big way in map number 3.
Yeah, they really did, and I hope that they're able to ride this momentum to another good performance here in our 4th map. They absolutely have what it takes, I think, to take down this Goliath potentially in Purdue White. And honestly, I feel like if Purdue White's going to take an L, they would rather take one to their friends, to their classmates, to their teammates than to another organization. But I'm sure that is not what they are going for today. I am sure they're looking to take this win.
Yeah, they are. They're definitely going to try and go for victory, obviously. And I mean, one thing it is that Purdue White is now, unfortunately, their perfect record, if they even do so, will be tarnished in that map loss. So Sigma, they're putting up the numbers where it counts. And now the question is, can they turn this into an even series to try and force the reverse sweep? We'll have to wait to find out. But obviously, here on this next map, on map number 4, it is certainly going to be a tall order, I think, all things considered.
Yeah, I think it still will be. The momentum certainly has shifted into Purdue Sigma's favor, but Purdue White is still, I think, the favorite to win this overall series. And, whether they do it here or it takes one more map for them to find their footing, I think that's still going to be the case. I think we're going to have a Purdue White win here, but you know what? It is not as certain as it was. It is not as likely as it was.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: if Purdue Sigma can get more more captures, if they're not stymied in these final fights, then all of a sudden I'm feeling a lot more comfortable about their chances on the defense, because they know how to take fights on the defense. It's just that those final moments in the offensive end where they run out of both time and resources, that's where it's really hurt them the most. So. That's what I need to see from them here to try and force a map number 5 is on Blizzard World here. This attack needs to be just a little bit better.
Yeah, it certainly does. And it's interesting too, because it feels like after that last map, there's not a whole lot separating these two teams. I wouldn't have said that after our first two, but it's clear that Purdue has a great program, right? They've got some fantastic coaching going on, because both of these teams are looking great right now. I mean, we can't say enough about Purdue White, but Purdue Sigma as well. They're really showing up here today, and I'm excited about it.
Park is going to get some early scan at the doorway, know what Purdue Sigma is running as the Hanzo Sonic arrow goes in, so they know it's a dive composition. But I mean, Purdue White obviously having a very a notoriously difficult composition to sort of get to dive onto here. So many stuns. Flashbang, shield bash, accretion, obviously the halt to slow things down. And speaking of slowing things down, Park with a body shot to clean up the Echo player. So Purdue Sigma forced to reset yet again. That is a lot of spam coming through, and Purdue Sigma needs to be careful not to die early.
Yeah, they really do. That, one pick shut them down for 40 seconds, right? We're going to see the dive coming in now onto the high ground, but Park strikes again, this time taking out Warp Dark Matter. Aloha Mora forced to back off once again as CK Rookie combines with the other members of Purdue White for several more kills.
Purdue Sigma attempts the head-on engagement, and it's not going to work against this composition, as CK Rookie gets on the flank to try and find perhaps the final blow, but the heals are there in time. Yeah, trying to get into just a aggressive, full-on engagement against against Purdue White's composition is not going to work. You're just going to get demec'd or destroyed very, very quickly. So we'll see if Purdue Sigma tries a different angle approach, because they absolutely need to.
It looks like they are. They're going to try and go from the side over here, from this doorway, from underneath. We'll see an early dive coming from Tiny Dino, but she is pushed back relatively quickly. Purdue White still looking safe on this high ground. Dive comes in from Aloha Mora, but they stay just a little too long, bite off a little more than they can chew. Same can be said, though, for Park, as they are out of the fight. They had a Dragon Strike ready to go. Azuki just procced the Amplification Matrix. It may be needed here by Purdue White. They've only got a small advantage, but that advantage is in the support department. Azuki still alive, but nobody for Purdue Sigma at the moment. They're going to back off just a little bit, but Purdue White's respawns have a long ways to come.
Yeah, but I mean, even still, the fact that they're able to hold on to this high ground without really giving any space is massive. This is going to be big, though. Big nano boost onto the Winston.
That's gonna be 2 fast kills for Aloha Mora. They haven't even used their Primal Rage yet. They're not gonna need it to win this fight. Banana Man not long for this world, and with that, Purdue Sigma takes the first point.
Now we look to the second phase, and I mean that was a scattered fight. This is one thing that Purdue White started on Dorado and has kind of continued. Honestly, started on Nepal and has continued through the map. It's been kind of a through line. They're willing to take fights where they're not at advantage, right? They don't have all 6 players up. And where earlier in the series it was winning them fights, now it's losing them fights. So that has been sort of the real difference maker at the end of 3, and kind of into this 4th map as well. We'll see if that changes a little bit, though.
Rally going to be committed by Mini Martian. A flurry of ultimates come out from Purdue White. 2 of them find picks. That's going to be the Deadeye and Dragon Strike getting what they need done. And with that, Purdue White will have a nice defensive hold.
That's 4 ultimates. Yeah, you win.
Was it
fight.
4? I missed one.
It's the
Yeah.
Dragon Strike, Gravitic Flux, Deadeye, and Rally. So
Wow.
that is a lot of resources there. Purdue Sigma uses the Rally and Primal Rage, I think. So in the simplest calculation, Purdue White has the advantage. Now, I mean, the damage throughput is here, but they need the team to reset with it. Banana Man and Azuki going to be, obviously those two. There's a supercharger early, and breaking for cover is the remaining members, but a great halt sort of ends that.
I was going to say I feel like that supercharger was a little early, but that halt proved me wrong. Excellent picks coming out here from Purdue White. Shirty Shark goes for the duplication, but gonna be forced to back away with it and not find any value this time around.
CK Rookie just trying to dance their way away from damage, and still continues to fight into the entirety of the opposition. Will quickly realize that's not a great idea and resets. And I mean, that's the recovery fight you need, where 4 ultimates were used, this time only 1, so it's going to put the map back in. That is a ton of damage on the Winston as they try to jump in. Aloha Mara gets ulted as well. They need to be careful.
Yeah, they certainly do. Already 1 pick in favor of Purdue Sigma. Tiny Dino throws in the self-destruct. That's going to take out the immortality field of Azuki. They've got the amplification matrix, though, that could be used to great effect here. We're going to see them back off a little bit, though. Give a little bit of room, probably waiting to get their reinforcements. CK Rookie going to pop the tack visor now, but the sleep finds them. Tricky Zerg coming out with a huge shot right there. It's going to be a Taku or using the tack visor now to continue this push forward. But the picks now coming in favor of Purdue White. They will be able to stop this cart in its tracks.
Yeah, still, I mean, the cart inches forward, but now we are in that final fight. And here's where I talked about the top of this map, where Purdue Sigma in these final fights don't have much to their name. They might generate, the Primal Rage, they might generate the Rally, but that's it. Purdue White, meanwhile, they're going to have both support ultimates. They're going to have the Dragon Strike as well, and they also have the possibility of getting 2 more. So Purdue Sigma have to do a lot with very little. We'll see if they're able to accomplish it. We are underway.
47 seconds left to go. That rally's gonna burn even more time off the clock, especially now that Tricky Zerg is out of the fight. That's gotta be a quick fight reset for Purdue Sigma.
And I mean, 35 seconds. That was a fight that Purdue Sigma did not gain anything meaningful in terms of that ult charge that we're highlighting. Aloha Mara is going to have the Primal Rage, but really that's it. And Purdue White have ticked over to a couple more ultimates in the meanwhile.
Banana Man gonna have the supercharger online soon. Azuki pops that amplification matrix. Dragon Strike comes up big. Azuki nowhere to be found, but it's gonna be a supercharger coming out now to make up the difference for that amp matrix going down. CK Rookie finds 2 with the tack visor, and that's going to be as far as that card gets for Purdue Sigma.
And I mean, it's just a case of Purdue White has just too much at the end to really overcome. You need kind of a miracle play, and all you're working with is the Primal Rage. So no shade to Sigma in that. It's just a case of the timing of the resource availability being very favorable for Purdue White. That being said, the game's not over yet. Dorado, it looked dire, and yet Sigma were able to claw it back off of a really courageous hold. So now we'll see if Purdue White fumbles the attack side as they did on Dorado. But It's certainly tougher than not getting to third would have been.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, you know, the other thing is too, right? Purdue Sigma was able to get this card much further here in Blizzard World than they got in Dorado, right? So if they're even able to mount, not even as good of a defense, but almost as good of a defense, they can still come away with this map win, right? Because they, we know that they have what it takes to stop Purdue White in their tracks on first point.
They absolutely
this is a little different situation, though. Now that we've got the capture point, though.
Yeah, it is a little bit harder in that regard, but it's certainly doable. There's something interesting. Those statues don't have the googly eyes, so there's a little bit of a letdown.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a letdown. I saw in chat somebody mentioning that the dragon has googly eyes. I'm going to be looking for this dragon. Not entirely sure where they are on the map. Dive going to be the name of the game here, though, Lafon. What's that?
The Dragon Strike Air is the one that the Dragon Strike Ultimate is what has the
Dragon Strike Ultimate has it? You're
Yes.
kidding me. That is incredible. We're going to get a pause coming in as Banana Man has been DC'd from the lobby. We have to wait for the team fight to be over, though, first. So it is going to be Purdue Sigma with a one-man advantage here. No supports left. And with that, they will win the fight. But we will have the pause coming in right after this as we try to get Banana Man back in very soon.
Yeah, there's the completion of it, and that is going to be the final, or the pause coming in as we get through. And that's going to be it for that first engagement. As tough it is as it is to lose a player, but such is the nature of things. And I mean, in all senses, it's going to really come down to how efficient the dive can be for Purdue White against Sigma here. It certainly has been a case of the mirror favoring more often than not Purdue White, but we'll have to see if that resolves here.
We will. I think that it's going to be a little bit harder for Banana Man to build up the ultimate, compared to how we saw them do it on Hollywood, right? They were able to build it up very, very quickly because they had that bunker composition to dive into. Purdue Sigma, they've got the 6-man dive composition, so they are going to be grouped up, but they're going to be harder to nail down and really get that damage in on. Purdue White, though, getting a lot of room.
Speaking of damage, that Dragon Strike is nearly available here for CK Rookie. So the Hanzo could really be a difference maker here.
They absolutely could. Park going down very low. Here comes the Dragon Strike Mini Martian already with a pick onto Aloha Mora. Shirty Shark down. Great ultimate coming in from CK Rookie. The Coalescence from Trickies are not able to find the value that it needs. And with that, Purdue White will get a very fast point capture here on Blizzard World.
Yeah, just the second fight of the map. And I mean, now they're going to tick over in. And here's the thing. Purdue Sigma, this has been such a case of Purdue White, in these critical fights, has the resources more frequently than Purdue Sigma. And not to hammer it home too much, but in a game like Overwatch, where that's what it's about, you need these in these fights.
Yeah, you absolutely do. You're min-maxing every stat that you can try to. And right now, what's getting maximized is Purdue White's chances of completing this map. Beautiful ult coming in from Park. That Nano Blade did exactly what it needed to do.
Yeah, and I mean, now they're going to get through to this it is going to be final fight here. The cart is going to roll through, and you still have, I mean, you only really use the Dragon Blade and the Nano Boost in that last one. Primal Rage, Self-Destruct, and the sustain of the rally. Purdue Sigma needs to find something big in response.
They absolutely do. They are going to have 5 ultimates in store. Looking for Warp Dark Matters. Sound barrier to be huge here. Part goes down very, very low. We're going to see the self-destruct committed. That catches out Banana Man. And like that, Purdue Sigma has found the picks they needed, and they can start to defend here in the streets of Blizzard World.
Yeah, and they also shut down the rally too, so that's going to be massive for this next fight, where you're going to have, the health pool advantage is going to favor Purdue Sigma off of the sound barrier, off of the Primal Rage. As long as they don't overcommit to this particular fight, I think they're in good position for this next setup.
They certainly are, but have they overcommitted? The sound barrier going to be used in response to that self-destruct, maybe catching them a little off guard, not quite expecting it early out the gates. CK Rookie going to go down. Azuki follows shortly afterwards. The Death Blossom is huge, and with that, Sigma wins the fight again.
I mean, OG did their job, though. That was the self-destruct for 3 ultimates from Purdue Sigma. Sound barrier Primal Rage, Death Blossom, and they get Otaku Ore as well. So Purdue Sigma is going to have to fall back from the choke, and now Purdue White, I mean, they have the engaged utility. We've seen the Nano Blade. They're going to use it right away as they're trying to run from this from the team.
I'm not sure if Park knew just how far away they'd gotten. That Nano Blade going to, or that Blade rather, not going to find any kills at all. But you know what it did do is it made space. It got Purdue White even closer to completion here. Gonna see the Coalescence now committed. Dragon Strike comes in now from CK Rookie, but he's getting pushed hard by Otaku War. And that is going to be another fight in favor of Purdue Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, zoning ultimate there is not what you want. You'd have liked that to get some more damage. So Purdue White have nothing. They actually have nothing here now in what is going to be, sort of the midway fight of this point. And if Purdue Sigma don't overcommit to this next engagement, they'll be in for the first time this series, be in a position where in Final Fight they have better resources than their opposition. So I'd like to see Purdue Sigma win this one out without using too much.
Let's see if they can do just that. If Purdue White is going to come away with something big here, it's going to have to be off the back of this rally or self-destruct. OG now pushing in. Here comes the self-destruct from Tiny Dino. He's not going to find any kills with it, but some space created. Shirty Shark goes down, though. This is Purdue White finding the kills that potentially they need. They've got a one-player advantage. Now two. Warp Dark Matter went down without using the sound barrier. That was crucial to their success here. Purdue White may, in fact, come away with the point win, the map win, and the series win, completing their perfect win-loss record.
Still, Sigma does have a lot to be proud of. They pushed Purdue White quite hard, even taking a map, their first map loss of the season, I might add. The Battle of Purdue, it is Purdue White over top, but ultimately it was a great game between the players of this school. And Purdue White still undefeated through the season.
That they are, and they're absolutely a force to be reckoned with. But Purdue Sigma, I think their chances at making into the playoffs have diminished substantially now. But they're absolutely a team to watch out for in the future. If they're, if what we saw today is any indication of what we could see in the future, they've got what it takes to really be a top contending team here.
Yeah, definitely exciting stuff from them as they go through. Purdue White, though, not perhaps a little stutter in the step overall, but ultimately continue a little stumble, if you will, but continue towards the finish line, ultimately undefeated. They still have a couple matches to play. We'll see if they can continue this undefeated season as they cement the score line here. 3-1, the final score. Purdue White over Purdue Sigma.
A great showing from both squads tonight. We've got another exciting match coming up for us very, very shortly, LaFon. We're going to throw it to a quick break. Before then, any final words from you?
No, that's excited to see that final match. We'll see you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the broadcast. This is Collegiate Overwatch, brought to you by NECC. If you're just joining us, my name Warren Jungle God Hammond, joined by LaFon tonight. How are you doing? Ready for this second matchup?
Yeah, final match of the day too. So we
Yes.
have hoping for a good one on the bracket as we get set to introduce our two squads here. Juggle God, we have obviously going to be a good one. SIU Cougars versus the CSUDH Toros. Their names are a lot longer than that. Obviously, Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville versus California State University, Dominguez Hills. So, I mean, the Toros we've seen on stream before. In fact, last week I believe you and I covered them. So we have some understanding of how they like to play. They're not on the outside looking in at playoff implications. They have their their fate in their hands, so to speak. A win here tonight would put themselves firmly in that position to be considered for the postseason berth. But ultimately, I mean, a lot to play for this late in the season.
There absolutely is. Neither of these teams, I think, are necessarily feeling super secure about the positioning. Certainly, the Toros want this win tonight to push themselves up to that 5-3 record, which would all but guarantee them a spot moving forward. The Cougars, their fate's fairly well decided. They're in a little bit better position here. So while their feet aren't to the fire as Toros is, rather.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, a win at this point in the season is always a good thing to have, and so I'm definitely looking forward to this. We actually talked about, the Toros last week on stream played against Redbird Academy, and I distinctly remember being impressed with. I mean, Night Fury was a big part of that, playing support. I believe mostly the Brig, shutting down sort of the wrecking ball from Redbird, if my memory serves correctly. But this is going to be a case: can they take those lessons learned from last week, turn them into a victory condition here this week? And if so, definitely excited to see how that turnaround comes in.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. And if we, looking at that Redbirds game as well, right? Let's take a look at the Cougars and see how well they did against the Redbirds. They also got a win. Both teams taking the Redbirds 3-1. So they're looking very similar in terms of the win-loss record and the way that they've gotten them so far too. I have to look at potentially when they faced MSOE Black. There's a little bit of a discrepancy there, where the Cougars got the win, however, the Toros didn't. So, my mind wonders, okay, what was it about that Cougars squad or the MSOE Black squad that, proved so troublesome for the Toros? And have they figured out, potentially what that is? Because if the Cougars can exploit kind of the same thing, they could come away with a win here fairly easily.
They could. I mean, we got to get, of course, to look at the rosters of the teams to see who our personnel is in regards to those games, right? Keep an eye out on that. Obviously, I think one of the standout things here is going to be the tank and the DPS, because by nature of the explosiveness of those roles, they really tend to step into the fore just a little bit more frequently. So I'm hoping to see big things from those two roles specifically, especially from the Cougars, to try and extend that lead in the in their win-loss record.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be the case, though. That's how they're going to be looking to do things. Let's take a look on the other side, though. Let's see who we're going to see for the Toros today. Lots of familiar names here. Night Fury in particular, one that I'm going to be watching for here. She had a lot of good plays. Thinking back to the last time we saw them. So looking forward to see what she can bring today.
Definitely the case, and I mean, moving forward, these like we said, we have a lot of game tape on the Toros. We see them quite a bit over the weeks here, so can they showcase something new is also something to kind of highlight. How they're going to do it, though, is going to be dependent on the maps we get to, as we get a quick look at our map pool this evening. If no surprises in this one, it's going to be the same map pool all through the night, and we are going to start off on Nepal for map number 1 for Control in this one. And I'm definitely excited to see how the adaptation comes in, if we're going to see that rush composition come into play on, for example, Sanctum or Shrine. And even then, the rush can work on Village as well.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And I feel like taking a look at seeing how a team performs with a rush composition, a lot of times that's a good litmus test for the team overall, right? Because a rush composition is typically one of the first ones that you learn, or at least learn to like a higher level. And so, having yourself grounded in a good solid rush composition, every single one of these teams is going to want to have that. And so having this opportunity on Nepal to see how they match up against each other, going to be really good.
Definitely the case. And I mean, this is, it can also showcase flexibility. We talk about the rush, but looking forward to see if that flexibility also stems to the other sub maps where perhaps you want to go more mobility, you want to go more dive, and see if that resolves in these two squads. But we'll have to wait for that to get underway to find out. Of course, we are starting here on Shrine for our first sub map. Get a sense of where the teams stand head to head.
Yes, gonna be very interesting because I think speaking of flexibility, right? This is where I think you can have the most flexibility in Nepal, right? Is on Shrine. The compositions I feel are a little bit more cut and dry, or rather a little bit more determined. Looking at both Village and Sanctum. So this is really going to be a time to see how creative these teams are going to be as well.
Creativity, the name of the game. So far, the Cougars are showing a little bit of a different play. So it's going to be rush versus dive. The Toros going with the Wrecking Ball. We'll see how well the Cougars can respond to this high tempo style. It's going to be actually the Cougars getting to the point first, though.
Yeah, they're going to get there off the back of a speed boost from Nibley. That's going to allow them to take a position. But Toros are going to be looking to surround this brawl composition at this point. We already see a little bit of disruption coming in courtesy of Maelstrom. Danny looking to take an off angle as well onto Thog, see if they can get a little damage and maybe provide a little bit, once again, of distraction. Point going to be taking over now in favor of the Cougars. No surprise there. But Maelstrom out of the fight. That is your big initiation tool for the Toros. Gone and missing. So I think we're going to see them just back off.
I mean, that was a fight that nothing really happened. Cheshire Cat going to be taken away. Yeah, that's tough. But I mean, we saw numbers kind of just staying in the background, looking for a hack, consistently zoned out just by the existence rather of an Ana. And it feels like the Toros aren't on the same page. They don't know what they want to initiate on. And the Cougars will say, all right, thank you very much. We'll just stand here and take the point, and that's going to tick them over to that first percentage. I mean, the Toros need to pick a target to sort of dive on here. They've isolated a couple of members. This is a good start.
It certainly is. They've got their sights set on some of the supports right now on point. But once again, it's going to be Maelstrom falling first. And that can't be happening if Toros are hoping to take this point, because right now the Cougars, the brawl composition, it hasn't really been tested too hard yet. I'd like to, see the Toros really come out with some more coordinated play here.
Yeah, you can see the check mark. Everyone can see the check mark over the Cassidy's head. So the Deadeye is noted to be in play, as it's going to be the first point attempt by the Toros here.
Danny lands the pulse bomb. That's going to do a considerable amount of damage to Pirate Cat. They are going to be demeched as well. But once again, it's going to be the Cougars coming up with the kills. Night Fury offline. Numbers goes the way of the dinosaurs. And with 3 picks, the Cougars will take that fight win. And we are now in last fight territory, Lafon.
And great flashbang flick there from Thog at the very end. No worries there. And I mean, the Toros, they have to win off this EMP. And I mean, in this case, it still starts a very, very difficult attempt back at a fight. And all this is sort of dependent on the fact that you need to get this EMP out and used before the Earth Shatter, and obviously catch the Lucio as well in the sound barrier.
We're going to see if they can do just that. We're going to see a pile driver come in from Maelstrom. Danny out of the fight already. Numbers still looking to see if they can find a time for the EMP. It lands. It's going to catch 3. Crucially, Nibley, but they were able to get the sound barrier off as well. Kurzak finds a shatter kill onto Night Fury right before they get that rally online. Cranston is now going to be committed by Cheshire Cat to see if they can just stay alive on point, help some of their teammates, maybe provide a little bit more point presence. They have to back off at the last second, though, and leave it up to Danny to be the one to try and touch point. They've got Hanzo down to a sliver of life. Both DPS now gone for the Cougars. This is an opportunity to turn this around. Nano Boost committed onto Kurzak. Can they turn things around, especially now that Nibley is out of the fight? Things are looking pretty good for Toros right now, Lafon.
Yeah, they're going to win this fight back, and they're going to get the stagger kills as well, but that was expensive for them. And I mean, now the Cougars are in last fight territory here, Juggle God. So in this case, it's really going to be a case really going to be about the retake here from SIUE. If they come back in, obviously they've got the Hanzo ultimate, the Dragon Strike to bisect the objective. I would expect the self-destruct to be used as well aggressively as initiation. All this, and the Toros don't really have a response, though an opening frag is a good start.
That it is. The self-destruct is going to land, take Cheshire Cat out of the fight. But Cougars are looking at a 2-player deficit right now as Kurzak is taken out as well right before getting that shatter online. Toros got another fight win. They have to be perfect from here on out.
That was the perfect fight to win, though, because you waited till the Cougars tried to initiate with their resources, and the early pickoff from numbers really just denied any mobility inwards. So now this is going to be an utility advantage for the Toros. This time, though, it is going to be the Toros losing a player first.
With Danny out of the fight, that's going to be a lot of pressure off of the backline. Now, numbers gone as well. Both DPS nowhere to be found for Taurus. They're going to have to back up the point quickly. 70% on the board. The Shatter takes out Maelstrom. Weetrix looking to be not long for this world as well. Cheshire Cat just doing as much as they can to stay alive. The Transcendence keeping them up, but that's about it. 99% on the board for the Cougars. Will anybody from Taurus even be able to contest after it flips?
No, that's going to be it's going to be the last second contest here from the Wrecking Ball and the Sombra, but there's no way for them to punch through in terms of damage, and that is going to be a pretty big sleep actually on numbers to deny them this point.
They're going to see the EMP come in. It lands on a 5, but crucially, Nibley, the only one who it didn't hit. They're able to get the sound barrier off, and that's going to put Cougars' minds at ease as they roll to a victory here on our first sub-map in Nepal.
Still a case here. I mean, the Cougars have the more consistent mid-fight potential. And the Taurus, I think a big problem for them really has been that their initiation has not really been as a team. We're not really seeing those assassination dives in the backline, and I use that term because you really want to get into the backline and explode on just completely eradicate one of the supports maybe or one of the DPS without losing any of your players, and then quickly get out. We haven't really seen that from the Toros in round number 1, and I feel like it cost them. Sure, the scoreline might show 100-76, but that really isn't indicative of how one-sided that round is. We're going to see a near mirror here in round number 2. The Toros should have the advantage. They do have the May, so they'll be able to stabilize just a little bit better, but the Cougars have a lot more damage on their front line.
They certainly do. With Pyrocat on that, it's going to make life hard for Wikitrix in terms of just staying alive. That defense matrix useless against Zarya's beam. However, Pyrocat going to have to be careful when they get their Graviton Surge online. We're going to see Toros taking control of the point, or at least position of the point early on, getting there first, courtesy of Danny's teleporter. Point flipping over in their favor. Now it will start to accumulate percentage for them as well. Now the Cougars tasked with trying to push in, but they're going to have to do that without Pyrocat as they're taken out early. A lot less potential to keep your team alive without them. Kurzak falls shortly after that, and Toros take the fight.
One thing to highlight, of course, is that the Cougars don't have a lot of mistake-making potential. And I say that because obviously they don't have the Immortality Field, they don't have the Defense Matrix. There's no stability if a player steps too far forward. The Toros, meanwhile, if someone kind of steps out of line, they can use the Immortality Field to survive. The Cougars are going to acquiesce to that, make an adaptation as they go over to May now. But advantage Toros is they've got the ultimates here.
And they've already got the picks 2 in favor, courtesy of a Shatter and numbers on the May. Quick fight win for Taurus.
Yeah, I mean, that's the pulse bomb goes wide. It's a body shot onto the Tracer, and everyone kind of falls after. One could even say the combo Ant Matrix or Shatter was overkill. But you'll take it. Now, the Toros, speaking of overkill, they don't really have... They have the tool to kind of deny the point if the fight gets there. But you have to survive this nano-boosted Reinhardt. That's going to be the opening, I think, gambit for the Cougars. And that's going to be the Toros' win condition. Use the Blizzard to lock everyone down and then eliminate them there.
If Kurzak can get that nano boost delivered to them and the Shatter online first, though, that could definitely make things a little bit more difficult. Numbers still holding on to that Blizzard. They don't have to worry about it getting Eden Reverb, not in the same position on the other side. Gotta be a self-destruct kill on the Pyrocat to open things up, but Cheshire is out of the fight as well. No cats anywhere, actually, on this map anymore. Numbers releases the Blizzard. It's gonna catch one member of the Cougars, crucially the main tank Kurzak, but the nano boost delivered to them to save them, to let them sustain through that Blizzard. Now, with the shatter already expended. It's going to be Maelstrom landing with theirs instead, but Thog strikes back with a big Dragon Strike overtime committed, but nobody touches. And Tauros will take the point.
That was a one-sided round in reverse of this time around. Under 0, and I mean, compositionally, just the Tauros with a better setup. They don't have to worry about being aggressed on too heavily on the point, and take advantage of that to just continue to keep control. Tauros, again, remember, the Symmetra and the Mei, they really make it very hard to even approach the objective. So once the Tauros set up shop there, they never left and have equalized the map. Now we head into Sanctum for our round 3. The Tauros are going to again play a different composition. They're third in as many submaps. The Cougars staying fairly standard there until Kurzak switches over to the Orisa. So double shield in the mirror, and we now head into Sanctum.
This is going to be, I'm going to be curious to see how numbers works in this, because, you know, you don't have the same skybox that you typically hope for on a map, right? Like, that you're going to hope to utilize as Echo. So I'm going to be curious to see what kind of value they're able to get here. Both teams now squaring off a distance away, just trying to get in that pick and poke damage. That is the name of the game for both of these compositions. Cheshire Cat launches a volley towards the Cougars, but Cougars are going to be able to take the point under their control and start to build up percentage first. Wiki Tricks going down low for Tauros right now. They're going to be taken out by Thog. Excellent recall there into a melee finish. And with that, the Cougars going to come away with a point and at least an advantage here, and it looks like a fight win.
Yeah, honestly, Thog doing most of the work in that fight by isolating the Sigma, isolating Wiki Tricks, who's going to make a switch over to D.Va now. I mean, you know, Cougars just take space and allow, you know, force Tauros back. We'll see if Tauros have a response, because they need to be a little bit more, they need to have a little bit more presence on the map right now. They're kind of just letting this happen.
Yeah, I'd like to see Night Fury commit this amplification matrix here soon, because that'll give him a lot more, you know, power to push forward, a lot more damage as well, and help to build up ultimates. But with an environmental kill already onto Maelstrom, things are going from bad to worse for Tauros now that Reverb has popped this tack visor as well. Nice stun comes in. The Pulse Bomb not going to get too tremendously much of value this time around. Kurzak able to pick Danny off, and the Cougars just continue to hold.
I mean, this is now... I mean, the Tauros should be in an advantage position walking out of the choke. They should get this elimination onto the pilot. Yeah, good. So they're up one player, and now this is the fight they need to really take.
It absolutely is, but it's going to be a strike back coming in from the Cougars. It is quickly equalized again, though, as Reverb is punished for that aggression. We're going to have the Immortality Field committed relatively early as well for Tauros, but now Numbers putting a lot of aggression on point is going to be flipped in favor of Tauros. But Cougars, they've got a couple tools in their toolbox to try and retake this.
Danny is crouch walking around to try and avoid it. They think both these players are playing. Where's the opposite player in spawn? And both of them has lost each other, so it's going to be back to the point. Danny's still keeping an eye on that flank.
Thog now moving on to a new area. We're going to see a DMAC come in, though, pretty early on. Immortality Field also used. Picks for both sides. It's going to be neither D.Va anywhere to be found. 85% and counting now in favor of Cougars. Another environmental kill from Nibley. They're doing a great job keeping Tauros off of the ground. So huge pick right there. 98%. I don't know if we're going to get a touch here. It comes at the last possible moment. WikiTrick's going to see if they can survive on point. They do have a pick onto Nibley. Now, we're going to see the tack visor come in from Reverb, the nano visor as well. That's just too much damage for the Tauros to take. And with that, the Cougars should come away with this fight win.
Yeah, they're not even able to touch. The Tauros gets stuck on the ledge there, so no overtime contest. But even if they hadn't, it would have been, it would have been a fight win nonetheless. So the Cougars, this has been a study in contrast so far in this series. Ultimately, this fight is one that gets lost for Thog. Can't step on the objective? Right. Ooh, that's tough.
Ooh. Yeah, unfortunate right there. This has been a very one-sided affair back and forth, like you mentioned, going into that third sub map. So I really don't know how to look at this moving forward, right? I think a lot may just be dependent on the map that we go to, because both of these teams seem to have very disparate skill levels in terms of compositions and the counters that they're like trying to bring to each other.
Yeah, I think in the Rush mirror, like in that like brawl heavy Reinhardt style, the Toros were very strong, right? They just shut out the Cougars. Unfortunately, when we went to the double shield mirror, which then morphed into like this weird diva hybrid composition, that was where the Cougars were better. Then when we saw, the Wrecking Ball dive, they really there was a non-starter against the Rush composition that was coming through. So definitely curious to see how the adaptation comes through, because so far, the only one that has really been, I think, a study in, and even then, if I go back and look at that village composition, it was just not a great head-to-head matchup, because it was the Tracer Hanzo versus Cassidy Hanzo versus a Symmetra May, which is going to be better on Village most of the time. So far, it feels like each team has picked a better style for the submap, and then the other team has just picked something that doesn't really work. So we'll see once we get to a payload map, or well, in this case, a hybrid map for map number 2 in Hollywood, if there's going to be an adaptation there, because it's been curious choices that has led to the scoreline we have so far.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And I feel like we're potentially in store for more of the same, right?
Yeah.
Because Hollywood is another map that I think allows for flexibility in terms of compositional choices, right? So I think that the book is wide open here for both of these teams, right? We could see them come out with essentially anything I think we've seen from them so far, and it would be a pretty reasonable choice on Hollywood. The question is, how are the dice going to roll this time around for each of these teams?
Yeah, and I think the real question is going to be, well, here's the thing. To give the quick notes on why each composition kind of failed against their opposition. The first one, the Reinhardt composition won because the Toros did not pick a target to sort of execute on, right? The Wrecking Ball composition excels at picking off a target first, and then the high mobility coming in to kind of harry the remaining members. That never happened. Even the one fight they won is because they kind of dumped all their ultimates in control. It's much easier to defend than it is to attack, and so that's why they were able to get the 76% mark. Obviously the Cougars, the response on map number 2, or on stage number 2, was the fact that they just played a composition that was not able to brawl on point, and yet tried to brawl on point. So that's just a fundamental. It's not going to work, right? You're just not going to happen. It's like saying, okay, turn left. There's a wall left. You can't turn left. And then obviously in submap number 3, never isolating the flank targets and just constantly getting picked off by Thog, who's doing a fantastic job. But that needs to be an adaptation. Now we move into map number 2. The Toros are going to switch sides, I think. So this is going to be, the double shields here on the defense. The Cougars trying to, or rather the attacking side, going to be running double bubble here, trying to respond.
We also have a swap coming in. It's going to be Enforcer in on the main tank now for Toros in place of Kurzak. So, I'm curious to see what kind of a difference this is going to be for them. So, that sucks to me that they're feeling much better about this double shield composition. Names appear to be swapped in the top 2, so we'll get that taken care of in just a moment here as this fight is starting to get underway. Wikitrix and Maelstrom, they're going to want to take this slow so they can build up the Nano, build up that Zarya charge, build up that Primal Rage. And we see them transitioning to the high ground now for an approach.
Yeah, I mean, this comp is just going to struggle, though, because this Tor was going to isolate a lot of Danny's attempt at a dive just by existing. There's a big charge, but Maelstrom taking damage, a lot of damage going to the attacking side without much being returned to the defense.
Yeah, Wikitrix was barely able to hang on for dear life, but they eventually are taken out, Reaper finding the targets that are weakest and removing them in short order. Minute already burned off the clock.
This composition from the Taurus does not have the sustain power they need to deal with the coupled. So here's why. The Thog obviously on the Torbjorn has the overload, which means that if they get dived, they'll be able to pop the overload, get much more HP, survive long enough for the field to come in. Meanwhile, Reverb is going to be pocketed by Nibbly most of this time, so that's a difficult target to dive as well. And you can see Danny switching over to the Hanzo. You need a little bit more final blow potential coming in, and that's what the Hanzo provides. So I like this change here from the Tauros.
Yeah, it's going to do double duty as well because, you know, it's going to be able to chunk through those shields too. So an excellent choice, I think, an excellent swap, especially if you're not going to go with a wholesale composition swap. Maelstrom has built up this Primal Rage. Now, Immortality Field has to be used. Several members going down very low. Maelstrom pops that Primal Rage. Reverb does get a pick, though, on 2 numbers. Danny follows shortly thereafter, and despite getting 1 tick on the board now for Tauros, going to be the Cougars coming away with the fight win.
And that's going to be a tragedy for the Tauros because they had the opportunity there to win the fight right out. There was no follow-up damage. It was just Maelstrom with the nano boost fighting in that corner. If that Immortality Field had gone down maybe a second earlier, this would have been a very different fight. This would have been first point going over to the Tauros. Instead, now they have to reset, and they have the unfortunate position of having to deal with the Gravitic Flux and the Supercharger. So all eyes on Numbers, who has to be a difference maker just with the EMP, has to win them a fight outright, because this is going to be the most critical fight of the attacking half if the Tauros want to keep the map going.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, if they don't win this one, the next fight is going to be very, very rushed. Numbers has the EMP now. They've got the pick onto Lucky Owl as well. This is absolutely the opportunity they need. They need to try and prevent the rest from coming in as well. But Numbers picked off before they get the EMP out. That is a devastating blow to the Tauros side. Pyrocat Hal now has the Gravitic Flux in tow. They're going to be able to get probably a couple of kills off of that. And with that, Tauros have to back up and try again.
That was fast enough that there is still an opportunity to win, to fight this next one out with the EMP. But, I mean, you're putting yourself into overtime to do it. And you can see Pyrocat, very aggressive setup. They want to try and prevent this from happening. I mean, obviously the Cougars are going to isolate. What is Lucky Owl doing here?
I don't know, but they are in a lot of trouble, or at least they were. They were able to get out, and I am not entirely sure how either. We're going to see Maelstrom looking for an opportunity to dive in. They're going to want to time this excellently with Numbers. The Graviton Surge online as well. Night Fury has the Nano Boost ready to go. This is the time to strike. Nano Boost going to catch 3. Neither of the supports get it, but Lucky Owl still taken out of the fight. In fact, it's a barrage of kills coming in now in favor of Tauros. They're going to be able to take this point and continue into the streets of Hollywood.
There it is. Into overtime they go, but they will get that point, and so the Tauros will keep this map alive. So just coming in from the Cougars, they're going to get rid of the double shield on the second phase. Here, not a surprise, it's a lot harder to set up the Orisa on the high ground here than it is on first. This should be, I mean, keep an eye on Thok, because they have been a difference maker in map number 1. Their Tracer was really quite strong. If they can get a pick off, they can try and equalize things here. Over to Genji now. Okay. But that doesn't really change the point. The Tauros still have the advantage in ultimates because they have the Graviton Surge. However, if a clean dive comes in from the Cougars by benefit of having the high ground, then they can equalize this disadvantage that the ultimates bring to the table.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. If they can take the tempo in their hands, then they can really come away with a nice win here. Res does have to be used early before the fight. That means it's not there for Lucky Owl, who just went down. Thok does get a pick onto one of the back line. Both of them down now for Tauros. Nibley with the Valkyrie going to be able to help keep the members of the Cougars alive. And with that, they take a fight win and stop the progress of the Tauros.
That's the 5 orb was a good start from Cheshire Cat, but just not able to, obviously cannot deny the resurrect, and then Thug in the back line, while the Tauros tried to take advantage of that pick, meant that it was the Genji against the supports, and the supports came out the worse in that affair. Now, I will say that was the Cougars spending what little they had, and the Tauros should be using this as their opportunity to just take the advantage. They know the Cougars don't have much because of the changes. They need to execute on that knowledge, though. They're kind of just sitting around waiting for something to happen, and what happens is that Maelstrom goes down first.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. 60 seconds left to go. And, you know, the Tauros are sitting on 5 ultimates right now. They need to start using some of these to try and eke out an advantage here in a fight win.
Yeah, bit of a stymied push, and I mean, one benefit is the Cougars do not use a whole lot. Please, they need to grab these 3 here on this high ground.
I thought it was coming in. Yeah. I thought we were going to see it imminently, but still nowhere to be found. It's going to be Maelstrom now with the Primal Rage, disrupting this high ground hold that the Cougars had. The supports do go down, so now the Tauros have an opportunity here. They've started to use some of these ultimates, and they're rewarded with a fight win.
Still, that's so expensive for them. Now they have 3 ultimates at the end, yes. But, oh, nice kick by Cheshire Cat there. Wasn't a 1v1, of course, but you'll take it. And I mean, they've got the 2 support ultimates and they've got the EMP. They need to make these count. And then focus fire needs to be good here from the Toros on the hack targets. Still, fights needs to be. No one can get off the cart. Overtime is in effect.
That it is. 2 quicks coming very rapidly in favor of Taurus. They're able to mitigate the entire support line. Just 2 members left for the Cougars. They have struck back, though. A couple of kills coming in favor of them, but it's not going to be enough. And in overtime, the Toros complete the second part of Hollywood.
Man, that was really, really rough there from the Toros. They're going to switch compositions here, I believe, getting into the 3rd phase. I'll see if they'd like to stay on it. Yeah, Cheshire Cat going over the Brig. So they'll have a little bit more potential at shutting down the dive composition with a shield bash. Obviously, Whipshot can disrupt the primal of the Winston as well. So good stuff there. Expect a nano boost onto Maelstrom here, just to try and build that primal rage and force this next fight.
Let's see if that's going to be what
nice.
happens. Huge anti-nade comes in from Night Fury. Thog out of the fight right after they pop the blade. Now it's going to be Toro's time to strike. Night Fury able to get a pick as well onto the diving Winston. That is huge plays coming out, but now there's no support line to be found for the Toros. And with 40 seconds left to go, the Cougars have turned this around in short order.
They need to, actually, this needs to be a fight that needs to be won for the Toros. I would like to see them commit to it. Yeah, good. The Primal Rage activated here to keep alive slept, but woken up swiftly after.
We're going to see Numbers rejoining the fight. Now they're going to try and get a hack off onto Enforcer before they can get their Primal Rage up and going. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen this time around. The stun does come out. Half health, just 30. They barely stay alive, just long enough to be able to pop that Primal Rage and continue to bash about on point. Now the Taurus need to come away with something big here, and that is an absolutely fantastic start to that. Lucky Owl has the nano. Are they going to need it to push forward here? Or rather, this nano is going to have to be huge for this defense.
Coming in, EMP available, Graviton as well.
EMP off the cards now. Reverb with a massive pick in favor of the Cougars. That's one of the win conditions down, but the Graviton Surge does hit. Nano or anti-nade onto Wiki Tricks, but the Dragon Strike lands true to the grab. And Toros are continuing to push this card forward. We've got some person stalling the card at the moment, but it's not going to be for too terribly long. Overtime ticking over, but this could be a map completion for them.
Clawing it, kicking and screaming across the finish line. Where are the Toros there in the very end there? I mean, despite being down a player, despite being down one of their biggest win conditions in Numbers EMP, they still are able to combo. Again, highlight to Wiki Tricks there, making sure to dodge the Matrix to get the Graviton Surge through and surviving, I think, 10 HP despite being anti-nated to keep themselves stable for the last half of the fight. The Toros in that final stage of Hollywood here have been the best they've been all series. That was some spectacular focus fire. I mean, they weren't quite able to deny the Primal Rage's activation, but then the hack and the focus fire was really clean. And the Toros made sure to turn third into their favor. So overtime capture notwithstanding, they still keep themselves in a potential for a second attack half.
They absolutely do, and you know they've got a win condition on the board too. Even before that, just stop the Cougars in their tracks. You know, I'm gonna be very curious to see how this defense is going to work. You know, Toros, they really had the clutch factor there at the end, right? They were able to win out those fights when they really, really mattered. Are we gonna see the same here from them on defense now that we've seen them swap back over to this Orisa Diva composition?
We'll have to wait to find out. One thing that's interesting in terms of this composition that they've kind of elected to go through is the Hanzo rather than the Ash, right? The no hit scan means that Reverb is gonna. Well, they have Cassidy on the hit scan, so the difference obviously don't have a lot of survivability for that dive if there's like a Torb, but the flashbang does a very similar thing to deny space. So still a very difficult composition to dive. We'll see if the Cougars can find it. Reverb and Pyrocat taking the worst end of the deal so far.
They go in, and they are actually going in very hard. Wikitrix does get hit by an anti-nade, as does Numbers, so the Immortality Field has to be committed to this fight. Reverb goes down. Numbers able to pick them out of the sky. We're going to have to wait and see if Nibley's able to get the res off. They will, in fact, be able to do that. 2 ticks already in favor of the Cougars, but the trades are still coming in. They are eventually able to get a little bit of an advantage here. Can they turn this into a bigger one? Pyrocat out of mech now, but so is WikiTrix, and they're going to be the ones who fall. We need to see somebody from the Toros touch the point. They do at the last moment. It's one player from each side on point, but look at how hard Reverb is chasing Night Fury, but Night Fury just will not go down. They are staying alive. They are keeping their teammates there, but eventually they fall. And with that, so does the point.
Yeah, I believe that was Pyrocat Nano Boosted in pilot form, so that's technically an ultimate lost.
Yeah.
They're going to get the DMAC as well on WikiTrix, who did not quite have the self-destruct to remake. And this is going to be a reset now from the Toros, as they have to give up this first, a lot of space here. Still, you'd like to see a little bit more positioning gained from the main tank line, as they're, I mean, look at this, being chased down is not ideal here. Cougar's trying to just deny any space to the defense.
Yeah, I really like that, you know, and not going for the kill, just making sure that you get the space and that you can set yourself up very, very well for this next fight. Dog has the blade ready to go, but it's going to be Reverb who pops their ult first. Not going to find any value. In fact, the Toros are going to hit back hard and take out two. The Pharmacy nowhere to be found. You do see the swap coming out from Reverb now, as the Cougars take a rough fight there.
Yeah, I mean, this has been sort of the marker of this match, or of this map. When you kind of need a big play, mechanically outskilling your opponent has kind of come to the fore for both teams. So I'd like to see a little bit more of that consistency in the fights where you have the advantage, but still, that's exactly what I mean, right? Over the top, nice headshot onto the Tracer, and that's an advantage already to the attacking half.
Yeah, beautiful play coming out from Reverb to really open things up for the Cougars. Going to continue to be opened wide open by Thog with a beautiful Dragon Blade. It gets 3. It's going to get the DMEC onto WikiTrix as well, and the rest of the team is going to finish them up.
What I like too about that is that Nibley's the one that was damage boosting the Genji, so you don't necessarily have the damage mitigation of the or the damage reduction of the nano boost, but it's still the damage amp, so you still get that through line now, which saves the nano boost for Enforcer post Primal Rage, which is definitely going to be applied here in this fight.
We see actually the Nano Boost committed very early this time around. Reverb gonna fall though. Numbers now with the Deadeye. Can they find anything? It's not gonna be the case. All they find is death at the hands of a slash from Thog. The Cougars have turned this fight back into their favor with relatively short order, despite going down early, and will take this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be it. And it's just the D.Va left. Self-destruct will take them out of mech. The remech does not quite knock them down, but the final blows will, and that will be 4 minutes 17 for this third phase. And the Toros, reminder, need to get this below a minute if they want to attack again on Hollywood. Otherwise, they are playing for a draw. So at all costs, the Cougars would like to finish more than a minute.
Yeah, they certainly would. That is absolutely the ideal situation for them. Not unheard of to mount a very strong hold here on third point. None of these payload maps can be considered, I think, easy to complete by any stretch of the imagination. So the defense absolutely, I think, has the advantage coming in here, at least positionally. It's going to be up to whether or not the Cougars can overcome that. Dragon Strike going to be committed now right onto the point. That's going to isolate Pyrocat. They're going to take a lot of damage and eventually be demexed. Here comes Bob to try and mitigate some of this damage. Nanoblade going to be committed as well. Finds its first target. There goes a second. Cheshire Cat out of the fight with that. Night Fury should be easy picking.
Yeah, really, really clean play from Thog there, understanding where their targets were for the dash reset. And that is now going to be the cart moving forward almost to the end. If they can get that pilot kill, that would be massive, but getting just back into the safety of spawn was the pilot, but that is not going to be enough. The final blows come in. Reverb is in the kill feed, and Jungle God, this is near but the end.
It is. We do have the Nano Boost committed onto Maelstrom. They're going to be able to stay on card and isolate this for just a second. We do get an anti-nade kill, and in fact, the Toros are coming back with a vengeance here. We're going to see the self-destruct committed as well by Pyrocat. Try and turn things around. They do get Night Fury. Cheshire Cat is back, though, and with a rally. This isn't over yet for either side, but I have to favor Toros in the rest of this engagement. Here comes the High Noon from Numbers. It finds Enforcer. That's massive. And Toros have stopped the Cougars in their track at the last moment possible.
Yeah, you could see the Cougars, what they were trying to do, trying to use the Primal Rage to just knock everyone off the objective long enough to capture the point. Remember, they were less than a meter away.
Yeah.
But ultimately, just good focus play from the Toros. Good understanding that they had the stuns to deny that positioning from the Primal Rage to allow them to go back in. I mean, the Cougars now, they dumped kind of everything into that fight, so they have to play a little bit from a disadvantage. Time to beat is 103 and counting down for the Toros as we get set for what could be the final moments of this map.
They certainly could be, especially given the way that these teams like to take their fights. They don't like to let go of things. Of course, they're going to be delivered a nano boost, but Reaver falls first on that Doomfist. The one pick potential working against them this time. And with that, the DMEC going to come in onto Pyrocat as well, and that is a fight in favor of Toros once again. And now, you know what? That mini-marker looking very attainable for the Toros.
Looking downright, yeah, doable here. I mean, the Cougars have kind of bit off more than they could chew in a couple of these engagements. There was mirrored nano boost Winstons, but it was in fact the Toros who had the benefit of it. And I mean, here in this final fight, not only is it going to be less than a minute for sure, this is still looking like a hold. Primal Rage, Minefield at the ready as well. The Toros have a lot of space making capability here as we enter into the final moments.
That they do, and we're going to see that space created in spades right now by Maelstrom after they pop that Primal Rage. Going to see Wikitrix now with some extra shields courtesy of their ability. Going to be able to sustain a lot here. Self-destruct thrown in from Pyrocat. Not going to find anybody, and Reaver down once again. Thog has to get a massive blade here if they're hoping to overcome this because Enforcer is down as well. Nibley has the rally almost ready to go. Can they get it in time? You know what? They're going to back up. They're going to try one more time. They're going to have to be content with an OT finish as well.
Yeah, they're playing for that final. They're playing for the EMP. Sorry, they're playing for the Nano Blade in this. But that means that they have to keep Lucky Owl alive. They absolutely cannot lose this player. And instead, it's going to be a bait. Wikitrix is going to fight a little bit early, and they're going to lose a player to start this fight off.
That is an absolutely huge boon for the Cougars right there. Triple kill right off the bat from Thog. Everybody was lined up. I think that was one swipe of the blade that completed that. It's going to be under a minute, but there's a chance it ends with time. Not quite going to happen. And what a finish to this map.
That was definitely the nano boost there. The one slash,
yeah.
One dash to give themselves the 3 eliminations. The Toros and the Cougars even-footed yet again. So 1 minute to make your mark on this map and see where we get to. That was close.
This was really close. You know, I'm sitting here kind of collecting my thoughts after all of that because, yeah, both of these teams made it very exciting at the end there. You know, the Toros, they pushed it into overtime, I think, on each point, right? I think it was an OT capture on first, second, and third. But what a tremendous defense they showed us at the end there. You have to wonder if they had been able to find their footing earlier. This could have looked a lot different, LaFon.
It could have. I mean, yeah, you were absolutely correct that in being overtime captures in all 3 points. And so the Toros playing under pressure did well, but the Cougars, you know, you could say they wasted 417 in the final phase. The Toros wasted that same time on first. So it's just a question of location as to where that time was kind of taken away. And I say wasted in the sense that it was well defended by the opposition. It's not like they just chose not to attack the objective.
Yes.
But yeah, so, I mean, here's where, seeing as we're to start the map again, this is where the Toros struggled. They struggled on first, and were able to make it up in the last 2 halves. The Cougars did not struggle on first, and instead struggled on that third phase. So that is the real difference in the score line of 3-3 in that overtime capture we have to talk about.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, you know, the question is, were the adaptations that the Toros made going to carry over into this attack here? We're back onto the compositions that we saw them on at first, so... You know, it's either execution or comp difference, right? What's it going to be? What's going to be the name of the game here? 30 seconds left to go. Toros get one chance at this. They are putting all of their eggs in this one basket. Already, we've got about a third of an old build, practically half for Reverb, so that could stall things out quite a bit. Night 3, though, getting about halfway to that nano boost as well. Big aggressive move coming out from Thog and Reverb. Toros now in a very bad position without their diva in line. They have to make a push here in these next 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they're all Maelstrom weak as well. They're going to have the nano boost here for this final fight. But, I mean, that's... No, they won't! Night 3 gets caught out.
That is huge. This is exactly what the Cougars wanted right here. They've gotten a flurry of kills as well. This composition from Toros just fell apart before it even had a chance to try and do anything. And with that, the Cougars have done taken the first step that they need to take this map win.
I mean, that means that there will not be, this will either, it's going to be a draw for the Toros in the best case scenario. They have to reassess their defense this time around because they have to play for a minute and deny 1/3 to not go down 2-0. Regardless of what happens, though, the Toros are not going to be exiting this map with a 1 in their score column. And, I mean, the adaptation has to be just do not allow... Because, again, these two teams play the similar composition on the defense, right? It's that Orisa setup, the anti-dive, so to speak. However, the difference is the Cougars have a lot more presence with their positioning, and they don't allow you to just step on the objective. They're contesting it. Meanwhile, the Toros, when they played the double shield, they did not. They waited 2/3. I think they're going to acquiesce to that point. They're going to recognize they weren't able to play nearly as effectively on that Orisa composition. They're going over to the Sombra Reaper and just try and rush down the Cougars in a one fight wins all mentality here.
And this is the first time that we're seeing the on pen paper 6-man dive come out, right? We have that coming out for Toros. Cougars looking at a much more classic dive, though. Really going to be curious, to see exactly what this is going to look like for the Cougars when they exit the gates. Because yeah, this is feeling very different. I feel like we don't have much to, predict based on what we're seeing right here. Gonna be very interested to see how this goes.
Scout out your opponents. They don't, and it's going to be the ambush instead. Goodbye, Reverb.
Oh, the Cougars in the top position right there, but they get a counter pick and they get some progress on the point. Can they turn this around? The res is going to come in. They've got a couple of picks in their favor, and now maybe the Toros bit off a little bit more than they could chew. The Cougars are primed to go up now 2-0 in this series. Just a couple of members left, and short of some incredible heroics, that's going to be all she wrote for Hollywood, and that'll put the Cougars on match point.
What a way to close out Hollywood, right? The script was too perfect. The ambush is not scouted. It doesn't find purchase, though. And the Toros could not convert that one pick into a fight win. And the Cougars explosively respond to bring that one back. Really, really strong stuff, actually, from it. You're going to see this. There's the... it is a dash slash that gave them the damage.
Yeah.
And a little bit of extra support from the far side. Still, I mean, the Cougars now up 2-0, put themselves at match point. A very close map number 2, though. Closer than the first, even, I would say.
Yes.
And hey, anything can happen in map number 3.
Oh, absolutely. The scoreline, I think, belies just how close this series has been. Toros absolutely could take this in a reverse sweep. No doubt in my mind. We're going to have to wait a few minutes to see if that's going to be in the cards, though. LaFon, we're going to send it to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. It has been a close affair so far, LaFon. Even though the scoreline doesn't quite tell that tale, we're going to be heading into our third and potentially final map. Going to see if the Cougars can put this one away or if there's more life in the Toros yet to come.
Well, we're hoping for a turnaround here from them for sure, as we kind of see what they have in them, what they're capable of in our third map here tonight. Dorado, of course, for what could very well be the final map of the game.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. Despite how close it's been, the one thing I will bring up is that so far the Cougars have had the clutch factor, right? And that can't be overlooked. That's I think sometimes it's perhaps discounted as something that isn't quite as impactful, but it really, really can be. The mental, when you're under that pressure, the ability to stay cool, calm, and collected is really what's going to help lead you success. And so far, that's what the Cougars have.
It has been, it is definitely been the case. I will say, though, there are fights, speaking of that clutch factor, it's not that the Toros don't have it in them, because we saw those overtime pushes on Hollywood specifically that stand out.
That's a very good point.
So I think that they have, it's just all about sort of isolating those moments where you can turn a fight, a game in your favor, not based on, just popping off when you need to, by putting yourself in a position for success. And in more cases than not, it has been the Toros who's lost that positioning while the Cougars have kind of gained it.
We are going to see a swap of sides coming out for this potentially final map here. It is going to be the Toros on defense first this time. So the Cougars going to be able to set the goal line now, set the pace, set their, what they need to accomplish, or what the Cougars will have to, or rather what the Toros will have to in response.
Sorry, I'll lost the track of things because my cat decided to jump on the
it's all good. We love our fur babies, right? I don't have cats, but I have pet rats, and I have to keep them locked up during these casts. Typically, I let them run around with me, but it happens. We love our fur babies.
That is the first time that's happened in a really long time. Anyway, into the game itself. Apologies, audience. You don't get to see the cat, but you get to see Overwatch instead.
Yep, you do, but it's not for you don't. It's not like we're missing wildlife. We do have a monkey on board, or a great ape, as it were, rather. Maelstrom looking for an opportunity to dive in. There it is. They are going to take it. Going to be building up quite a bit of ult charge as well from that engagement. Night 3 about halfway to their nano, as is Lucky Owl, though, so both of them keeping pace with each other. And that's going to be a big determining factor here, I think, in this fight, is who's able to get this nano off. But with Dog out of the fight, that's going to certainly give an advantage to Toros now. They're going to try and press this. Cougars have gotten the card past this second little choke here. Danny stays alive somehow, barely by the skin of their teeth, and the Cougars now looking to come away with a little bit of an advantage here. It's going to be the Toros having to drop back because they got to wait for numbers to get back in the fight.
They do, and actually now this is going to be all about timing, because who's going to engage with a nano boost first? Looks like the Toros will actually take that space early.
We're going to see a sleep and an anti-nade come onto Maelstrom as soon as they get that nano boost applied to them. They're going to fall asleep during the majority of that, but as soon as they wake up, the Primal Rage is popped in force and now looking to use one of their own. And it's going to be the Cougars coming away with the fight when they've got the supports down. If they play this right, this should be theirs to take.
It's going to be numbers only taking the hit scan away. That's going to be swiftly bought back. I will say something that's going to be a little bit of a problem for the Toros is they have not generated this EMP fast enough. This is going to be an entire point taken away before the Toros even get to that that EMP. And I mean, the Cougars, they're kind of taking space now. They get the DMAC as well. They're not letting the Toros reset here.
No, they're not at all. It was a massive play coming out from the Cougars right there to just push their advantage and turn it even to more cart progress. We're going to see Reverb now get a little bit of information for their team. Well aware now of where everybody's positioned on that high ground. Numbers just about has this EMP, but if Thawk can get the blade off first, which it looks like he will, this could be over before it starts. An excellent anti-nade comes in onto Thawk. They go down very low. Maelstrom able to finish them off with the Tesla cannon. And now Toros have an opportunity to turn this back into their favor. But they need to get kills. They need to capitalize on this advantage. It's going to be Maelstrom now with the nano boost. Danny gets a pick as well onto Reverb. and it looks like they will, in fact, turn this advantage in their favor. Rally was popped, though, by Nibley. They're not going to go down easy and providing actually a lot of problems here. They will eventually go down, but it isn't for lack of effort.
I want to highlight Night Fury actually specifically because they just did a spectacular job at denying Thog's blade. Thog played that perfectly. Hits the slash, then hits the deflect to make sure that the flashbang doesn't kill them. But before that second slash comes in, the nade is applied and gets the Cassidy back up to health above a one slash potential. So really, really smart play by this support player. And that is a big reason as to why the Toros were able to turn that fight.
You love to see plays like that coming out. You know, it's not a lot of times I feel like the support gets the spotlight shined on them, but it's always great when you can do just that. Numbers now looking for an opportunity to possibly pop in with this EMP, but Wikitrix is out of their mech. Pyrocat out of theirs as well, but that's due to a self-destruct, which lands as well. Night Fury coming in big again. They're going to commit the Nano Boost now onto Maelstrom, who's going to see if they can build up this Primal Rage, or more importantly, just take Lucky Owl out of the fight. And with that, Toros coming away with another fight win.
And that's despite the Cougars getting the early potential or early advantage. Goodbye.
Yep.
Yeah, that's just a...
It's not going to blow for you.
You're never going to win that one. You're sleeping,
No.
You're isolated in enemy territory, and yeah, it's going to be it. I mean, the Toros doing a great job of staggering this map out, stepping up massively, really delaying Pyrocat's respawn. I mean, this is now the Cougars' attempt at... This is where the Cougars think they have the advantage. They have the Nano Blade, obviously, but keep an eye out on Numbers, who can really stymie all of this with the EMP. Also, looks like a little bit of bait being tried to set up here.
Ooh, this is interesting. Are they going to take it? Looks like Maelstrom does bite. Are they going to be able to counter quick enough? They do realize now that there's a few more over there. It's not just the Widow. Numbers has the EMP ready to go. They're looking for the opportune time, but they are detected. They're going to wisely scoot away for just a couple of moments. Maelstrom now with the Primal Rage trying to do some work. But there's the blade from Thog. It wasn't neutralized by the EMP. It finds value. It's going to get the kills that it needs. And with that, the Cougars should be able to get close to completing this point, if not fully capturing it.
Numbers uses the EMP at some point in that fight, though. They don't have it.
Yeah.
Which means that is absolutely a disastrous position. And I mean, there's going to be a recontest, but I don't know that it's going to be particularly solid. Big pick off of Thog to start things off, though.
There is going to be a trade, though, but you're right. Without Thog in the fight, that is Cougars not firing on all cylinders, to say the least. Cheshire Cat going to be able to boop away Pyrocat, winning out that feline duel at the moment. Wikitrix has the self-destruct, but they just chase down Lucky Owl to take them out of the fight. Now they're going to have their sights set back on point to try and make sure this doesn't get captured, which it will not. Ooh.
It looks like Reverb is spawn camping on the Widowmaker.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think they are.
They're not in that spawn. They're not in that spawn yet, Reverb. They're still below you.
Oh, look at this, though. Is Danny aware? Danny might have been aware right there. Yeah, Reverb eventually taken out.
Yeah. I mean, this is now final fight, and I mean, the 20 seconds left. The Cougars have actually nothing. The Toros quite healthy in this, and this is a case where miracles need to come through. If you have clutch factor, now's where you need to show it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. They've got nothing in the bank. You were absolutely right. They want to take this fight slow, but there's 5 seconds left on the clock. They just simply can't. Big sleep coming out from Night Fury. One more time. The Nano committed as well. We've got a pick on either side, but now it's looking to be more in favor of Toros. We've got Maelstrom now with the Primal Rage as well, dealing a lot of damage. 1.62 meters left to go, but it appears that's going to be where the buck stops here for the Cougars. The Toros come away with a beautiful hold on the precipice of third.
Yeah, just a really good read there. I mean, there's so many cool plays that happen on that second phase that kind of brought this one forward. Obviously, I think the one that's one of the highlights is the infrasight from Reverb on Widowmaker to scout out the Sombra, so they can't position for that big EMP they were looking for, which allows Thog to go for that Nano Blade play. So that was a really cool highlight. Obviously, moving a little bit further forward, we saw Night Fury just step up, fight after fight after fight. The Ana player doing so much work here for the Cougars. I mean, in the end, that final fight, we saw, again, more mechanical throughput from them. The sleep dart onto the nanoed Winston, applying an nano boost of their own, a big anti-nade to help clean up. And just in general, Night Fury has stepped up in a big way here on in the latter half of the series, I think.
You're absolutely right. She has absolutely made her presence known in a huge way in the backline, and like I said before, it's not often that I feel like we get to call out support. So it feels all the better when we do find those opportunities and when they do present themselves. Not because they're not doing work, simply because they're not what's typically getting the final kills, getting the flashy plays, but they do sometimes. And they're absolutely they carry their teams to victory. We're going to see now the Cougars on defense, and can't wait to see just how they're going to handle this.
Arrows into the sky. Down they come. I do a little bit of damage, actually. Tag tricks. Huh. It's not actually a technique. It's just kind of funny when it happens.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen that before.
Yeah, Maelstrom taking a little bit of damage early, but actually going to bait in some of the Cougars who think they're going for an elimination. The Toro's the better for it afterwards. The Numbers again dodges the stun, so just a lot of pressure being applied by the Toros here.
Yeah, there really, really is. But the high ground still being held firmly by the Cougars. They're not giving it up at the moment, but Maelstrom getting quite a bit of damage in, getting quite a bit of ult charge as well. Nice kill onto Thug. They weren't expecting that Tesla cannon to peek right around the lip of that high ground, but it certainly did. And now Taurus should be able to push this advantage quite a bit. They don't have to worry about them in the backline. Thug swapping over to the Cassidy now. They're going to be looking to neutralize Danny on this Genji.
Still, I mean, that's easier said than done, and the Toros taking a ton of space. There's a big nano. They need to clean up these kills, though.
That they do. They are able to get one. That is going to be a pick onto Reaver, but the rest of the kills aren't coming, and Maelstrom now looking a little bit rough. They're going to find themselves in a very difficult position. Wikitrix has to launch the self-destruct as well. Enforcer finds themselves asleep at the moment. Toro's having a hard time pushing through this, but with a pick onto Nibley, that could be changing right about now. Excellent primal rage mechanics from Maelstrom to boot Thog back into the fight, eventually taking them out as well. But they strike back with a massive self-destruct and the remake kill. The Cougars are not out of this yet.
Yeah,
and what a stand-up play from Pyrocat.
Pyrocat really drawing that one back. I mean, the self-destruct for 2, obviously, but then the remake, I mean, single-handedly bringing that one 50% of the way in favor of the Cougars. And, yeah, I mean, this is now the fight that the Toros should have won. They were at advantage that entire time. So now, I mean, the rally is going to be online here as Numbers tries to get this EMP. And sure, the EMP is strong. You deny utility, but with rally armor, it's a lot harder to clean up. And we'll see how well, the Toros are able to capitalize on this key resource that has to be the win condition for them on this fight.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And Numbers has had a hard job of staying undetected as well. I feel like the Cougars have done a great job so far of catching them out. We're going to see Numbers now trying to put a lot of pressure into Pyrocat. They are going to be demeched. Reverb is out of the fight as well. This is the time to strike. Do they need the EMP is the question now. Well, with Night Fury out of the fight, I think they absolutely do. Both rallies going to be committed now. Thog able to demech Wikitrix as well. They throw in the self-destruct, though, to try and get back in. They don't find a kill, but they're going to find more life, that is for sure. They do pick up the kill onto Thog after the fact. Anti-nade expiring onto Maelstrom. They're going to be able to start to push back in this harder, and what was going the Cougars' way is now swapped back in favor of Toros.
Yeah, this is going to be the point captured as well as to get the last stragglers. So not even an early reset here for the Cougars. And bad goes to worse as they get these eliminations without any trades whatsoever. So this is going to allow the Toros to take a very aggressive position here on the high ground.
Yeah, and that is terrible for the Cougars right now. Because, I think one of the strengths of the Toros defense was the fact that they got this high ground position so early on and were able to hold on to it. But now that's not going to be the case for the Cougars at all. And they're coming into this with a deficit in the ult bank.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Setup will be EMP into Nano anything. Obviously, Primal Rage as well. And you're really looking good. So there it is. Nano EMP. Goodbye.
Yeah, Nibley is gone and out of the fight, but Numbers finds their demise as well. Can Taurus come away with a fight win despite taking that pick? And so far it looks like they will. The pick does come onto Reverb. Now Maelstrom trying to do more damage. They find Lucky Owl, and they go down to a sliver of health. They are taken out of the fight, so this isn't over yet. But Taurus definitely with a commanding lead in the kill feed.
Now on this retake, 220 left. You can see the Golden Box victory right around the corner. Toros inching over to the Dragon Blade. And I mean, the Cougars really have to work hard to try and shut down these ultimates.
Yeah, this self-destruct is going to have to be absolutely massive. Either that or they're going to have to build up this nano and tech visor very, very quickly. We're going to see the shutdown come out onto Thog. That is a big boon. It's going to be Tauros now with a little bit of advantage in the kill feed that they're snowballing into a bigger one very quickly. It's going to be Enforcer on point, though. Can they find any more value? That's going to be Pyrocat D-Mech. They're not going to be long for this world. It's just Enforcer left. They're not going to last long either. And with that, Tauros is going to be clawing their way back into this series.
2-1, never say die in this one, and we get a map for yet again here. The Cougars, I mean, this was the least confident, the least dominant they've looked all the way through the series, not even able to close out the map. And realistically, this was the Tauros map to win. They looked really good.
They looked stellar here. This has to be, I think, one of the primary maps that they play. If it's not, then they should seriously consider it as one that they should go to as many times as they can, because they looked stellar there. You're absolutely right. Cougars really caught looking puzzled in a lot of cases, I feel like. A lot just confused as to what to do.
Yeah, a lot of the engagement times just weren't there, trying to force fights that they really had no chance of winning. There was a cool play in that highlight, by the way. Thog jumps over, does a little bit of a wall climb to bait in the shield bash and goes in with a dash afterwards. So it's a cool little play. Just figured I'd throw that one out there. But overall, it has been, on Dorado, it really was the Tauros just stepping up and really taking control of both the high ground, the alt rotations a lot of the time, and being the primary engagers. So they would go in first, and the Cougars were forced to respond, where on previous maps was the other way around. So at least so far, we're seeing a bit of a reverse of the script from the earlier half of the series. We'll see if that kind of steps in the next map, because it is going to have to be, more of the same from the Tauros if they want to send us to a map 5.
It certainly will. We are going to have a side swap going into our next map. So, it's gonna be this time the Tauros setting the goalpost first. So excited to see what they're gonna bring out with on attack, how this is gonna go for them.
Well, yeah, definitely going to be interested to see, what kind of the showcase there, because I would like to see more of what happened, or more of the Dorado style from the Tauros in terms of their aggression, their positioning, and just to continue to put pay to the fact that the Cougars, when they lose that initial advantage, just lose sight of the objective, it feels like, and kind of lose positioning as a result.
Yeah, that's very true. And I have to feel like something else they may have lost is some confidence after that last map, because they had the clutch factor in the other two, but this one they were, I'd say, pretty significantly behind the mark, right, compared to Tauros. So Tauros were, I think, this is the first map where I feel like we could even maybe start to say the word dominant. I won't quite go there, but it's close. And moving into this next map as well, the momentum going to be in Tauros' favor too. So this is the first time that we're going to see the Cougars on the back foot, and I'm curious to see how their mental is going to recover from this as well.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing to highlight is that this was a fairly close series all the way through. Obviously, Lijiang Tower, Nepal, pardon me. Nepal was back and forth in the sense that round 1 was not close, round 2 was not close, but for the other team, so the Tauros were the one who took control of the second objective, right. And then the third, it flipped back again, so it was kind of a seesaw affair. Moving on to Hollywood, that was a lot closer of a map overall, right? That was both teams just being I think obviously for the Tauros, they struggled all the way through the map. The Cougars struggled on third, and then once we go to Dorado here, or for our last map, it was certainly a case of the Tauros not giving the Cougars space to work, and the Cougars really left wanting in a couple of these fights. It felt a lot of times, with the Widowmaker especially, not able to kind of get those pickoffs that would start the fights, and so consistently finding a disadvantage was something the Cougars did for a lot of the maps. So we'll see if they make those adaptations here as we move to Blizzard World.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if they do, because one of the other things that I feel like I didn't see from the Cougars, right, in that last map is I don't feel like they got set up right ever really for their dives. Like they were getting picked out. They were getting, like you said, it was the Tauros really in control of the tempo, right? But I didn't really even see that great staging. I feel like coming out from the Cougars. So that's absolutely something that, you know, if they're going to go back to a dive look here in Blizzard World, they're going to have to fix. But that's the question. Do they go to dive or not? Cougars going to be opting for a double shield look this time on defense.
Not a surprise. Double shield is very strong in the first point of most hybrid maps, simply because you can kind of set up an aggressive position, usually on high ground, and then kind of spam in as, you know, the opposition walks through. And especially because dive tends to be sort of the opening gambit for a lot of teams on hybrid maps. You know, we think back to Hollywood where we saw something very similar from the Cougars, actually. So yeah, coming into this, not a surprise. We saw the Toros struggled against this against this anti-dive, by virtue of the fact they tried to get, you know, head on into the composition, which you're not going to really find success most of the time. So I'd like to see them trying to slow it down a little bit and try and isolate a target to dive on before, you know, really setting go as their engaged position.
I'll be curious to see if they make that adaptation as well. You know, the 6-man dive. We talked about like room for error, I believe. I can't remember if it was this game or the previous one, and yeah, very little room for error in this composition. Whereas you have a little bit more before the Cougars, like you'd mentioned before. Maelstrom looking for an opportunity to try and jump in now, not finding exactly what they're looking for just yet. It's going to be the Toros now trying to get all their cooldowns back before they push back in. Going to see the dive coming out here imminently as Maelstrom looks to find the opportune time. Now they're going to take it, dealing in as much Tesla cannon damage as they can. Got to back off, though, relatively quickly. They're, once again, not seeming... now the Toros having a hard time, I feel like, getting staged.
They do have a Coalescence, though, so this is going to be the opportunity for them to go. Unfortunately, Fog is right back up with the Molten Core, and that's going to be applied just as the Coalescence is.
We're going to see Toros come away with a first pick, though. That's Pyrocat out of the fight. Enforcer falls there shortly after. And with both tanks gone now, things have gotten significantly easier for Toros. But look at that! Huge plays coming out from Nibley. What was that on the Brigida?
Yeah, I mean, breaking a corner, you know, the very, very difficult. There's no one here, Reefer.
What is what?
I think that one might have been an accident.
Yeah, that looks like a fat finger.
But I mean, to Toro's credit, they had a game plan to build for the Coalescence and then try and fight it out. Unfortunately, Cougars, that sustain was so strong from the Brigitte. Now the Toros losing their main support, or losing their one of their supports early. That's going to be a reset here for sure.
Yeah, 2 down. That fight's over before it starts.
All right, bit of a wash. Here's a small problem. Bit of a wash means that the Cougars can really set up for a reset. And when we talk about survivability, the biggest utility in the game that allows that consistent survivability is the rally. Nibley has it. You know, they're really going to make things very difficult for the Toros. And I mean, we talk about the EMP's utility so frequently. The problem is you need to be able to close out the fight once the cooldowns are all taken. And the rally starts early. It just is so much more difficult to do that. So, I mean, Toro's going to have to work overtime to get this one going.
Yeah, they certainly are. And Numbers already positioned in the high ground behind the Cougars. They're going to be able to strike, but they don't get Nibley. Nibley pops that rally. That sustain is there and ready to go. Enforcer out of the fight early, though. That's going to be a pick on either side. Maelstrom with a beautiful Primal Rage, able to take Lucky Owl off the map. Danny trying to get some work done as well on point and finding some success, but Maelstrom taken out. The Death Blossom does land 1 kill. Can they continue to capture this point? I don't think anyone will touch from the Cougars.
Yeah, no one can stop them. It's just the Cassidy here. And while the turret does get 1 for, well, I guess the DMAC, I suppose. Reverb's not going to get anything else. Still, I mean, slight amusement. And exactly, it's a case there where the rally just doesn't have time to tick up. But I like this from the Toros. Just go before the reset fully happens here and, you know, force the Cougars to use resources.
Yeah, they're going to have to expend quite a few to try and break through these shields, but not finding much purchase yet. Enforcer has to pop that Fortify, though, so that could be a go button. We're going to see Night Fury push it with that Coalescence, but one of their players is down. Make that 2 because of the Deadeye from Reaper. The Cougars have got the start to the defense that they need here, and short of a heroic effort, Toros are going to have to back off.
Still, I mean, you got the Deadeye, you got the Molten Core from the Cougars, or rather, they're far away from it. So The Toros, the Coalescence is used. Try and generate another aggressive fight here with this Primal Rage for all the Toros. That's what you kind of have to do. Get more position, get more space, and Pyrocat caught way out.
Yeah, that is a big mistake coming out from the Cougars, and the Toros are going to capitalize on it in spades. Both tanks gone and out of the fight now. Maelstrom pounding Reverb into oblivion. That's going to be Toros coming away with another fight win.
And I mean, they just used the Primal Rage for it too, so that's really, really good actually from the Toros, turning that on its head. Poor Pyrocat just getting hacked yet again.
Yeah, that is rough. They fortunately got to keep their lives about them this time, and the Cougars are going to try and stage this final defense here on the last point on the high ground. But Enforcer has to drop. They're going to drop with the Supercharger as well. Can they keep it protected? Can they keep it online long enough? No, it's going to be taken out by Wikitrix. And Maelstrom going to strike back with a pick onto Reverb. Lucky Owl has the Amplification Matrix out. But it's unclear how much work is getting done at the moment. Molten Core committed now as well from Thog. The Cougars really investing everything they can into this, but Numbers strikes back with an EMP. Going to be Wikitrix, though, with a self-destruct kill for the Toros, and with that, they will capture second point.
There's no way Reverb gets any kills with that, right? Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah.
That's I mean, smart play by the Toros to kind of do that. I really like the hack, by the way, onto Pyrocat, who's been just straight bullied these last 2 points by the Sombra. Cancels the Gravitic Flux, so that's another ultimate that's just taken away. And, I mean, Maelstrom's gonna get a little healing over to Night Fury, so that's not you get some Primal Rage charge, you get some Coalescence charge, and all of a sudden the Toros are back in the driver's seat.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely are. There's no ults in sight right now for the Cougars, so they're going to have to win this fight without any, or build something very, very quickly. We're going to see Night Fury commit the Coalescence now. No shortage of ultimates for the Toros. They're going to be able to dismantle the support line of the Cougars, and with that, the rest of them should fall like a house of cards.
Night Fury really stepping forward, just saying, I mean, this is my fight now. Maelstrom goes down with the Primal Rage in the back pocket because of the stuns that were there, but Night Fury is just right in the back with the cleanup. The Coalescence comes in clutch. I mean, here's the thing. This should be the Cougars winning this fight. They have the Supercharger. They have the Gravitic Flux. They need to dodge this Deadeye.
That they do. Danny has it popped in, ready to go. Not going to find anything. The Cougars are going to be able to come away with a few kills here, and Toros are going to have to back off with victory in sight.
That's back-to-back fights, by the way, where Maelstrom has been stunned and focused down so quickly that he can't use the Primal Rage in time. So that's now down to the final minute of play. Pyrocat again. The Gravitic Flux has really not been their friend. With this time around as well. But hey, the Cougars are in pretty decent position here. Numbers, EMP, shortly. Unfortunately, again, Thog and Rally in back play. Nibley activates it early.
Yeah, and that's absolutely the play that you want to see, especially considering, you know, they're not entirely sure how close Numbers is to that EMP. They have to think that it's imminently coming. But now that the Cougars have used it, it's an opportunity for Numbers to strike whenever they are ready. Maelstrom and Wikitrix both have their ultimates ready to go, but so does Lucky Owl and Thog. It's going to be very interesting to see which team is going to come out on top here. 10 seconds left to go. This is going to be the Toros' last chance to complete this map. And there's EMP, catches 6 members. Thog deleted immediately before they're able to get the Deadeye out. Maelstrom pops the Primal Rage now to see if they can continue the success here. We're going to see Death Blossom come out from Reverb, but it's all for naught. The defense matrix was there to eat up every last little bit of it. And that's going to be Toros coming away with a beautiful fight win here. They should be able to capture this point once they clean up these staggers as they come pouring out of spawn.
It's not going to be very much more than that. And Numbers EMP, by the way, was bigger than you may realize. EMP gets rid of the Ant Matrix, obviously, so that was an ultimate that was canceled. The Deadeye was canceled via the EMP as well. And, of course, with it being 6 players captured, no Immortality Field, no Supercharger, no shields, and the Toros off the back of one piece of utility, one ultimate, close out the round. So highlight numbers there. That was the best EMP they've applied all night long, and it was a big one.
Yeah, there was the clutch factor, right? You mentioned Toros had it, right? They had it at each of the final points in Hollywood, and came in big here again. So the Cougars, they're having a little bit of trouble closing out fights. It seems, especially when there's a lot on the line.
Still, I mean, this is very reminiscent of Hollywood, the other hybrid
Yes.
map we had, where the Toros in overtime captured all 3 points. We'll see if the Cougars have a similar result this time around, or if the Toros can hold to send us to a map 5. And I mean, the Cougars really just wanting for a fight they could confidently win here on Blizzard World. Every fight they've taken, Juggle God, has been, even the ones they've won, have been somewhat in disarray, right? Losing 2 or 3 players. So it needs to be a lot cleaner on their offense here to try and close out this series.
They're going to have an opportunity with this dive composition they're coming out with, looking very reminiscent of what we just saw from Toros. They are adopting as well a counter dive composition. So, yeah, this is just going to come down to execution, I think, here, especially on this first neutral fight. It's going to be the Cougars taking quite a bit of time and quite a bit of poke as they try and move their way up to point. We've already got the health pack expended as well by Reverb, so that resource not going to be on the table when they move in and start this dive here relatively shortly. Of course, they're looking for the prime opportunity to jump in. Halt pushed out. That's going to catch Enforcer. He's not going to take too much damage from it. They were able to mitigate a lot of that very effectively. We're going to see Enforcer now in the back line on that high ground, trying to cause some disruption, cause some damage. They are able to take numbers out of the fight, so that's a big boon for the Cougars. They've got an opening here. Can they turn it into more? They've got that now. Maelstrom out of the fight. Wikitrix without their mech. This should be a quick cleanup now for the Cougars.
Yeah, the Cougars do a great job of isolating 2 players. Danny and Numbers on the high ground get separated from their squad, and the Toros obviously cannot rotate fast enough to support them. They don't have mobility characters, and the Orisa is just Wikitrix, and by the time their focus is taken off the front line, Reverb is in the back with damage on the cast, or on the soldier, I should say. Now the Toros are going to make the adaptation, go back to the dive composition, try and play equally mobility-based stuff, but the Cougars on the high ground try and take space away.
Yeah, they're going to be ahead in the ult economy as well, though both support ultimates online and ready to go for Toros, and in fact, they are winning this fight already. 3 picks in their favor. That's going to be the Cougars crumbling.
Something so satisfying about hearing consistent Zen headshots, and Cheshire Cat does just that.
Yeah.
Downrange, so a lot of damage onto the front line, and the cleanup is there from the rest of the squad. And the Toros, buy a little bit of space right after their fresh switch. Will be back in terms of numbers. So the Cougars are forced to open with the rally.
They have 6 ultimates on board, though. It's going to be up to them to try to not expend them all. 4 on the table now. It's going to be Cheshire Cat, though, completely neutralizing most of them with this Transcendence. Not going to be enough to save the tank line, though, and with that, the Cougars have an opening, and they are taking advantage of it and making it even larger.
Nice burst from Thog there. The sticky bombs into the focusing beam and the regular fire on the back line. Everyone kind of evaporates. We're seeing the Toros going to switch compositions wholeheartedly as the supports will rejoin that mobility base. So try and make a recontest, I think. And yeah, they're going to attempt to get there. Maelstrom on the high ground.
We're going to see the duplicate come in from Thog onto the Winston. They're barely going to get the kill onto Danny as well. Unlucky for that, Cassidy, right there. Pyrocat now claiming another. And with 3.5 minutes on the clock, the Cougars are primed to capture this point. And this is looking almost identical at this point. If they come away with the capture, it will be looking almost identical to what we saw in Hollywood.
Need to stay on the objective, though. It's trying to get a couple kills, but numbers, oh my goodness. Forced out of the duplicate, and Nifley will walk them down. Just staring, sort of in, just absolutely saying, what are you going to do about it? I'm going to win this fight. There's not really much you can do. All right, so 4.5 minutes, nearly identical to that Hollywood time bank. 4:26 to 4:17 is the only difference here. Cougars looking to try and fix their mistakes from the past by capturing with that more than a minute time bank.
And they've got a great start to it right here for this fight. They've got 4 ultimates. ready to go. Nothing really coming online, save for that Coalescence from Night Fury, but that could be a difference maker. Pyrocat will get the D-Mech with the Remech this time around. It's going to be Enforcer finding a kill as well with the help of Thog for the finishing blow. Nibley pops the rally as well, and there's not much that Tauros can do to mitigate this aggression.
Yeah, there's going to be the Thog flying in the back line to make sure that both players get eliminated. The Tauros now need a miracle. They need something absolutely critical to come out of this Coalescence, and they need to make sure they're able to close the objective.
Here it comes. Coalescence popped early on. That's going to be Thog, though, striking first. Wikitrix eats an anti-nade. That's going to cause the D-Mech. Lucky Owl out of the fight, though. It's just up to Nibley to try and heal the Cougars. And with a counter pick starting to come in, this could very easily start to go the way of Tauros. They are getting picks here and there, even though the majority of them coming in favor of the Cougars. Can the respawn advantage come to their advantage quick enough? It's going to be close right here. We see a anti-nade thrown in from downtown from Lucky Owl. Maelstrom gonna die right before they're able to pop that Primal Rage. Numbers looking a little bit rough at the moment, and the Cougars are able to regroup. They're able to continue to get the picks, and they may be finishing with quite the healthy time bank. So much so that Tauros are in danger of not getting another attack. They're gonna be able to most likely finish with over a minute, and well over a minute at that.
Yeah, it's gonna be the last second contest, just trying to claw time down. But it's gotten to the moment where there are not enough players standing, and the Cougars will roll it through. 2 minutes 34. The Cougars have to take 1/3 of the objective. They rectified the mistake they made on Hollywood. They will not give the Tauros another chance here on Blizzard World. And now the series hangs in the balance here for this 1/3 of the objective.
That is not much room for error. Really, no room practically for error for Tauros right now. They're going to have to dig deep and see if they can correct, like you said, those mistakes that were made early on. They weren't able to last too terribly long on first point here or Hollywood. They're really going to have to, wholesale composition swaps, wholesale, approach swaps. Something has to change in a big way.
Yeah, they're just getting rid of the double shield to begin with, right? They didn't have success with it on their much like in Hollywood. They didn't have success with it on their first hold, so they're just giving it up the second and seeing if they can get better results. We know how it turned out the first time around. The Cougars were able to close it down, and at this time the Tauros do not even have the benefit of only having to force one fight. The Cougars will get multiple approaches, 2.5 minutes, 2, 3, 4. It's not impossible, but it's certainly very, very difficult now for the Tauros.
It is, and even if they are able to come away with the defense here, they're still going to be down 2-1 if we're going on to a map 5. So the Cougars going to be able to keep that match point and keep danger away from them in the overall score line as well. Thog going to take an early high ground position, or tries to at least with Enforcer, but instead they're just going to scoot to the side. Try and throw a little damage. Sticky Bolt's not finding exactly the mark they were looking for. Reverb now going to try and throw in some damage as well. Tauros actually splitting a little bit on their defense. Some going left, some going right there. And that could potentially be an opening for the Cougars to exploit if they can find one of these members maybe where they shouldn't be. Pyrocat now moving in pretty aggressively. Not too much charge, though, on that Zarya beam as of yet. And because of that, honestly, that's a big reason I think they went down. And Tauros has got this first part of the hold started.
Yeah, that's not really Pyrocat's fault, right? Because you're looking for that first engage to get the bubble, to get that first 40 energy. It never happens, and so you're not able to really snowball into being a threat. Now, I mean, the Tauros doing a good job of starting this fight off. Just making sure to make it difficult from the opposition's point, and that's a great hack to deny Lucky Owl's sustainability. So that's going to be the Resurrect forced out as that clip comes in. And I mean, now the Cougars just feel a little bit lost here.
Yeah, they're going to have a couple of tools now to use. They're going to have the Dragon Strike. They're going to have the Nano Blade. I'm looking to those to get a big value here, but the Tauros are going to be able to strike back and maybe even strike first. Deadeye finds Nibley. Even if there were a res, that wouldn't matter at this point, and Tauros make quick work of that approach.
Yeah, Coalescence and Deadeye committed, which means that numbers is going to be the difference maker. If this EMP lands, and we saw how big they can be, the Tauros will be able to kind of try and force a full hold Easier said than done, certainly. It requires a lot of eyes to be put on numbers who has to come up big, but it's easier than you might think. So high ground setup, looking for that EMP.
And here it comes. It's going to be able to catch Mercy out of the sky. Thog falls to the ground as well. Can Maelstrom get the cleanup kills they need? Absolutely. That aerial threat completely mitigated. 20 seconds left to go now for the Cougars to try and make something work. This is going to be very close if they're even able to mount any kind of counterattack here. Maelstrom continuing to just pound away at the Cougars. Somebody has to make it to point very, very quickly, and it's going to have to be Thog with this primal rage. And look at this. They get to point. They actually get to point. They're going to be able to start to try and capture this. And they've got a pick in the backline. Maelstrom is down, but Enforcer's down as well. Somebody else now has to get the point. And it looks like they're just about able to do that. Danny pops the Deadeye, finds a kill. But there's kills coming in for the Cougars as well. And they've got a little bit of advantage in the kill feed. Overtime has been triggered. This is Toro's survival on the line. They're coming away with the kills they need now. It's just Enforcer. Can they stay alive long enough to make any kind of impact, any kind of difference? No, they can't. We're going on to a map number 5.
That is just spectacular stuff in the clutch from Toros. We were asking, where was it at the start of this map? And they've showcased it in spades there at the very end. The call to play aggressively to deny Cougars any space to work with, force the resource cooldowns early to capture the objective, and then the closeout utility there, really, really strong from the Toros. Remarkable stuff, honestly. Just really good reads by the Toros to make sure that the Cougars can't get that victory condition. It's not enough to force themselves equal. They're still down by 1, but they have kept themselves alive. And I mean, now the Cougars are certainly wondering how are things going to go, because that should have been a win for them.
It really should have been. I mean, they had everything that they needed. They had the time. I think they had the composition, but they just weren't able to execute it on this time around. So that's that I think the momentum after all of this, I think still has to be in Toro's favor. We're gonna have to wait and see a couple minutes if they're able to continue with that momentum and take us to a map 6 potentially with a reverse sweep, as we're gonna throw it to a short break. Don't go anywhere, because this is a match you don't want to miss. It's been 4 maps since we started this Slugfest LaFi, but the scoreline still only says 2-1. It was a great draw put out by Tauros on the end of Blizzard World to take us to Lijiang Tower for our second control map of the evening.
And I mean, this means that there is entirely a possibility that in a first to 3 we get 6 maps. So we'll see. We'll see if that comes in. Obviously, the Cougars don't want it to get there. They won control the last time we went through in this series, but hey, the Tauros have been just right there in a lot of these engagements. So we'll see. And I have to highlight in the mirror comp the mirror matchup with the Reinhardts, the Tauros have been the stronger team. So starting off on control center, this gives the Tauros the best opportunity they have to get an early lead in this control map, and then try and force it perhaps on Night Market in a similar mirror fashion. We'll see if they're able to do it as the Tauros make a return.
Yeah, that's an excellent point that you make. Really, the advantage going to Tauros, on paper, before the doors open. And I'm curious to see as well if the momentum that I feel like they've picked up over the last couple of maps is going to help fuel some of this as well. We're going to see if Spawn is anything to believe. Symmetra's coming out on both sides, but with reverb on the Junkrat and numbers on the Mei, things are going to look a little bit different in execution for both these teams.
Interestingly, they bring the Junkrat back for Tauros. There's going to be a lot more spam here from both teams, but Cougars will have the damage advantage. Also, Kurzak back in on the main tank role. Here's a sub for the Cougars.
Yes, they're being brought back in. I wonder if they're, a Reinhardt specialist or a Brawl specialist, something along those lines. We're going to see Maelstrom going down fairly low on the side of Tauros. They are going to be able to heal back up, and wow, the DPS just destroyed by Tauros. And that's going to be them coming away with this first map control.
Yeah, and I mean, they're hunting for those final eliminations too. They'll break the shield, and that's a lot of the Matrix from Pyrocat gone. So the Tauros not done yet. I mean, they're gonna have the better position for the Ant Matrix again because they don't have to walk forward. Reverb. Oh, hello.
Oh, that was a fantastic little play coming out there. It's not going to, rather what I should say is those were some fantastic acrobatics right there. Didn't yield a kill. May not have been the most wise choice to make, but it's going to be equalized in the kill feed. 1 pick on either side as we move into this next engagement.
I mean, there's that Ant Matrix I was talking about, right? The Cougars had to walk into it, and Night Fury just puts it down and says, all right, here's all the damage you have to worry about, and that was a DMAC as well, so 2 kills, and the Tauros are back in control. Now, Blizzard online, Pyrocat, the only thing standing between them, as the Photon Barrier will be applied here by Thog.
And here comes the Blizzard. It is going to land, but number's not going to be long for this world. The sound barrier there from Nibley. Thog isn't going to be able to take that much damage, though. Danny finds their demise as well. No DPS left to be found anywhere. Self-destruct sent in to see if they could seal the deal here. Maybe turn this in Cougar's favor, but right now the lion's share of the kills absolutely in the way of Tauros.
Yeah, that was just a brawl, right? Just a slugfest. Trading blows, one punch for another, and unfortunately the Tauros just had more punches to give. One more, in fact. Thog gonna switch over to the Tracer as we are heading ever closer to that 100% marker for the Tauros. Riptire at the ready here for them.
That could be a game changer. That could be a game ender. It's just gonna be a moment or two until we see which way it goes. Night Fury commits the amplification matrix as well. Sound barrier has to be even committed by Cheshire Cat, otherwise their team was gonna go down very, very quickly. Danny briefly flirts with the idea of pushing that tire down main, but instead decides to send it from a little bit more sneaky position. It's going to be a couple picks in favor of Toros still right now. Cougars desperately trying to claw back onto point, see if they can find some kind of purchase, but the kills will not go their way. One member left on point, and oh, the Maywall to stop the contest. Beautiful play coming out there from Numbers. They're going to be able to take out the main take, and with that, the first sub-map goes to Toros.
And I mean, we have the confirmation here. The Toros are in the Rhine head-to-head with the May, the better team. The Cougars have not gained any percentage in that mirror composition setup so far in this series. So this is perhaps the worst sub-map we could have gone to for the Cougars. On to Night Market.
Yeah.
The Reinhardt can still find value. We'll see if the Toros elect to stay with Rush, because if they do, they're all of a sudden in favor to send this all the way forward.
Oh, yeah, they absolutely are. I think, honestly, the Cougars need to seriously think about whether or not they want to run the Brawl composition here on this point. It's going to be the Toros, though, swapping over to a dive in spawn, though. So, this is a little bit unexpected. I'm not going to lie. I figured they would drive that Brawl advantage, but it doesn't appear that that's what the choices that they're going to make.
Still, they get to the
beautiful
teleporter
TV on
first,
the
so they
point.
isolate. Did they isolate any player? I don't think so. I think everyone got through. So this is really bad acting for the Toros, because now the Cougars will have better positioning and better damage throughput on the entry.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be a very tough ask now. The Taurus, and oh my gosh, huge boom coming out from Nibley. Reverb going to be able to get one as well. The Cheshire goes off the map. Nobody can find their footing from Toros, and with that, the Cougars take the first fight.
I like that 3 out of the 6 kills were environmental.
Right?
From the Cougars.
And like in the same spot too, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it was a dive. What happened was the Toros got the hack onto the Baptiste. Lucky Aloe was caught out, and they were thinking like, okay, we'll go aggressively before the Immortality Field, so we'll be able to close it out. But unfortunately, strayed too close to the edge, and the knockbacks were there. Some switches being made up. There's no hit scan on the Cougar side, obviously. So a pocketed Pharah for Danny is in call. And it's going to be a lot of damage on the flank here. A good start. Reverb taken out.
Oh, yeah. Nibley falls very quickly after that as well. Thog not looking to be long for this world. And wow, Toros really just starting to pick apart Cougars right now with this, with this one adjustment that they made, really.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the adjustment is that there's no counter on the side of the the Cougar. So it's an adjustment that, yes, is simple, but incredibly effective, if only because there's nothing to really shut it down. Of course, it helps that there's the pocket from Night Fury. Makes the D.Va so much less likely to be able to one clip the Pharah from the sky. I use the term one clip, obviously, somewhat loosely. Pyrocat does not reload on D.Va. Some adaptations now. Reverb will go over to Cassidy. Thog onto the Tracer.
It's going to be interesting to see how these play out. We're going to be, Reaper going to have their work cut out from them to try and pick Danny and Night Fury out of the sky right now. Ult advantage, not really in Cougar's favor either this time around. Looks like to be about 6, ready to go for Taurus. Here comes a massive barrage on the tail end of a beautiful EMP. That's going to be Tauros taking that fight.
Thank you, Athena. That is, in fact, the team kill. As the Toros, I mean, just the EMP combo. Very, very effective. Here's another hack on poor Lucky Owl. I mean, the Toros now, 50%. They're going to eclipse the Cougars' percentage here in... and I mean, the thing is, they're going to be able to apply the nano boost to the Winston. Maelstrom going to be able to be really valuable. Big concussive blast. Nearly gets someone off the map, but just barely surviving his Nibley. And they start off with a pickoff, so good a bit here by the Cougars.
Absolutely. Nibley has to be thanking their lucky stars they were able to hold on for dear life, because that sound barrier was absolutely critical to the Cougars' success here in this fight. Tauros going to be dismantled quickly.
That's a good recovery from the Cougars. Only one ultimate to take it back. Just a sound barrier, actually. It was a big play by getting Reverb into position, supporting the Cassidy to be able to take the damage dealer out of the sky. And now, I mean, here's a problem for the Toros. Retaking with a Pharah is very hard. You have to kind of walk these sight lines in low ground, and it gives Reverb an opportunity to set up for this damage to try and, shoot them down.
Yeah, there's going to be so many opportunities for that. But with the self-destruct committed now, that's going to give way to point a little bit. Cougars have it back under their control right now, and with a pick on the Cheshire Cat, things could go south very, very quickly. The res will come in, and everybody on Toro's side will survive, at least for the moment. Danny going to be taken out of the fight. 90% on the board now for the Cougars, and they're looking primed to win this fight. It's just a primaling Winston on point, and they're not going to last too terribly long. Overtime will be committed, but that's going to be it for Toros. We are going to see the third sub-map here on the Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, we are going to head to Garden, and this is a big callback from the Cougars. They now get to go to their strength again, as it is but a last-ditch effort that this overtime is for. The writing's on the wall, though, unfortunately, and even with the Resurrect, there's nothing doing.
Yeah,
That'll be
that'll take care of things right there. Taurus with a valiant effort at recontesting there at the end, but really, yeah, like you said, not much to be done there. It's just a long stall.
This is going to, yeah, now we get into the third round. And I mean, the Cougars are at match point, so we have to highlight that, of course.
Yes.
The Toros still, despite this being a map 5, do not have the possibility of winning the series outright here and now. They need to force one more map. So that is, I think, weighing on them just a little bit. You can, even if you claim it doesn't, it's hard not to think about it. The Cougars, they just have to win one round. They just have to win one round here. And they get to now avoid the Rhine head-to-head, as the Toros do not want to give it to them. We're seeing the Sombra versus what is going to be a ranged poke composition. Keep an eye out on Reaver, by the way, when the Reaper goes down. It's a little fun April 1st thing going on there.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can catch that here. Production gonna focus on them initially. I love it. And Reverb obviously doesn't want to see themselves go down, but yeah, it would be entertaining to see what happens. The Thog takes their health down to about half as well, so they're gonna have to back off for a moment. But right now, the Cougars have very firm control over this point. Taurus are gonna come in and try and contest it a little bit, see if they can keep it from flipping over in their favor, while they try to maneuver around it, see if they can win this fight. But check out Thog, he's got the Dead A and already looking for a flank as well. Here it comes, not going to be able to find anybody. Damage done, but no kills in the end. They are going to get the stun as well, briefly dissuading one of the members of Tauros, but now with Night Fury coming in with the Coalescence, that should signal the beginning of the end of this fight for the Cougars.
And that was actually a bit of a paralysis of choice there for Thog after the Deadeye was activated. Hits the flashbang and has to choose between two different targets. Chooses the wrong one, chooses the one with more health. And the Tracer survives, the Sombra survives, and the Toros pay them back in kind as Danny hits the Pulse Bomb stick. So the Cougars, despite having better position, despite having better health and the better ultimates early, were not able to close it out. So the Toros right back in control.
Oh yeah, they absolutely are. And you know what's interesting? We frequently seen the point go over in favor of one team very early on before a fight's even won, but that's the longest it stayed in contention. It's not going to stay in contention, though, terribly long this time around, because the Cougars are coming in with a pretty stellar advantage here. Although Lucky Owl is taken out of the fight, point has flipped over to the Cougars, but Toros are coming back into this. They've got a couple of picks. Nibley does find the environmental. The shatter lands from Kurzak, and with a sound barrier to boot, they will ride that fight to a win.
There's the shotguns, by the way. Selection of them. Reverb goes down, so that means that this is actually the go button for the Toros. Recognizing Reverb there at the end, they're going to provide the Coalescence and try and just buy a little bit of space here.
Yeah, they are, and they bought quite a little bit. It's been able to get the Toros onto point and started to get a couple of kills as well. Kurzak gonna be able to punch back with one. The Death Blossom not really finding too terribly much. Toros gonna be able to come away with this fight win.
Yeah, I mean, the Fade, the the Defense Matrix all denied Death Blossom any sort of sustain. And one thing to highlight here for the Toros is Maelstrom has been incredibly survivable. The health pool has been, moving down to like 10 HP, and they get out with their lives. So now the Toros are in prime position to close this one out. EMP at the ready. You can see numbers setting up to try and hit everyone.
Yeah, this is going to be close. They're able to catch four. Both supports are going to be in the crossfire. They're going to go down very quickly. Pyrocat launches the self-destruct, but it's going to be the shatter from Kurzak that lands. They are taken out of the fight. Quickly thereafter, though, the point has flipped over to the Cougars, but is it going to stay in their advantage? Most likely not. The DMAC going to come out shortly onto Pyrocat unless a miracle happens. They are able to get the counterpick onto Wikitrix, though, so this might not be over as quick as I was planning on calling it.
The point does flip over to the Cougars in the meanwhile, though. So Toros are, despite winning this fight, still have the disadvantage that it's counting away from them.
Yeah, it certainly is. Almost going to be 80% on the board. And in fact, once Toros do eventually win this fight, which they should, if they lose the point again, they're going to be in a last fight situation, right? 90% on the board, that's not where you want to be.
No, I mean, Thog's going to continue just to put more time just dancing around the objective. Not going to use the pulse bomb because they know this is a fight that's over, but they get to that 96% mark, so they are in final fight, and now the Toros cannot lose any more fights here on this map.
No, they have to play this perfectly. If they do that, they will be rewarded with a map 6 here. This has been one of the hardest fought games I've had the pleasure of casting so far at NECC, and it's just been a tremendous showing from both teams all the way through. Toros have a couple of ults ready to go. It's going to be the self-destruct from Pyrocat that strikes first, not going to find any kills. Coalescence now out from Night Fury. They're going to start to push through pretty aggressively. Shatter is going to land. It does find Wikitrix. They're out of mech. Maelstrom not looking too long for this world. Cougars could be coming back in this. There's a pick onto Maelstrom. The Deadeye now clearing a lot of space on point as well. And it finds numbers too. That is a huge pick for the Cougars. They may in fact be able to come away with this fight win. Just a few members remaining now for Taurus. The Immortality Field out from Lucky Al as well to make sure that nobody goes down. Maelstrom now back onto the point. They drop their bubble. They're trying to get as much damage in as they can. They've got an opportunity if they can come away potentially with a Primal Rage here. The point still being contested. And look at that Nibley just hanging out by the site. They don't want to get caught by the EMP. And they're not. The sound barrier's there in time. They're going to be able to sustain through it. Kurzak gets a pick. There's no supports left for Toros. This could be Cougars sealing the deal, coming away with the fight win, coming away with the map win, and the series.
That was some spectacular final play in the last moment. Nibley just playing as close to the team to get as much healing as they could, afraid of using the sound barrier for the EMP, and they are the clutch factor at the end. Here we're going to see this environmental kills. There's one. There's 2 and 3 as well. And the Toros not able to claw it quite back at the end, but what a close series we had here. A 3-1 scoreline does not tell the story justice at all. This is one that was infinitely closer than you may expect.
Oh yeah, this so far this has been the match I think that has gone the closest, shown the most excitement here in the NECC so far for me. So I am just thrilled that I got the pleasure of casting it tonight alongside you, LaFon. What a showing from both teams. Big congratulations to the Cougars for being able to clutch it out in the end, despite some very scary situations they found themselves in.
Yeah, an absolute marathon of a game too, right? Going down to that 5 maps. And even in that last one, I think that was a very, very close one. So both these teams, I think, are very firmly in contention. Teams to watch out for in the playoffs, because I think both these teams will end up making it. Nonetheless, just a highly competitive game that I really enjoyed watching.
As did I. Well, LaFon, that's going to do it for us tonight. That's going to do it for the broadcast as well. What a game to end on. Glad we got the pleasure of casting it. And before we close things out, any final words for everyone at home?
No, that's everything. We'll see you again next week for the final week of play here at the NECC.